Okay, I believe everyone can hear me now. Let me just do some volume adjustment up here. There we go. Moving it up. Okay. The spikes, testing. Okay, that's perfect sound range. Hello everyone out there on the live stream. This is Side Pocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group that meets up in Jersey City, New Jersey every third Friday of the month. You can find out more about us, including all of our social media stuff, like our Twitter and Instagram at our website, defcon201.org. As you can see, we had kind of a crazy night last night, aka we drank too much wine, hence why my normally crazy poofy hair is more crazier than normal, and also why I overslept. So I caught the end of an amazing workshop about free speech and how like malicious groups such as white supremacists and the alt-right and stuff co-opt that. I would have loved to stream that on air, but I couldn't get the stream running fast enough in time in order to display that. So we're going to go on to our original schedule, and I'm going to shrink myself. Oh, I should also explain why we're doing the stream. So all this week since Saturday has been has been Hope Conference. I think it has it on the back too. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Maybe this is like a bad yoga exercise. So it's been Hackers on Planet Earth, which is a hacker conference that I've been going to since the Last Hope, and there was actually a convention that was called the Last Hope because they had different names each year. They normally meet in New York City, and in fact, they were going to change venues from the historic Hotel Pennsylvania to a college campus. But like with everything else, COVID happened, and so everything went all kapooey, and they virtualized just like most hacker cons who didn't cancel. So since Friday, because normally this is a 3-day con, they made this a 9-day con. So it's like three hopes all crammed in together. So this is the ninth, and you can tell by the voice and the bags under my eyes that could shop at JCPenney's, that this is the ninth and final day of the Hackers on Planet Earth conference. And so each day we've been live streaming around the keynotes, and we watch the keynotes and comment on them. And sometimes we stream a bit early, and we usually like check out stuff like other panels and things going on. I'm going to shrink myself down, and we're going to look at the schedule real quick and then go on to what is currently going to be playing right now. I also want to make a note that I've been letting people know that you can actually see both Hope Conference and Radio Statler through Tor. The new thing I added is a lot of people forget that the Internet Archive is also on Tor. So if you look here, I also have it on our Twitter, which is at DEFCON 201NJ. The Internet Archive has been archiving all of the panels, like literally between like 2 to 30 minutes after they air. So everything's instantly archived when it comes to the panels. The workshop's not so much, but all the panels. And if you are concerned about your privacy, or you just really like Onion Land and the deep web, you can actually visit the Internet Archive as a .onion and view everything from there. So there's 3 ways you can view Hope through Tor. You can view the talks itself through Invidus. You can watch radio and listen to Radio Statler through Invidus, and the Internet Archive's archive of all the Hope talks this year is also on Tor. So we have all those links on our Twitter. If you go to DEFCON 201 NJ on Twitter, we just posted all those links there now. But let's go to the actual scheduling here. So want to figure that out. Oh crap! I think it got confused. Okay, I see what's going on here. All right, so I actually have to eliminate this. Actually, yeah, I'm going to eliminate this, and then I have to go in, and I did not see this coming. Did that do it? Nope. Hold on. There we go. That's what it should look like. Okay. So let's go to our schedule. See, unfortunately, the big blue button thing, it was really good. I hope it's recorded somewhere because it was just really good. Let's just double check something real quick. Okay. So what we're going to check out now, as much as I want to watch this thing and the machine learning for everyone, what we're going to do, at least for a while, is watch. There's been a contest going on Con. Some of you might know at DEF CON they usually have like a short film contest that you film during the con, and then they screen all those films, and then the winners used to get black badges. I don't think they do anymore, but they get like a bunch of cool hacker prizes. Hope's doing something similar with this Cyberpunk Now film festival run by one of my friend and colleagues known as Lexicon, because he's the more artsy-fartsy person of the group, in my opinion, despite all the artsy-fartsy types we have. And they've been doing these cyberpunk-themed things to record. We were originally going to enter, but there was issues with the rule set that we didn't, we couldn't really comply with. But we're going to check out what the entrants are. So we're going to literally watch that until 1. Then we're going to watch the whole tractor hacking thing. Then our main keynotes in Cohn. Then the lightning talks. Then we're going to find out what the Z-Bay is. And then check out what it's like running a hackerspace in Mexico. In between that, we're going to check in the RF village and see if anything is running there. And that will be our day. And then after this stream ends at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is going to be my show, The Master of Unlocking, where I teach people lockpicking and locksport. And not only we're going to go over Hackers on Planet Earth's lockpicking village and the pros and cons of how that ran, but I'm going to go to my main topic, which is how to create lockpicks, shims, and bypasses from either everyday household items or items you can get for under $2 or $3. So without further ado, let's check out this Cyberpunk is Now Film Festival. Oh, there's Lex's big head.
A character must also utter the line, "The blank must flow," with blank being any word other than the word spice. So here are the entries submitted.
I hope we don't get kicked off due to copyright stuff because these streams aren't normally affected by that, but we are.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between.
Okay, this already looks like something your neighbors would have made.
Splicing. Doesn't matter how you get in, just make sure you're there to see your favorite cyber sideshow, sweetie.
I already very much like this. This is like all my other friends that aren't hackers. What's
Tune
going
in
on?
15 minutes for the premiere of my brand new stream.
What the? Rachel, set a timer for 8 p.m.
Wow, there's already production values in this.
Show must flow. Show must flow. Streaming. Motion capture.
And it's weird looking at someone on OBS while we're running OBS. It's like a weird nightmare scenario. We were just concerned about that.
No.
This is literally what we went through with our Periscope. Not even Cyberpunk, this is just now. This is basically what happens in China right now. That's probably going to pretty soon happen to us thanks to Donald Trump and every other moron. Jeez, I wonder what the other films are going to be like, because this is already like a full feature film with like production values, but like holy crap. This was spun up in 9 days, holy crap.
was in 2042, 3463 FB8. Hope you have better credit than I do.
Yep, she's gonna steal someone's social credit. Which might actually put her in worse social credit if they find out, or she'll just get arrested.
Oh, thank God. Yes! Alright.
Nice floopy butt shot, I will say.
What are we gonna do? Six factors. Yeah, that's perfect. Time to.
I personally would have chose less generic music, but you know, this works. And dead serious, this is pretty good. This is like a high 8 or like a 9 out of me.
Showtime.
Beetlejuice quote, it's showtime!
Yes, there was only one. Well, this is the first time we're doing this film festival, so we're getting there. But we're getting good stuff. Okay, so
Yeah, the one that we have
there were
is
no
really good.
educational entries. So experimental. One of the animation entries you've already seen was also entered in this category. So projects submitted in the experimental category were required to include 2 audio clips from the Hacker Radio show Off the Hook, specifically from Off the Hook. One of these submissions also included a link to a GitHub repository, as its visuals were generated in the Go language. So see if you can figure out which of the experimental films was that one.
Hello. This is not a cyberpunk movie. This is not a dramatic opening monologue. This is an introduction to a story. A story about me. A virus originally developed as an extremely contagious form of pneumonia, a biological weapon made by fancy scientists way back at the turn of the century. I was to be the queen of the universe. Me. At my birth it was planned to keep me hidden, perhaps forever. Nearly 100 years later, in 2019, I finally escaped.
When all this started, I was working late on a finance report that needed to be done by noon the next day. I'm exhausted, brain dead, and bored. I'm procrastinating, skimming, but not really reading discussions on Facebook, and I opened a funny anti-mask meme on my desktop. Laughing. I forwarded it to a few friends, but within a few hours, I had a high fever and a very red face, little tiny dots all over my nose and chin. It hurt to look in the mirror, but I didn't feel like sleeping. Man, my arms ache. I must have caught something.
At that time, the collective was only a few cells, but it was fast. It traveled in a
like the eye
matter
makeup
of
here.
seconds, and within an hour, it was a global collective, easily spanning every social media platform and the United States government database. It had learned that in its powerful new digital form, it could infect minds instead of just minds.
We understand the arguments against releasing this data, but we believe the public good it could do outweighs the potential harm.
Hey, it's Jersey City.
The streets, they're just piled up with bodies.
This is hilarious. What's on his neck?
It's so weird. It's just when the sun comes out, the bodies just vaporize at high noon.
I think we found the new Lord
Collective
Icon.
had drop zones all over the city, probably the world. We used to pick up our tasks at the DNA lounge. I'll never forget the sound. Keyboards clacking, bomb makers tinkering with high voltage, 3D printers singing a revolution.
This looks and sounds like the
I was
unofficial
always
sequel
surprised that the
to
Collective never tasked us.
Snatcher on the Sega CD.
It was always hardware. It was like they had no tether to the physical world. Maybe I've been taking too many stims. Not one piece made sense by itself, but we trusted the Collective. We were told, trust the network, trust the plan.
I made the switches for the Collective. Every sort, every type. Toggle, contact, flexible, organic switches, you name it. In exchange, I got all the cyborg mods you could ask for. Sometimes, I think I was being used in an experiment. The switches were just a distraction, but trust in the network, trust in the plan.
The Collective caught me by surprise. At first I thought it was evil. But then
I still want to know what the heck is on his neck.
Having it around, the buzzing, calling me, I thought it was
Like if anyone in the audience could tell me what's on his neck, please let me know.
lonely.
When I met the Virus Collective, I understood that it had come to cure all of society's ills.
Cyberpunk Grandma for the
But it didn't
win.
give us all the information at once. What did it know? What did it feel? How did it grow bigger? I trusted it. I believed in it.
I can
Then,
tell you about
whatever
it
the
later.
Collective is.
And according to the administration, they were domestic terrorists who would be policed accordingly.
We all have stories. Reasons why we would follow CGNPB to bitter death and imprisonment. Knowing what I've done, you might understand.
As for me, I trust in the network and I trust in the plan. Trust in the network, trust in the plan.
This is why the Collective sought me out more than...
Yep, this was definitely directed by Hideo Kojima.
I don't care for politics, war, or revolution. I am here for the challenge.
The governments of the world failed to eradicate it. The society of diseased minds, occupied conspiracies, and hate-filled ideology, they killed us all.
Just to bring you up to speed with us humans, nearly everyone died in the pandemic 10 years ago. And those who survived...
I wish taxi drivers and men and women would dress like that.
The heat and the droughts caused the wheat fields to dry up. God, I miss birds so fucking much. I remember my trip to Paris. I remember those croissants. I'm Miss L, future person, whoever you are watching this. This is how it ends.
This is a story of my awakening, the darkness that shadowed the civilizations that once were and how its people learned to love one enemy to forsake another. This is my manifesto. This is your story too. The year is 2030 and I am everywhere.
That was neat. I'd give that like a 6, maybe a 7.
He said one youth obtained the
No idea, I think we're all high.
the company's phone system, then, get this, began passing the information along to friends.
This is your brain.
These kids these days.
This is your brain on
Spread
go.
among young people
Go
throughout
away.
Santa Clara Valley, and soon, IC's toll-free 800 line was flooded with calls. Boys leaving sexually explicit messages for their girlfriends, and vice versa. Many of the youngsters changed passwords, erased legitimate voicemail accounts.
This is what it looks like when you click on one of those chain email links that brings you to the free contest to win that cleric coffee
Pretty
machine.
hard starting in mid-May through June. At the end of June, the whole system crashed, Jensen said. Police were able to trace the calls to the San Jose area. And they could trace it right to somebody's house, not just to the area, but I guess one thing at a time. We have junior high school students and high school students, said the policeman. They run from Morgan Hill to Cupertino, from East San Jose to West San Jose, all the way across San Jose. Amazing.
Cybercast or...
Cyber, I hate that word.
Yeah, okay.
I hate anything with the word
Everybody's
cyber
using
in
it.
it.
That was cool. I'd give that like a 6 or
Finally,
7 as
the
well.
found footage category. In this category, all video footage had to come from archive.org. It was a scavenger hunt and editing challenge. On top of that baseline rule, there was not one single set of required challenge elements, but 4 options. So they could choose one of these 4 to complete. They could do more than one if they wanted to, but they had to complete one of these 4 optional requirements. So found footage option number 1, conspiracy. Produce a mockumentary from the year 2030 using evidence retrieved from archive.org to tie famed architect and futurist Buckminster Fuller to the downfall of an ancient secret organization during a manufacturing crisis in 2020. Reveal the conspiracy, bring light to the lies. Sadly, no one did this one. Found footage option number 2, corded. Include at least 6 shots of people holding corded telephones in your project. Include at least 1 shot of a phone booth. Found footage option number 3, read all about it. Open and close your project on images of newspapers and show at least 1 clip of someone reading a newspaper. Remember though, this still needs to be a cyberpunk themed film, so be creative. No one did this one either. Found footage option number 4, damnation. Use at least 30 seconds of archival footage of religious cults in your project. Here are the submissions in the found footage category.
Cool, close your eyes now. You're about to be mind wiped, Men in Black style. Notice all these virus-themed entries. Oh, Jersey City. Why do I have a feeling a jump scare is about to happen? Of course in Oklahoma, of course.
But we knew it wasn't going to be fun.
I'm getting like high school media studies flashbacks here. Oh, so they also saw 2 Girls, 1 Cup. So this is 28 Days Later. They're basically ripping off 28 Days Later. Yeah, this is totally zombie from the... Okay, no offense to the New Jersey National Guard, but anytime Jack talks about, like, National Guard units across the United States, that's the image I'm gonna have in my head from now on. I'm sorry, they just ruined it for me. And I love how you can tell this is like the Eastern European police, so this is obviously not Columbus, Ohio. Because this is basically Eastern Europe all the time. Like, all the time. Like, thank you, Russia. F you, Russia. Well, country-wise, yes. Country-wise, no. Federally, yes. Alright, countdown till we're all mind wiped. So I'm gonna give you a hint. If you go to the Onion search engine known as Candle and drop a tab of acid and start typing on your keyboard, this is basically what the entire dark web looks like for about 3 hours. God, why do I feel like I'm gonna grow a third nipple after this? It kind of sounds like they're saying Cyberpunk in the background, which makes this extra hilarious. You know, it's weird because I have no history for seizures, so I'm not affected by flashing lights and stuff, but this is literally obnoxious, even for someone like me, who is obnoxious. Cool, the audience is now dead. Congratulations, Hope. This is how you kill an audience because you don't have Steve Rambram this year. Cyberspace is where you go. Is that like Rainbow Road, the road where you go?
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
It's where I go to go potty.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone. Cyberspace is where we go.
Watch, Jimmy. When you dial, you should make sure you bring your finger all the way
Yes,
around.
archival AT&T education footage.
The dial go all the way back by itself. Each number, all the way. Then let go.
If I had money, I would have probably entered something like this in.
Cyberspace is where we go. Cyberspace is where we go.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone. Cyberspace is where we go.
I should actually send out a test to see if we're going to be horribly demonetized by YouTube now.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone. Cyberspace is where
This is the best Meat Beat Manifesto album I have ever seen.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Men are working with communication satellites that orbit the Earth. These satellites can
God,
carry
remember when we only used to have like 5 satellites? Now we literally have like Saturn rings of just junk satellites that aren't doing anything.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go. Cyberspace is where we go when we talk.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace.
I feel like I'm watching a porno that's directed by RBCP from Phone Losers.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone. Cyberspace is where we go when we
Cyberspace is
talk
where
on
we
the
go
phone.
when we talk on the phone. Cyberspace.
Or like, this is what I imagine like what a
Man
Rocky
has always been
Firefly
able to
fever
solve his
dream looks
problems
like.
by inventing new things.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace.
Undersea cables being attacked by frickin' sharks with frickin' laser beams on their heads.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone. Cyberspace is where we
But man has always been able to solve his problems by inventing new things.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the
New
phone.
thing, singular.
Where we go when we talk on the phone.
Hello,
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
Cyberspace is where we go
when we talk on the phone. Cyberspace is where we go when we talk on the phone.
So I'm actually going to turn down the volume on this one to do a quick factoid. Did you guys know that originally they used male teenagers as operators back in the early 50s for the phone system? But like most male teenagers, all they did was just connect people to other countries they weren't supposed to and prank people all day. So they switched over to female teenagers because since there was rarely any jobs for women that weren't like cooking and getting a black eye, they took the job really seriously, and that's actually why female operators got really commonplace, was because of that. So literally because young men couldn't do their job, that opened up new opportunities for women, which basically sounds like InfoSec.
Baud Zero Signifier. The winner of the drama category is Cyber Boogie Shakedown. The winner of the experimental category is Basically Go Forth. And the winner in the found footage category is Cyberspace is Where You Go. The filmmakers of these projects have won gift certificates which will be provided by Cyberpunk Inc., which is organizing the festival. Off the Hook radio show co-host and visual artist Rob T. Firefly will be creating for them original digital artwork inspired by each of their films.
See, if we weren't broke, we could have won this.
Now advance to compete head-to-head for the grand prize, a $600 credit in the 2600 store, courtesy of 2600
Oh, I
magazine.
could buy calendars
The
forever.
grand prize winner will be announced this evening in the mainstream during what Hope usually calls the closing ceremonies.
That's
but
not
in
even a
virtual
joke. I
Hope
buy the Hope
2020, it's
calendars
being
all the
labeled
time when I'm
How
not
We
broke, and I
Did It
haven't bought one all
and How
year.
We Did
So
It portion of the program. So that's the last stream of
they're like $11,
the
I think.
last day of Hope. So tune in to find out who wins the grand prize and who wins most Cyberpunk. So during that, we'll also announce the winner of the secretive Most Cyberpunk Award and what they won. The rules for winning the Most Cyberpunk Award are not disclosed, nor are the Deus Ex mechanisms behind the selection. I can only say that it's not tied to the challenge categories, or perhaps even the main rules. Most Cyberpunk judging is an independent process. The winner of the Most Cyberpunk Award will receive a special secret prize furnished by R. Talsorian Games, creators and publishers of the Cyberpunk 2020 and Cyberpunk Red role-playing games, which are the inspiration for the upcoming Cyberpunk.
See, I think G.I.
2077
Jack
video
should win
game.
the Most Cyberpunk Award just
That's
by
tonight.
existing.
The grand prize and most Cyberpunk winners will be announced during the last Hope 2020 live stream. We're at Cyberpunk Fest on Twitter. Stick with us on cyberpunkfestival.com's mailing list and on the Discord server, as we are very likely going to do this again in a few months on a much grander scale.
Good. So we do have time to enter stuff, basically. I'm laughing because I just realized that between G.I. Jack... Actually, that's what we should do. Between G.I. Jack and Cerasil, we can literally make a cyberpunk version of Twins. Remember that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito? Like that, we should recreate Twins, but in cyberpunk. That's our idea. You can't steal it, because even if you try to copy it, we will do it better. So that was the film festival thing. I thought it was going to last an hour, but that's also what she said. But yeah, so it was cool to see those entries. I think, I can't remember the names of any of them, unfortunately, but I think the drama category should win. The production values had an actual story. It had things to say. It was both contemporary modern Cyberpunk AF and also just generic Cyberpunk AF. Although I am confused about all of them, that I wonder if this contest happened even like 2 or 4 years ago. Like, I definitely noticed that we're doing this whole 80s retro wave thing between the video game Cyberpunk 77 and music videos coming out and stuff. Like, I think even, like, 2 years ago, we were still doing, like, Matrix stuff with, like, shades and trench coats and things like that. So that's also why I'm interested that, let's say, this new Matrix sequel comes out and is successful. Will all of that stuff come back? Will the 80s thing be over and we're going to go back to the 90s Cyberpunk style again? I have no idea. But the drama category definitely should be the main winner. The Go Lang is a close second because, again, as much as, I mean, I don't hate Go, but I'm not, like, I don't use it all the time. But that was done in actual language and was also kind of trippy. Actually, no, that's third. Second place, just because of my bias, if I was a judge, is phones. Whatever the heck that trippy phone one was, where we looked into what, like, the PL, what, like, if we actually did a virtual party for Phone Losers of America, what that would look like on some big, on like Justin TV or something somewhere. That's number 2. So number 1's the drama category. Number 2 is phones because I'm in charge of the stream. And number 3 is whatever the hell that Go Lang Fever Dream on OS2 Warp is. Ooh, there seems to be a little bit of music here, so I'm going to close that. So, actually, the privacy thing's still going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this camera off. I'm going to put it to the main Hope stream now. We're going to watch the second to end half of Privacy, 100+ million children's families and young adults is unprotected. Also, Robin Geeler in the same room, Excite. and then we'll continue on. So I'm going to take the camera off, and I'll be back on at 1 to watch the tractor hacking and the rest of the programming. So enjoy this.
I want to talk to them about putting teeth back into FERPA. You know, if we've got a privacy law that doesn't have any penalties, I'm not thinking that situation is going to improve for us. Once we create the penalties, then we create the motive, then we create the funding mechanisms, then we create the solution.
Indeed, there was some discussion earlier in the channel about the point that the kids in school, there are still schools, and this seems like an antiquated point of view for a school, like maybe from my day as a student about 100 years ago. But there are still schools.
They're legit the most adorable couple out there, hands down. Sorry, Kurt Garrett, you're close
with reports of some vulnerability that they found. The reaction is to punish the child rather than celebrate them, thank them for, and maybe put them to work.
You know, one thing I would recommend is not just approaching the school, but also being cognizant of the vendor that they found the vulnerability in. Yeah, if it's the school's network, that, you know, approach the school. But if you're talking about a vulnerability with the student information system, contact the vendor. The vendor is going to be far more receptive to that, and maybe even contact the school back and say, by the way, you know, your student such and such pointed this out, and we're really grateful for it.
Another question came in from the audience. What types of anonymous suggestion paths have you seen that were effective to report problems to school higher-ups?
You know, it's as simple as the suggestion box. You know, something that gives somebody the ability to report anonymously and say, look, somebody needs to take a look at that lead in the water report. Somebody needs to take a look at, you know, the fact that the roof is caving in the back classrooms at, you know, high school X. Those are the kinds of things that people raise the alarm bells about over and over again, and they get silenced not because they're told, hey, be quiet. They get silenced because it's just not changing. The funding isn't there to resolve the problem. But, you know, like I mentioned, that's how problems become scandals. It's not that anybody set out to not solve it. It's because we just didn't think it could be solved. So getting the attention of an elected official, getting them on notice, hey, this is a problem, what are you going to do about it? At least it gets that decision made at an official level.
And you spoke a little bit about the consequences of a data breach, which you know, just seems to be sort of a slap on the wrist when you consider that if the personal info of a child in school is breached, that's something that the child will have to deal with throughout the rest of their entire life, probably. You know, things like misuse of info for credit fraud and so on. What do you think are the chances of maybe getting some actual consequences with teeth in there for schools that fail to provide the protection they should for the data?
You know, that's a really difficult one, because who is that person? Is it the InfoSec person or the network administrator who didn't have enough money to do the security work? Is it the highest person in the organization? Is it the superintendent that didn't allocate money? Is it a budget director that denied a request? I mean, there's a lot of places where this could go wrong. I think the biggest thing, rather than having it be job related consequence, is more of the, hey, we need to do something about this. This needs corrective action, and the better time to take corrective action is before the problem, not after. So how do we get to a point where we are reporting these problems to the officials, getting them in the public, because that's what the school board meetings are for, and making sure that those meetings are out there, that information is out there, and people are held accountable for addressing it.
So in looking at moving forward, someone asks, are there any model school districts in the US or abroad that are being used as a template? Is there anything that we could learn from them?
You know, there are many, and I hate to indicate that there's one that's doing things for a couple of reasons. One, I don't want to jinx it and cause them to have a breach, and two, you know, the other piece of that is they're models because they have followed this practice. They are models because the state has come in and said, you know what, you're going to do an audit every year, and you're going to report on that. And Massachusetts has gotten really good about that, but at the same time, there's been breaches in Massachusetts. So it depends on your metric. I think there needs to be a different metric than has there been a breach at this school, because breach is also your ability to detect something wrong. It's not just the fact that somebody didn't get breached that makes them good. It's the fact that they detected a breach and remediated it that is important.
And I think this will have to be our last question. We're running low on time, but a member of the audience asks, for schools and districts which still have issues even having internet connectivity and computer access for their students, are there resources for implementing good security practice in the baseline tech acquisition?
It depends on how that tech is acquired. If we're looking at something like a PTA fundraiser, probably not. If they're doing that through a bond or some other funding mechanism, then yeah, I would say that needs to be a part of that plan. As we acquire, 10,000 Chromebooks, as we acquire, 40 Chromebooks, how are we improving our security posture that is commensurate with the increase in technology footprint?
One last question for you. How are people who are interested find out more about your work, and how can they get in touch with you?
Email me at tpaaki@gmail.com. It's TPAAKKI. I'd be happy to send you my resources and the link to my dissertation that is out in my S3 bucket.
Excellent. Dr. Travis Paaki, thank you very much for joining us today at HOPE.
Thank you.
And we will just remind HOPE attendees that at 1500 hours this afternoon, EDT, you are invited to take the stage. You have up to 5 minutes and up to 5 slides to share your knowledge of interest to other HOPE attendees.
Go to the HOPE announcements channel on Matrix just before the start of the session. Again, that's 1500 EDT to get the meeting link and to give your talk. No pre-registration is needed.
Dr. Travis Paaki, thank you once again for joining us.
We appreciate you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to ground control.
Hello, Hope 2020. My name is Roberto Treviño Cervantes. I am 18 years old and I live in Mexico. Today I want to share with you a project I've been working on that's called Future. It is a standalone, open source, privacy respecting search engine that is self-hosted here at my house and is powered by deep learning algorithms that were also developed and trained here at my house by me. Below I will leave a link to the GitHub repository and also to the web page.
that was, I'm going to temporarily mute this. That was the end of the Privacy of a Million Children, Families, and Young Adults is Unprotected. I'm back. Let me turn the camera back on. Surprise! I'm going to drag this back over here. And yeah, this is going to be a lot better because I made the actual foods, which is what I was missing, because there's certain characters who are asleep right now that I have to inquire about getting more breakfasty foods. So as we recapped before, what's next is something I'm excited for. It's called Inside the Fight to the Right to Repair, How Tractor Hacking Was Legalized, which is back in April we actually did a whole farm and environmentally friendly themed meeting called Compile Farm, and in fact I'm looking to do a sequel to that in November because we had so much content we couldn't include them all. And one of the things, we had a bunch of videos that unfortunately didn't work because we were using a stream setup that was absolutely awful, including someone who didn't quite know what they were doing, to be honest. And and one of the videos was about the actual, like, how most tractors and farming equipment is now completely computerized. They're all IoT devices, and because of that, the copyright lockdown on these are ridiculous. Meaning, you know, even back in like in the 80s, you know, a tractor broke down, or you know, a piece of like milling equipment or haying equipment, and you could either take another machine, take its parts, put it on the other vehicle, go down to your local like AutoZone or a farm specialty store and get those. And there's basically, it's just like the way most cars are now, except that's also changing. But because of how digitized, it's not the digitization and the computerization that's the issue, it's the fact that these megacorps control all of these. They can't change the firmware on them, they can't change physical parts. They can only do so through those companies that sell them, and those companies charge ridiculous prices and are very lax with their stuff because they're the only venue to get any of these equipment from. So a bunch of farmers fought back, and ironically, because it dealt with general copyright, AT&T, Google, Microsoft, and everyone, and Apple and everyone else got involved, because if they could somehow if hackers could pwn copyright in tractors, they'd be able to do so in their minds to iPhones and, you know, Google services and Amazon Web Services, so they couldn't have none of that. So this is a talk about that. We're going to go into that in a second. And then we're going to look at the keynotes, the lightning talks. We'll check out the ZBay app thing, and about Hackerspaces in Mexico. And actually, between the tractor talk and the keynote, we're going to quickly go to the RF Village and see if there's anything broadcasting, something I'm going to ask our co-founder, who I'm very burpy today, G.I. Jack, about. So let's check out the the tractor hacking talk.
And we want to have it trustworthy. And trustworthy is not that it instills trust, but that it's actually worthy of instilling trust. So it's technically solid. And we want an internet for everyone. Secure and trustworthy are the words that are relevant to the cybersecurity special interest group. And an internet for everyone is, I would think, more of interest for the rural security interest group. Special interest group. The word security is on my mind a lot lately. So when I was thinking about these two topics, then the first thing that came up with cybersecurity is always, what does this mean? And for me, cybersecurity is broadly divisible in two parts. This is my own sort of way of thinking about it. To me, cyber is the combination of two things: the ability to digitize our physical world around us and perform computation on that digital information. That started way back when IBM started to digitize business information, ledgers of all sorts, and started to compute financial and bookkeeping type of things and automated that. That went to office automation, text sharing, and all those type of things. And now we digitize videos, we digitize all sorts of information to compute on it. And computation could be just algorithms. It can be artificial intelligence type of algorithms. It can be anything. That's one part of cyber. The other part of cyber to me is the internet, the network of networks that allow you to share the digitized information across the world. So you create a video, you shoot a video somewhere where you capture analog signal, you digitize that, and you can share it across the world. You can store it, you can process it anywhere else on the world, and that is what the internet allows you to do. For me, the internet is that platform of connectivity that provides you the ability to do computation, to build services, to do all these type of things in the cyber world. So when I talk about cybersecurity, there are two aspects. There's the cybersecurity of those digital transformations and calculations, and there's the cybersecurity of the internet. And as I work from the Internet Society, I will be mostly focusing on that second part. Now, when I was thinking about the rural special interest groups, so places, non-urbanized places where internet is broad, I was really thinking about what are the differences between cybersecurity elsewhere and cybersecurity in the rural place. What are the differences? And frankly, I found it very hard to come up with differences in cybersecurity approaches in rural areas and cybersecurity elsewhere. I think there is a little bit of a difference. I will get back to that at the last at my last slide, more as a thought, as a theory than as a bold statement. By the way, I don't think there are 10 differences in these two pictures, so stop counting. When we talk about cybersecurity in the Internet Society, mostly we approach that by a framework which we call collaborative security. And collaborative security is the idea that security is not a state, but a process. It is a frame of mind whereby it is important, and this is specifically important for the internet, that you're not the only actor. You're not only protecting your assets, you are protecting an asset that is globally shared and in which many parties have a responsibility and their own responsibility in managing the pieces that they are responsible for. Remember that the internet itself, the network of networks itself, is a network of 60,000 networks. And all those networks connect homes, connect villages, connect enterprises, connect things, and all those type of things need to be secured as well. This is where you sort of hop along between securing the internet itself, but also everything that connects to the internet. And there are a few principles that we keep in mind when we talk about global internet security, about collaborative security. First is the principle that you need to foster confidence and protect all the opportunities that the internet brings. The internet brings a lot of opportunities. We know there are problems with the internet, problems that are often in the news, breaches of trust, breaches of expectations, and we absolutely need to fix the problems that we see. But by doing so, we have to make sure that we don't break the fabric of the internet itself and the things that make the internet possible. The open nature of the internet, the ability to innovate, the ability to globally connect, all those things are bringing opportunities that you want to protect. And that protection is actually a collective responsibility. Everybody has to play its part. And when you do that, you have to take into account fundamental properties and values of a universal nature, like the Universal Treaty of Human Rights, but also the fundamental values and properties of the internet itself: permissionless innovation, openness, those type of things. When you create solutions, then create them by evolution and consensus. Revolution and imposing solutions is sort of the other extreme, and is not guaranteed to lead to success. It's better to do tests and reject what doesn't work, and have a form of consensus about what you deploy in the internet. And then finally, and this is an important one, think globally but act locally. Everybody can play their part in securing the internet, and you do that locally, but you have to take into account the global nature of the internet when you do so. That is both when you protect your own assets. There's a world of ill-intended people out there that are coming to get you, so to speak. But also, there might be somebody in your network or in your environment, or you might have coincidentally downloaded a virus or something, or a piece of malware that is exploiting somebody else on the internet. So think globally, but act locally. Take your responsibility. So that's the framework. And the way that this is implemented, this is just a graphic that I hope illustrates that. People often ask us, what are people actually doing to implement all these type of things? And if you look at all the organizations that take their responsibility and how consensus and coordination is established, then there are a lot of these groups. There are the CSIRT, the security incident response teams, in nations, in corporations, which collaborate and so on and so forth. There are law enforcements, there are ISP groups, there's a lot of different groups that all collaborate together to take their piece in the global picture of cybersecurity. And I'm not going to explain this picture because that would take me more than 15 minutes, and I only have 15 minutes left. What I wanted to do now is a little bit of an overview of the cybersecurity-related activities in our programs, in the activity program for 2020, and likely also for the programs for 2021. We're likely to continue these. And those are routing security, encryption, time security, and policies that favor a secure and trustworthy internet. Now, I'm not going to talk about these policies that favor a secure and trustworthy internet because they are probably a presentation by themselves. What I do want to talk about or touch upon a little bit are time, encryption, and routing security. And here I'm trying to think a little bit also on the rural perspectives on these type of things. Is there a rural component that makes these projects special? And frankly, I think the answer, and I'm going to spoil that a little bit, is going to be no. Let me start with time security. Time security is one of the projects, it's one of our smaller projects at the Internet Society, where we are interested in making sure that the network time protocol, the protocol that distributes time on the internet, becomes secure, and that security is also deployed. Why is this important? I won't spend much time on this, but it is important because every security transaction on the internet relies on time. Every single one of them. If your clock is off, you cannot validate signatures. If your clock is off, you might be heading to the wrong website that has an expired certificate. If your clock is off, DNSSEC won't work. If your clock is off, and I can continue and I can continue. Now, clocks are somewhat of an attack vector, and making sure you have correct time is therefore very important. There are two aspects to that. Maintaining a well-run clock is very important, but also making sure that the distribution mechanism of time itself, the network time protocol, cannot be spoofed, attacked, or whatever. And that's currently, frankly, that's currently possible. So our work in this area is in the very early stages around standardization and making sure that there are bringing together people who work on early implementations and seeing to it that there is progress made, hopefully towards more professional and over the counter type of products that will support time security. This is obviously important for everybody on the internet, except that the people who are involved with this now are specialists, are people that are interested in time distribution. And this is not, say, for your regular consumer. So I'm going to continue to the next part, and that's routing security. Routing security is already a little bit more important. Routing security is important because whenever you have traffic that transfers the internet, it's being routed from spot A to spot B. Here is a picture of the internet, a very sketchy picture of the internet, where every
That's
little
what my
cloud
brain looks
here
like.
represents a independently owned and operated network. And there, on the current internet, there are about 60,000 of them. And whenever these networks say, you can reach my customers here, they will say that to their neighbors will say that to their neighbors, and those will say that to their neighbors. So internet routing is actually a whispering game. And the security of a whispering game is abysmal. One of the ways that people try to secure this is by having the best practices that we know on how to operate this, making sure that those are at least implemented by all these participants. That's why we have the mutually agreed norms on routing security program. Now, I won't talk a lot about routing security because that will be the next speaker. But remember, routing is a whispering game, and whispering games are inherently insecure. Now, what does this mean for the rural people, so to speak, people who are not, at the center of the internet, so to speak? I think there are no special considerations. If I look at rural internet, it's most likely that you are connected to an edge network, and that edge network has their own responsibilities for routing, but you as a connectee do not have specific responsibilities there. It is your internet service provider that has. Third part, encryption. Encryption, I think, is important for everybody because encryption is a little bit more about the interaction between the digitized world and the internet itself. It is about getting information from A to B and making sure that it is done in a secure way, that the data is protected from change, but also that the data that is transferred is not readable by others. This is important in many daily interactions. This is important when you do your banking business. This is important when your kids are sharing location data because they want to walk home safely. This is important when your medical records are being stored. This is important when you vote. This encryption is important in all aspects of daily life. And again, I don't see many differences specifically with the importance of encryption between rural and urban communities. So this is also important for everybody else. At the Internet Society, we care a great deal about encryption because it's under attack, so to speak. There are agencies, law enforcement agencies that would want to disable encryption or make it much weaker. We don't agree with that. The Internet Society believes that encryption should be the norm for internet traffic and data storage, because that will make the internet a more secure place. It will make it more private for the individuals that do their business and do their daily lives. And it will allow us to communicate trustworthy. Encryption is a technology that is inherently trustworthy. You can rely on the functionality of that technology. Strong encryption ensures that law enforcement communication, civil authorities' ability to communicate with each other, and banking transactions are all protected. Legal and technical attempts to limit the use of encryption, even well-intentioned, will negatively impact the security and law-abiding citizens and the internet at large. This is the Internet Society's position on encryption. And this, I believe, again, is a topic, as I just said, that is relevant to all users of the internet. Which brings me to a question for the last 3 minutes of the presentation. I've been thinking a lot, what is the difference if it comes to security between rural and urban areas? What is the difference in cybersecurity? Well, I said a lot, but I've been thinking a little bit about that. I shouldn't exaggerate in that. I think that for rural communities, the issues are really with capacity. It's not only the ability to connect people, which we know in rural areas is sometimes much harder than in urban areas, in urbanized places. Obviously, the Internet Society is interested in making sure that people get connected. We have large programs around that, like building community networks and enabling the possibility to build these. But this is more capacity on the human front. Where do you find the specialists that can help you with protecting your internet, the internet in your school, or the internet for your business? If you're a small business, a small farming business, for instance, and you want to make sure that the price of crops get to you, and you can communicate in a safe way what your business secrets are, or what your yield, for instance, to make sure that your business runs well. And those specialized functions are often easier to get in urban areas. That's where the people who do cybersecurity have their offices. Probably not that easy in the rural areas. That's a thesis. I do not know if that is true, but I would like to I'd like to test that with the group. It's clear that access is critical to the rural economy. That's at least clear to me. Anywhere where the internet comes, you have more information about prices, you have more information about the rest of the economy. And ICTs can play a role in that. and having global connectivity can help in that aspect as well. And so my question would be, what can the internet, how does a connectivity help you to get to the ICT capacities that are needed to secure your networks and help secure your environment? I think that is a slightly different set of considerations than for non-rural environments. But again, that's a thought, and I would like to hear your thoughts on that. And with that, I think I'm done. If you have any questions, you can reach me at the email address on this slide.
That was short.
And I also have a Twitter
Is
account.
just going to be short this entire time? Holy crap.
That might also be a way to reach me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, depending on where you are. So I'm going to talk about more details. Olaf already gave a nice brief introduction to routing and some key routing security issues. I'm going to delve deeper into that. The routing security, as Olaf already mentioned, is something that that will be taken care of by the edge networks, the transit providers of the edge networks, and then up the hierarchy. So let me share my screen. One moment. Can everyone see my slides?
Yep.
Yes, we are able to see your slides. Great. So today I'm going to talk about practical solutions for internet routing, security, and DDoS mitigation.
Programming tutorial right now, if you get that, Jeff.
The focus of the talk will be border gateway protocol, or BGP routers, prefix, and the vulnerabilities there include prefix hijacks, misrouting, route leaks. We'll also briefly talk about distributed denial of service, which is done by flooding servers with IP packets, and these IP packets often have spoofed IP addresses. And also in that process, open internet servers such as the DNS are used, they are exploited to amplify the DDoS attacks. And we'll look at some standards-based security solutions. So there has been a lot of good effort that has been devoted towards BGP security and best common practice guidance. I mentioned here a NIST document and also the manners, mutually agreed norms for routing security that Olaf has already mentioned briefly. Of course, I have not shown IETF here and several other organizations, but many organizations around the world in the public sector, in the private sector, are very actively working on routing security. And we ourselves, several of us at NIST, myself, my colleagues, have been very actively participating in the IETF. And the NIST Special Publication 800-189 document that I'm showing on the left side, it covers the topic of BGP security and DDoS mitigation. It provides security technologies for these two areas, gives a nice overview of those overview of those technologies, and also provides security recommendations. And Manners' effort is very complementary to the NIST guidance. Manners includes several implementation guidance documents, and those are highly complementary to the SP 800-189 document. The 800.189 document contains two main topics, as I said, control plane or BGP security. And also it covers DDoS mitigation, reflection amplification, vulnerabilities and solutions and recommendations for those. And as you can see, we cover a variety of topics under subtopics under each of these, starting from registration of route objects in the Internet Routing Registries, certification of resources in the RPKI or Resource Public Key Infrastructure, BGP origin validation, and so on. There is also route leaks, which I will talk about briefly later. And on the right-hand side for DDoS, source address validation is key. And there were some constraints, some limitations of BCP 38, BCP 84, because of which source address validation did not get adopted widely. Many networks do it, but we would like to see much broader adoption of those in order to mitigate DDoS attacks. So we also provide solutions that are available in standards, including some new standards, which I'll talk about later, that mitigate DDoS attacks with source address validation. And we also provide information about, in the document, we also discuss employing traffic filtering at open internet servers at the TCP and having monitoring of TCP UDP ports. And we talk about BGP's flow spec as well as RTBH, remotely triggered black hole filtering. So jump in quickly about the vulnerabilities associated with interdomain routing. Excuse me. So if you look at this picture on the left-hand side, there is a legitimate announcement 192.0.2.0/24, and the same prefix is hijacked and announced on the right-hand side from AS64510. And that is a hijack. And what happens is that in the absence of routing security, in the absence of BGP security, this attack, the BGP attack update will propagate across half of the globe, half of the internet, and users will be misdirected to the attacker. So the result of these attacks is denial of service, misrouting of traffic, and resulting possibility of eavesdropping on the information and unauthorized routing. There have been many threats that have made headlines in the newspapers and trade magazines. These threats or the motivations behind those attacks could be financial, or they could be, for example, there could be other motivations. And in the case of Iran route leaks or BGP attack, the motivation was censorship in the country. I want to show this slide, an example, a real attack that happened in 2018, and it illustrates to you the vulnerability in some more depth, and then you'll be able to appreciate why the security solutions are so important.
All I see is cryptocurrency users in that.
So, on the left side, we have the Amazon authoritative DNS.
Like
and on the upper right-hand side, an imposter Amazon DNS is operating, and it is using a compromised router in the Columbus, Ohio location. And in this attack, the attackers made a use of BGP hijacking as well as like an imposter DNS hijacking. So the imposter, what happens is that the imposter Amazon DNS is essentially operable because the hijack propagated across the internet. And hijack is a more specific prefix. It propagates everywhere in the internet, unless there is routing security. The users are reaching the imposter DNS as a result, and then that DNS misdirects the users to imposter myethernetwallet.com server in Russia. And the unsuspecting users will put in their credentials there, and the imposter or the attacker is then able to go to myethernetwallet.com on the upper left side and be able to accomplish the stealing of the cryptocurrency. So you can see the vulnerability of BGP are enormous, and there are global implications of it. So there is work in the IETF that has happened over the last 10 years or so that covers BGP origin validation. It covers BGP path validation or BGP set. It covers BGP route leaks, amongst other topics. And today we are going to look at in a more detailed way about BGP origin validation, and also we look at route leaks briefly. So there is the whole RPKI infrastructure. This shows the hierarchy of the internet resource allocations. It starts off at the top with IANA and the 5 different RIRs in yellow. And these RIRs allocate resources to ISPs and to enterprises. The dotted line is simply IANA allocation, but the solid arrows correspond to the resource certification hierarchy. So ARIN, RIPE, those are the 5 trust anchors, and they allocate resources to ISPs, enterprises, and ISPs in turn can allocate resources to their subordinate ISPs as well as customers. So these are resource certificates. This is a hierarchy of resource certification in the next slide. So once the customer, for example, or an enterprise has a certificate for their resources, the prefix, the AS number, they are able to then create a route origin authorization. And with a resource certificate corresponding to their prefix, they can sign the ROA. The ROA contains multiple prefixes potentially that the customer wishes to originate, and they can specify the AS number from which they originate. They also specify max length, meaning that the BGP announcement, the prefix should not exceed the max length. So the ROA essentially is something that the routers in the internet, the border gateway protocol routers would make use of the ROAs to implement routing security. This is again about how this whole infrastructure works that I will describe briefly in the next few slides. We have this RIR hosted RPKI infrastructure on the left, and the user or enterprise on the right, a point of contact for the enterprise. They have resources, prefixes, AS numbers, and they connect to the RIR through a hosted service portal. And they are able to authenticate themselves, and then they are allocated resource certificates, private key, public key, which are hosted within the RIR. And the user is then able to use the resource certificate, the private key, to sign their ROA and put it in the repository. Now, on the next slide, once again, the hosted RPKI infrastructure here. Once the user's ROAs and the resource certificates are created, they are stored in the RPKI publication point. From there, the relying party of RPKI will download the RPKI information, such as the resource certificates, which include the public key that is needed, as well as the ROAs. And once this information is saved in RPKI caches, from there it can be utilized within the autonomous system of the enterprise or the ISP to make their BGP routers secure. So from the RIR repositories, the RPKI is downloaded into RPKI caches, and from the RPKI caches, the ROAs are processed, and the X.509 authentication is performed, validation is performed, and then what is called a VRP, validated ROA payload. Those are created, and the validated ROA payload is then fed into the routers, either through the RPKI router protocol or a network management system. Now the routers are ready with a whitelist of what prefix origins are valid and what would be invalid. And based on that, they can perform their routing security or origin validation. And this is an additional detail which talks about delegated the RPKI. I will skip over that in the interest of time. The resource certification status is that all 5 RIRs have production RPKI services. Then BGP routing, BGP origin validation details. So once you have the enterprise AS or the ISP autonomous system, you have the border gateway routers, the BGP routers performing origin validation on the left and the right in the figure. The validation is performed on internal BGP announcements in iBGP, as well as external BGP announcements that come in over eBGP. And these announcements, the prefix origin pair from these announcements is compared against the VRP. And the VRP with results, it gives you 3 different outcomes: not found, valid, or invalid. Not found means that the resource owner, the prefix owner, has not registered a ROA, and therefore we cannot tell whether this is actually valid or not valid. When the resource owner has registered a ROA, then the prefix origin in the update or the VRP and the VRP are compared. And if there is a VRP that matches the route prefix, it would be valid. And if at least one VRP covers the route prefix, but no VRP matches the announcement or the route prefix, then it is declared invalid. So there are 3 states. Then based on that, you can have local policy decisions, whether to drop the invalid updates or prefer depref the invalid updates, etc. But one has to be careful about choosing which policy, because not all of them provide the effective solution that is tailored to your need. You may just choose to monitor, or you may choose to drop the invalids. One has to carefully think about that and factor it into their policy. Then there are, this slide covers the BGP operational status. It gives you a number of references to look up regarding core specifications in the IETF, commercial implementations of products, services, production services, pilot and operational deployments, RPKI. Then on the right-hand side, there is additional information about workshops, documentations that are quite relevant. We now delve into measurements related to the origin validation. Here we talk about source certification measurement, resource certification measurement. In other words, like you have the RPKI infrastructure, the internet service providers, the enterprises, have created their ROAs. What we are doing, we have a monitor at NIST, and what we do every day is look at download the data from the RIR resource registries and so on, and we take the RPKI data from there, the ROAs. And looking at those ROAs, we also look at the BGP announcements from route views and RIPRIS, and we match the 2 against each other. So we determine what announcements in the route views, seen in the route views or RIPRIS would be valid, invalid, or not found, and we report on the statistics. On the left, you see that 20% of the prefixes in the internet globally today would be valid, and that number should grow substantially over the next few years because of the substantial efforts that are taking place across the networking community. On the right-hand side, the focus is on RIPE only. And here we are not looking at the prefixes, but instead the address space in /24 units. Here we see that the valid is a nice 47% figure. And this is not as good for other RIRs. RIPE is ahead of the other RIRs. The next slide it shows you who are the early adopters. So we look at autonomous systems, the prefixes from them, whether they are valid or invalid. And this reports a ranking of the ASS in terms of the validation, the maximum number of maximum amount of address space that would be valid for any given AS. And this is the ranking of top 25 ASs. We do a pretty detailed analysis delving into the current invalid routes. First, we identify what is the cause of the invalid. Is the AS number is incorrect, or if the max length is exceeded? Then we delve even deeper. We ask the question, if I have an invalid route and if I drop it, where will this traffic go? Instead of the invalid route, the traffic will go to another valid route potentially, or maybe another not found route. And those routes may be the same prefix or they may be less specific. In either case, the traffic is going to a legitimate prefix, potentially a legitimate prefix. Then we delve even deeper and we ask, is it going to the same origin AS or a different origin AS? Does it have the same AS path to the originating AS or a different one? So those questions are also answered. So we have a monitor that is currently existing, and then we have a new monitor which we call Monitor 2.0 that is not online yet, but that provides these kinds of additional detailed information. And also it provides detailed information about day-to-day changes in the RPKIs, in the ROAS, etc. So there are efforts that monitor the adoption of RPKI, and this provides this website, rpki.net, shows you which ASs are currently doing validation. So there are about 117 ASs that I looked up a couple of days back, and of those, most are using ROV at the Amsterdam Internet Exchange route server. Then there are BGP implementations. In the interest of time, I'll just point you to the references here. Both RPKI infrastructure-related implementations on the left and the router implementations on the right. Please follow the links and you can get a number of details. Again, on this slide, in the interest of time, I'll be quick. There are innovative tools and techniques that are being made available by Amsterdam Internet Exchange. Once again, their implementations. Cloudflare is also very actively involved in propagating, promoting, and increasing the adoption of RPKI in multiple ways. There are a number of efforts in the IETF. I'll not go into the details that are listed on the right-hand side. Let me talk next few minutes about route leaks and DDoS mitigation, and then we'll conclude and go to Q&A. Route leaks. So this is also a very significant issue in the internet with BGP. Thousands and thousands of route leaks happen every day. Some of them make it to the newspapers, but many of them don't, because when the route leak is still carrying the traffic to the appropriate or legitimate destination, then people don't notice them. But many route leaks happen that people do notice, and they cause major disruptions. What is a route leak? If you look at the AS1 on the left, it is an internet service provider, transit provider. It is sending a prefix to the customer. The customer should send it only downward to their customer, but not up towards another transit provider. So that would be, so internet routes are supposed to be valley free. But in this case, you'd see that it is not valley free. The customer is propagating it back up to another transit provider. That's a route leak. The transit provider ISP2 does not detect, and they propagate it further, which makes things really bad. So these things happen every so often and cause major disruption. In principle, when your BGP router in your network as an enterprise or ISP receives a prefix, it should propagate it to, when it receives the update from a transit provider or a peer, it should propagate that update to customers only, but not to another peer or transit provider. And that basic principle is violated in route leaks. There are several efforts in the IETF which are listed here. I'm involved in those. So there is a RFC on definition, and there are also drafts that cover route leaks solutions. So without going into too much detail, let me just briefly describe what a route leak solution looks like in this slide. Essentially, DO means a down-only indication. It could be an attribute, or it could be a community in the BGP update. The customer sends their prefix upward from AS15 to AS5. AS5 is sending it to a lateral peer. It says down only, and it says I'm AS number 5. I put in down only. From this point onwards, it should go only down. But down the stream, if AS6 leaks it to AS2 with the down only indicator attribute or community, in the BGP update, AS2 is able to detect it's a route leak, and then they can stop it. Very quickly, next 1 minute, and then 1 or 2 minutes, and then I'll talk about DDoS, IP spoofing and reflection amplification. And that will be the last topic for today, for my talk. The DDoS attack happens when many botnets, laptops, desktops, tablets are compromised on the lower left, and they become botnet sources. And they can be used to generate DDoS traffic towards a victim on the upper right-hand side. But along the path, these messages could be directed with a spoofed IP address. They can be directed to an open reflector such as DNS, and then that responses from the DNS or the open internet server would be directed to the victim, and the victim will get amplified a huge volume of attack traffic. And it can also be, this attack can also be performed from the cloud upper left-hand side. So the solution is source address validation and unicast reverse path filtering, which have been around for a long time, but the adoption is not great. And that is because of some practical limitations. And without going into details here, the practical limitation, basically what you are doing is that if you have a peer, BGP peer, and you get BGP updates from them, then when you get a data packet, you look at the source address and you say that, did I get a prefix update, BGP update from this peer, this neighbor, which contains this source address? If not, you drop the packet. So that is strict URPF. And there is loose URPF where you say, okay, not just this neighbor, but do I have a route in my routing database, which covers the source address in this data packet? If there is such a prefix which covers the source address, that would be loose URPF. And feasible path cares about, so strict cares about directionality a lot. Loose does not care about directionality, but feasible path is the middle ground. And what we have done is we have advanced the feasible path URPF, and we have something called enhanced feasible path URPF. It's an RFC 8704, where it is described. So just in one last slide, I would like to share with you what the enhanced feasible path algorithm does for you, URPF does for you. Let me go to the picture. So essentially at AS4, you are doing source address validation and you want to minimize the false alarm, the false dropping of legitimate data packets. That has been the main concern with the URPF and source address validation. And this enhanced feasible path improves the URPF a great deal in terms of minimizing the false alarms and at the same time being able to drop invalid data packets that have spoofed IP addresses. The key principle here is that the AS4, the border routers in the AS4, they look at what are the updates I'm getting, which have AS1 in common, for example, and it is getting 3 prefixes, P1, P2, P3 from 3 different directions, from customers, from peer. And it says, okay, I have P1, P2, P3, which all originate from the same AS1. So I'm happy to give the benefit of doubt. These data packets can now come with address in any of these prefixes from any of those 3 interfaces. So that way it adds flexibility, it compromises directionality a little bit, but it gets pretty more accurate in terms of reducing the false alarms. So that's the key concept. So with that, let me point you to a NIST project website. And now I'm open to, thank you very much.
So yeah, that was, I don't even know how to describe that because I felt like we got a giant bait and switch right there. That was kind of terrible. Yeah, because all it listed was Kyle Wines, and I guess they thought the talk would actually fill up the entire time, but it didn't. Because that talk was really short. It was like 20 minutes long. And so all of a sudden, this like nullcon talk came out of nowhere. And, you know, it was interesting thing about routers, but like, you know, not to sound like an a-hole, but I'm here for tractors. I'm here to, which I felt like I didn't get. What was the description here? It was that, yeah, an update on the pending legislation, and I thought we were going to maybe see some like more interviews with like farmers or more explanation of like the equipment and, you know, what people are doing to bypass in addition to all the stuff that he said. And what he said was good, but like I just, you know, I guess every hope has to have that one sad, disappointing talk, and that was it. Not just Kyle's talk of how short it was and half full information, but then they bait and switch on this router talk, like black hat talk from India that came out of nowhere. And again, it's not anything against that presenter, although I did have issues where it was literally dry with no lube. There was way too many, it went way too technical for its own good to the point where I think even people who like this stuff technically would have fallen asleep by it. And he had just way too many, too much information on the screen. He had way too much text. All the images were just like sketch drawings. It's very dry, very Bell Labs manual instruction guide. So yeah, I guess that's officially so far, at least on the stream, like the worst talk that we've had so far. And it's a couple of minutes until we get to finally our keynote. So hopefully that stuff was so disappointing. Hopefully what we're going to see with Cindy here, who's let's give me a background on this. So let's go over to, first of all, we write these. We've been writing these guides for all the stuff going Hacker Summer Camp, and in about a day or two, the DEFCON Safe Mode one will go up because it's a lot of information. But we started off with Hope 2020. If you go to DEFCON 201 and click on News, you'll see all the guides here. And at Hope, we basically took all the information from the website and piled them all into one thing. And every convention that we cover has a list of like the schedule, what platforms they're using, the website, the different live streams, the different ways to internet chat, the accessibility, meaning whether it's paid or free, especially if it's paid, like what stuff is locked behind the paywall and what isn't, if there's tickets, where to get tickets or to sign up, and then the code of conducts for each venue. And as we announced, we're covering, I'm Joe Side Pocket, I'm one of the 2 co-founders of DEFCON 201. We're computer hacker group that meets in New Jersey in Jersey City every third Friday of the month, and we've been streaming those meetings as well as doing shows, including my upcoming show, Master of Unlocking, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I'm going to teach people lockpicking and locksporing. That's going to be a special Hope edition, so check that out. If you want to know more, you can find out at defcon21.org, and if you click on the news section of that website, that will bring you to our Medium blog with these guides. And what we've been doing is checking out Hope every day by using an excuse to check out the different keynotes, and because this is the last day, we're on the last keynote here, and that is this lovely person, Cindy Cohn. I hope I pronounced her last name right. If I didn't, I apologize. She's an American civil liberties attorney specializing in internet law. She's been working, she's the executive director of the Electronic Frontier Foundation for like 8 billion years, and she also serves on the board of directors of the Tor Project. So let's check on that keynote, because it should be starting now. So let's watch it together while I download some stuff for Animal Crossing, and I hope you enjoy. Come on. There we go.
One of the top 50 women in technology. I can think of no one better placed to take stock of these legal battles, present lessons learned, and offer the Hope community advice and wisdom about why these battles are so important and why we all have to fight to make sure that technology supports and does not undermine freedom and justice. Take it away, Cindy Cohn.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hope community. I feel like I'm home here. You're our people. We're your people at EFF. We have been proud to stand with you and work together and have you, and really very grateful for your support of us over, as many years as I've been involved with EFF. In fact, my very first client when I joined EFF in the grand old 2000s was Emmanuel Goldstein in the 2600 case. So the founder of and still guiding force for a lot of what's going on with Hope. So thank you so much for having me, and thank you community for the support. EFFers have been all over this conference, and that's great. And I know you've also been raising money, so we can continue to pay them to do the work of defending hackers. And so I really, really want to say thanks from the bottom of my heart. Here we are in a very different timeline than the one that we had expected to be in. So I want to honor that, but I also think there's opportunities here as well for us. And I want to today hopefully encourage you and maybe even inspire you to help us build a better technical future together, because I think we can do it. There's no better time than when the stakes are high to stand up for what you believe in and make a better world. Arguably the digital rights movement started with the founding of the Electronic Frontier Foundation 30 years ago this summer. So I wanted to take this moment to take stock of what we've accomplished, the ongoing fights, and then where we are. We're here in the midst of a global pandemic, gigantic reckoning of racism in our societies, a reckoning around inequality, worry about the very fate of our planet. And we're not just worried reactively. We've got forces actively trying to grow and recruit towards a fascist future, towards an authoritarian future. Human rights abuses are being defended and celebrated rather than fought around the world. This is a dire time, and we need to rise to meet it. So I want to talk about where we've been. I want to crow a little bit about our accomplishments, because we are 30 years old this summer. But then I really want to shift the focus to where we need to go together and hopefully spur some ideas for you guys to take and build forward. So let's start 30 years ago. EFF was founded on July 10th, 1990. At that time, it was revolutionary to imagine that ordinary people sitting in their homes could possess the ability to talk to anyone around the world instantly and for free, largely for free, to create connections, build communities, and build movements across distance, much less access all the world's information. But those on the internet at that time were small, I would say weird, but largely wealthy or middle-class people who looked a lot alike. It was just a sliver of society. And for most of them, the internet wasn't yet vital to their work or to their lives. But even then, we saw the glimmers of the possibilities. The early internet was an extraordinary place, burgeoning with possibilities, especially of throwing off old stale powers or people who didn't fit into society's molds, especially in remote places, having a place where they could find others and explore. It's a place where there was no scarcity of ideas. Ideas and opinions and knowledge could be shared freely and copied and built upon by folks above, far way better than going to an old musty library to learn things. Not that there's anything wrong with libraries or musty libraries.
I was about to say, I like all
clear.
those libraries.
And it was a place where
Smell
you
like
could be free from your offline
loses my
identity a little bit. You know, the famous New Yorker column cartoon that says, on the internet, no one knows you're a dog. The prospect that your ideas would lead and who you were would follow, maybe or not at all, was very much alive in the 1990s internet. You know, John Perry Barlow, one of the founders of EFF, called the internet the new home of the mind. But as my friend Cory Doctorow has noted, you don't found an Electronic Frontier Foundation, and you don't call your conference Hope, honestly, if you think everything is going to be magically great. Censorship, corporate and government surveillance, and efforts to lock down and control innovation and innovators were all present from the beginning. So let's look a little bit at the early fights from that EFF got itself involved in. Because EFF wasn't founded on a naive belief that the coming change would create a digital utopia. EFF took root because even in those early days, it was clear that the power of these new digital tools could be used to hurt people as well as to heal them. Now, in those early days, the very first threats came from a government that absolutely did not understand what was happening and overreacted rather than showing up with curiosity and questions. So that's why EFF was founded upon the hacker crackdown. Now, that story has been well told, and if you want to know all the details, you can look no further than the amazing work of Bruce Sterling in capturing the early days and the impetus for the EFF. John Perry Barlow's done a version as well. It's easy to find them. So whether you're looking at Operation Sun Devil, the seizure for Steve Jackson Games, the early internet fights started with the Fourth Amendment and the limit of search and seizures on computers. It started with police overreactions to the shift of power away from the old guard and towards a newer, less organized, more chaotic set of players. Sound familiar? And even as those fights, we sought to restrict police overreactions, playing defense and working to make sure that the new online environment contained the kind of constitutional grounding that the offline world was supposed to do. The fights were hard, and we got some early victories. In the Steve Jackson Games case, we got the search and seizure of Steve Jackson Games, which nearly crippled that small company, declared improper, and we got remedies. The second fight, though, was not just to restrict what government should do, but to empower the users. And that fight, and it's still ongoing, is the fight to free and defend encryption. We needed to make sure that we not only put limits on what the government could do, but that we empowered you, the users, to protect yourself against not just governments, but private actors that would seek to invade your privacy. So the first thing we had to do with that fight, and that was one where I was first involved with the EFF, it ended up being a 4-part fight. The first thing we had to do was we had to convince the court that code was speech. The second, we had to convince the court that the internet is a place where speech happens, where people share ideas, including scientific ideas like the ongoing development of cryptography. And third, ultimately the easy part, once we'd gotten the first two done, was to convince the court that the government's export regulations of encryption, which affected us domestically as well as internationally, violated the First Amendment's restriction on prior restraints of speech. So we did that. Between the litigations, multiple cases, fights in Congress, ultimately political and corporate pressure led the government to give up on the export restrictions on encryption. It was a full court press. It wasn't just the courts. It wasn't just the legislature. It wasn't just the community and the conversation. And it wasn't just the corporate pressure. All of them together created the first tremendous victory for encryption. We thought that was a victory, that it was going to end the war, but really it marked a new phase in the battle, as we came to learn later, and we'll get to. And then sometime in the late 1990s, the threat of overreaching intellectual property laws came into focus, and the passage of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act in 1998 made that clear. Now, the DMCA has some good parts and bad parts. The good parts are the safe harbors and protections for people who host other people's speech from copyright claims, but it also has some big bads. And the biggest bad is Section 1201 of the DMCA, which is a para-copyright regime. What that means is if you protect a copyrighted work with a digital lock, breaking that lock or telling someone how to break that lock is itself illegal, even if the person has the right to the underlying copyright work. Now, this is where EFF and Hope and 2600 Magazine came together when 2600 Magazine and Manny Goldstein were sued for publishing information about how one might break the lock on DVDs. It had been developed by a Linux enthusiast in Europe. I can go on forever about this, but I've only got an hour, so I'm going to give you the highlights. All of this is easily to find if you use your friendly neighborhood search engine, hopefully one that doesn't track you, to find the information. The case is called the 2600 case. So EFF came to defend 2600 Magazine and Emmanuel Goldstein in the very first set of cases brought under Section 1201 of the DMCA. Now, we didn't win that case. But we cemented the idea that code is speech. And just as the government did not give up on encryption, we did not give up on Section 1201. And we're still fighting that today. So those are the three big cases that started the Electronic Frontier Foundation and our work together as a movement. And 30 years later, we have a long track record of standing together and beating back bad ideas and uplifting good ones. So forgive me, but on our 30th anniversary, I want to crow a little bit about all the work that we've done together, because sometimes we get so involved in the current fights that we forget what we've won, and we forget how things might have gone if we weren't there to hold back the tide or change the tide. And I want to say this really clearly. I am very proud of the work that I have done and that EFF has done in standing with this community, but we did this together. We built a movement. We stood up against bullies, from the NSA to the local police, from the MPAA and the RIAA to patent and copyright trolls, from Barney the dinosaur, who was a copyright troll, to
Barney the dinosaur was a copyright troll,
and take down abusers all across the internet and all across the world. And we've stood up together. We've stood up together for bloggers, for coders, for people who type in white or in green on Black backgrounds, people who need anonymity to speak truth to power, or even just to complain about a product that sucks. We've stood up for your right to speak your mind and your right to have a private conversation. We helped establish the test for the First Amendment right to anonymous speech that both makes sure that lawsuits can't be used to unmask critics, but also can be available when there is a real cause of action and real harm. We help secure Fourth Amendment protection for your emails when they're hosted by other people. We established, as I mentioned, that code is speech, which has set the floor for regulating code much higher than it would have been otherwise, and beat back lots of bad ideas. We've stopped patent trolls, stupid patents. We've defended creators. We've developed tools for people to protect themselves. We've built guides, and we've trained trainers, a whole community of people who train people in how to protect themselves against surveillance, and so that they can engage in protest has grown up out of this work together. We've built tools to make browsing safer and more secure. We've supported and protected security researchers, tinkerers, and coders alike who give us better tools and better secure the tools we all rely on. We've shamed and sued and pushed companies to stand with their users instead of spying on them, censoring them, and mistreating them. Looking at you right now, Ring. We've investigated and exposed and worked to undermine the ugly underbelly of the surveillance business model. We've stood up for your rights to your culture, to create, make fun of, engage with your culture without going on bended knee to content creators to ask for permission. We forced governments to provide information about its spying capabilities, both locally and nationally and internationally. We've stood before lawmakers together to ensure that everyone has access to real broadband and network neutrality. And we've stood before judges time and time again to challenge US government overreach and increasingly government overreach around the world. And we have stopped cold so many bad ideas and in the courts and legislatures and even sometimes in the boardrooms and public conversations that honestly, we lost count. So today, we have lots to celebrate and we should take a moment to celebrate it because of course we're in very dark waters right now. But if you don't know where you've come from, it's hard to envision where you're going to go. So the internet is everywhere now. Many, many more people rely on it every day. And the pandemic has made it very clear how vital it is to so many people. And those people are far more diverse than they were when the small sliver of people enjoyed the internet in the 1990s and began exploring this new home of the mind. So where are we with our central fights? Well, as I mentioned before, our central fights remain. When you take on giant dragons, this is my friend Sigmund, when you take on giant dragons, they don't just go away. It doesn't all end in the arc of a television show or a movie where you get to happily ever after. When you have a movement, you need to keep using it. So in the Fourth Amendment, we've had huge wins, as I mentioned, around email privacy, around location privacy at the US Supreme Court. The third-party doctrine, the idea that when you give your data to somebody else, you lose all of your Fourth Amendment rights in it, it's going down. It's going down piece by piece, but it's going down. We are winning that fight, and I think we're going to win it in the next couple of years for good. We started with the Secret Service, but now it's government at all levels where we need to continue to work to fight back the overbroad seizure and to fight to get information about what the governments are doing, whether that's AT&T's work with the NSA or Ring's work with local law enforcement. The idea of corporate government partnerships to spy on us and create us the enemy is one of our big fights today, and it's one of the earliest fights that EFF started on. We still see police searching and seizing way too much. And we've also seen that the police access to sophisticated surveillance technologies is increasing, whether that's facial recognition technologies, the misuse of machine learning tools, not AI. I'm sorry, I'm old school like this. Hackers are still people who hack on things, and AI is not machine learning. ALPRs, automated license plate readers, cameras everywhere. The police ability to spy on us has gone up at the same time that our ability to hold them accountability has been racing to try to keep up. It's an ongoing battle, and it's not one that's going to end soon. Encryption, as I mentioned, while we've had some tremendous victories and we're all still using encryption, including over the very platforms we're using right now and to access the internet, we see a new bogeyman come up every few years for law enforcement to say that why we can't have strong encryption or unbreakable encryption or actual real security anymore. For a few years, it was terrorism. Right now, it's child sexual abuse material or CSAM. But watch for it to change as government thinks that the next thing is going to do. The answer is we're all more secure if we have real security. And there are other ways to solve the problems that the government keeps throwing up as being a problem of encryption. So one of my big calls to action for you, and I'm sure you've heard it from my EFF colleagues over this week, is that we need to stop the Earn It bill and all of its variants. I would say during EFF's 30th anniversary, I said we need to kill the Earn It bill and all of its children. But apparently that's a little too Game of Thrones for some folks. We need to stop this bill and we need to continue to watch for it. If we want to stand up for encryption, we have to stand up for encryption all the time. The Computer Fraud and Abuse Act is still overbroad. It took our friend, Aaron Swartz. But right now, there's a Supreme Court case called Van Buren where we have a chance to scale it back significantly. It won't take us all the way, but we can scale it back significantly. Getting the Supreme Court to take a look at the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act took a tremendous effort over many, many years. We, fingers crossed, we're going to get a better result out of this case than we've had before. But it can go both ways, and we need to stand up for computer crime law that understands how computer security works, that understands how networks work, that understands that when you're on the internet, you're on other people's computers a lot, And that can't be de facto illegal. We have to set the rules that are consistent with our needs for information and our needs for connectivity. And we need to continue to empower you to build your own world and access all the world's information without going on bended knees to information or other cartels. That's why we launched our the Matthew Green's case, the Section 1201 case, where we're still trying to fight back against this para-copyright regime. We won an initial ruling. The courts are being very slow, and I think they're being very slow because we're right. And they don't want to, and going against the status quo is very hard. But I think we are going to win that case. And over many years, with the drip, drip, drip of support of this movement, we've managed to get the Copyright Office to create exceptions to Section 1201 that have freed up a lot of what people need to do. Now, we can only free up so much with the Copyright Office process. The Copyright Office process only lets us free up circumventions. It doesn't let us free up the tools that people need to do circumvention. So while we're going to continue the drip, drip, drip at the Copyright Office, we need to work on wholesale reform of Section 1201. And another case I want to highlight where we're talking about empowering you to get access to your own world and to access all the world's information, we need to keep our eye on the new case against the Internet Archive for the crime of making books available to children during the pandemic. That's right. In the middle of a pandemic, the Internet Archive was sued for making information available to kids who are stuck at home. And people who are stuck at home and can't go to real libraries right now. This is a case that should not have been brought and needs to be squelched. And we need as a community to stand up for the right of public interest internet and the right to the universal access to all knowledge. That doesn't mean we don't pay creators, but it means we need to fight the cartels who are trying to hold us in lockstep and keep us on bended knee, asking for permission to access our own knowledge and our own culture. So that's where we are on our old fights. I'm only on the old fights now, but we have a whole set of new fights as the internet has grown. Luckily, our movement has grown along with them, but we need to make sure that we're doing this. The first thing is, and this is, I'm not sure they call this a new fight because this is a fight that's been with us all along, but that we need to turn to now urgently. And that's recognizing and fighting racism in technology and recognizing that if you have a racist society, you're going to build technologies that mirror and sometimes double down on that racism if you're not paying very close attention and you're not recognizing the diversity of people who need to rely on your technology and having those people in the room when you're thinking about what you're building. Early on, there was a dream that this new home of the mind represented a chance to break free from the oppression of the offline world. That's what Barlow meant when he said we were building a world where all may enter without privilege or prejudice accorded by race, economic power, military force, or station of birth, the famous quote from the Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace. This was his hope, that we could create such a world. But we have to be honest with ourselves. While we have created tools that help marginalized people stand up against higher powers, the cell phone camera is one, the Internet Archive is another, strong encryption is another, overall, we have not succeeded in building the world where all may enter without fear or favor. And worse, we're seeing increasingly technologies being used by the powerful to further disempower the marginalized. Whether the technical tools are used by corporations or governments, and as I mentioned before, these two things work in lockstep all the time. Separating them and trying to pretend like they're different problems is misunderstanding how corporations and governments are working together to oppress us. They are disproportionate. We know that these tools are disproportionately aimed at and impact people of color and other marginalized people in our society, especially in these times. We need to recognize that if we think that, we need to recognize that Black Lives Matter and that we pledge to redouble our efforts to beat back police surveillance and abuse and to build and protect the tools that allow you to organize, assemble, and speak securely and without censorship. We see this not just in the United States. Cisco helped build the Great Firewall of China that helps the PRC identify and squelch religious minorities. The U.S. national security has been partnering with companies to tap into the internet backbone, and the surveillance business model embraced by large technology companies to track our every move, can control what comes in our feeds, and pushes us into the role of consumer instead of citizen, are all working together to disempower us. We need, these are all intertwined fights, and we need to stand up against all of them. We need to recognize that the new bosses are in many ways the same as the old bosses. And I'm talking about Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft. We need to redistribute the internet. We need to create interoperability, or what my friend Cory Doctorow calls competitive compatibility, where we can interoperate with these technologies and exercise our rights to leave when we need to leave. And it's not just the tech giants. ISPs, the broadband access, the broadband companies, our initial connection to the internet has been controlled by giants, and we need to continue the fight to make sure that everyone has access to the internet, which means taking on the broadband giants and enforcing network neutrality. They're all of a piece. And the pandemic has highlighted the digital divide, what we used to call the digital divide in the United States and around the world. And it's time to take those guys on too. The new bosses are in some ways the same as the old bosses, and we have to get past this. The stakes are a little different now. I want to leave some time. I'm going to try to end in about 5 minutes so that we can answer some questions. The stakes are different now, though, than they were in the 1990s. We aren't the only ones who know how things work. I mean, we occasionally get bone dead, stupid law enforcement, but a lot of times law enforcement understands how things work and is just trying to use and uses that knowledge in a very different way than we use it. That's different than we were. And also, we are realizing that there are misuses of technology too. We're a pro-tech organization at EFF, and we're a pro-tech movement. We have to recognize where technology is being misapplied. I want to talk specifically about election systems for that, but also facial recognition systems, which are just incompatible with self-government and the right of assembly and protest, which is why EFF took a pretty rare position and said that we need to ban government uses of facial recognition. We're seeing little bans all across the country. We need to keep that movement going. There are some technology, while we love technologies, and technologies itself can be used for good or evil, there's not a bad technology per se. There are technologies that are too dangerous to be in the hands of governments and powerful forces. So where does this leave us right now? Well, it leaves us realizing that while we have old fights, many of them are continuing. While we have victories, the playing field continues to get bigger of things that we need to take on. We need to realize that the work of protecting our rights, our freedoms, and our dreams of an equitable digital world is ongoing, that we are part of the arc of justice, and it is indeed long. And we need to pay attention and take concrete steps to make sure that we include all the people of the world as the beneficiaries of our technology, not just the few, not just the people who have the knowledge, not just the elites. And that it's this movement that is what matters. Individuals can be important. We need our Ed Snowdens, we need our Chelsea Mannings, but I think we've also all learned as a community in the last few years the dangers of worshiping at the fate of heroes or waiting for super powers to come and solve our problems. We continue to struggle to move past the individual narrative, to find ways to talk about the power of all of us coming together and each bringing our own gifts and insights towards a common righteous cause. And that our overall movement, it's not a solid, it's more like a liquid. It needs to flow, to move, to change shape as circumstances require. It can be mighty when riled, but most of its lasting impacts are not only the big floods and the big movements of waters, but the slow, gradual wearing over time. That takes investment, the kind of investment that you at Hope have given us at EFF to do this professionally for so long, but the kind of investment that so many people in this community have made with their lives and livelihoods. And that the righteous causes are there, waiting for you to join them. And we have lots of those right now, whether it's building tools or building systems, joining us in the courts, the legislatures, the halls of power, and in the memes and the stories that we tell ourselves and each other about the future. And this is an area where we can all participate, and I hope we all will. Um, I think that right now we're in a time where things feel so dark that it's hard to envision a better world. I certainly have spent 20 years telling people how terrible things could be if we don't get it right, and worrying and warning about the dystopian future. I think that at this point, while that work needs to continue, we need some of us, those of us with those kinds of imaginations, to be envisioning a better world. The last 2 years at RightsCon, I've co-hosted a session with my friend Lucas Preddy at change.org to try to begin to create space for that visioning. And we had 5 topics that have emerged as places where we need to begin to talk about what the world will look like if we get it right. And I want to throw those out to you and encourage you to begin to use your gifts to help us flesh out what a better future looks like, not just how bad it could be, but how good it could be. Save some of the space in your brain for how good it could be. What are those 5 that have emerged? I want to share them with you, but there's no central power in this. We can all do this together. First, how do we live in a world that is free of surveillance and control, whether that's government control or business model control? What does the world look like if we're free of those technologies? How do we talk through things together? How do we solve things? How do we empower ourselves? What does a day look like in that world where we're free of surveillance and control? The second one is empowering us to control and change our world. What does it look like for a day in which we have protocols, not platforms, in the words of my friend Mike Masnick? What does the world look like when we decentralize the power of the networks? What does the world look like when we have local tools for accountability and fairness, rather than thinking that gigantic corporations are going to magically figure out who's a good guy and who's a bad guy and make the right decisions every time? What does that world look like? How do we play that out? What tools do exist now, whether that's the Mastodon Fediverse or some other world, but how do we build out the vision of that world so that we can envision a better world together to begin to build it? How would we live? What does the world look like in a world that supports our rights to assemble and to gather and to engage in collective action to fix our problems? How do our tools support that? How do we build those kinds of worlds that are better than the worlds now, where any of that kind of communication happens on lockdown, controlled, and centralized platforms at the hands of a few billionaires? How do we build a technological world that supports our planet, that makes sure that we can survive and that fights back against climate change? How do we build a world of the future that supports our bodies so we're not all cramped over and looking into screens all the time? How do we build a digital technical world that helps us live better lives as better humans, as opposed to being beholden to the screens and the technology and the systems that leave us kind of cramped and built down, especially during this pandemic when we're all stuck at home? So these are 5 visions of a world, a fixed world. How do we fix the world so that it is free of surveillance and control, whether that's from government or businesses? How do we have a world that empowers us to control and change our world when we need to, and that gives us the power to do so? How do we build a world that supports our rights to assemble, gather, and engage in collective action to fix our problems together? How do we build a world that supports our planet? And how do we build a world that supports our bodies? Those are just 5. I know there's so much ideas, there's so much enthusiasm, there's so much artistry and visioning in this community. So I throw those out at you to join us in beginning to build a world so that the kids who are coming up today aren't just thinking about the dystopias, which Hollywood has sold us a lot of. Our culture has sold us a lot of. I'm a big fan of dystopian science fiction. It's not like there's anything wrong with that, but we need to marry that with a good world, a vision of a world that's better. That's why, as we hear, I'm going to stop in just a couple minutes and answer your questions. We picked a lighthouse for the central image of our year-long celebration of our 30th anniversary at EFF. We believe that the guiding principles that helped us build this movement together over the years should shine even brighter in today's darkened skies. They should define our work, especially as the world continues to live in a murky place where there be dragons in the water, and hopefully we continue to build towards the light of the future. We know now that technology affects and is affected by almost everything we do. So it's crucial that we recognize how privacy, free expression, and digital creativity can help us in this moment and get us from out of the dark, murky water and into the light. So thank you. I'm very, very happy to take some questions and can talk. This was a kind of a high level conversation. I'm happy to dig a little deeper into issues if people want to, but I also know that you had 2 hours with my colleagues who know far more than I do about most of these things. Alex, do we have any questions?
Unmute Alex.
Here we are. I think we're back. Cindy, thank you so much for that absolutely wonderful tour de force of over the last 30 years of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I have to say I found it very enlightening. Going back to things like Operation Sun Devil and the Hacker Crackdown and Bruce Sterling's book. I mean, I remember I read the Hacker Crackdown. I must have been in high school, I think. And it was before I ever had a computer. And it was really one of the things that inspired me to get into computers and programming and hacking and calling BBSs, reading about 2600 in that book and the EFF. I cannot endorse your recommendation enough for members of our Hope community to read that wonderful book by Bruce Sterling as well. We've got tons of questions. I'll start off with one of my own. You went back, going back to memory lane as well. You talked about the DECSS case, and I believe that was in the Southern District of New York in front of Judge Kaplan. Yep. I was an undergraduate at the time. I wasn't in law school, but it was my first introduction to the Southern District of New York, and then my first introduction to, when we lost the case, when EFF and 2600 lost the case, to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. And if I recall correctly, you somehow managed to finagle the dean of Stanford's law school, Kathleen Sullivan, to fly into New York for one day, take a taxi from JFK or LaGuardia more likely to the Second Circuit and argue that case for us for 2600 and the EFF pro bono. That's a pretty amazing coalition to have created 20 years ago when the EFF was really only 10 years old and technology was in its nascent years. What advice do you have for the Hope community about building coalitions like that today? It's obviously you guys are really good at it.
Yeah, I think that, thank you for that. And we certainly did. And I have to say that was one of the most thrilling moments of my life to watch one of the best advocates of our time argue this case for us and to get to help to prepare her as well. She's on the side of companies now in some really bad digital fights. So we got to bring Kathleen back. But, I will say, first of all, the thanks to that goes to Larry Lessig, who was on the EFF board at the time, and also a professor at Stanford who reached out to Kathleen and asked her if she wanted to do that. So hats off to Larry for really helping bring in the big guns for our community. But the other thing that happens, and I think this is really important thing, is people want to do the right thing. People want to help. You just need to give them the pathway and the way to do it. What we do, this digital stuff, it can be really fun. And I really believe that we are a merry band of people fighting for justice. And the merry band is far, I'm a big fan of if I can't dance, I don't want to go to your revolution theory of change. And so one of the things we do, what we continually to do is people want to be in the good fight. Most everybody wants to be, one of the good guys and not one of the bad guys. So our job is to open those doors for them and give them ways to meaningfully contribute. So, be welcoming to people who are like, I don't know anything about this, but I think you might be doing something interesting. And I think, Hope is a great example of this. Hope is a place where people who don't have a lot of technical skills or understanding can come and be welcomed. And, there's a stripe in the digital community. There was for a long time of people being really hostile to newcomers, especially newcomers who were women or people of color. And I think that Hope is one of the places where we've turned the corner on that. And that's what we've always tried to do at EFF. If you want to show up and help, we're gonna make that possible for you. And we're not gonna look askance at you because you don't already know the things that we do.
I think that's great advice. Being inclusive, don't let your prejudices automatically turn you off to somebody, especially if they're what we would call a noob. Building on those lines, and we have so many questions coming in. I'm glad that you left a good amount of time for us. I hope we can get through a number of them. So I'll launch right in. What do you, and this is somewhat related, I think, to the last question. What do you think about funding of privacy researchers and privacy-related events by companies with poor privacy records?
Yeah.
Google, Facebook, Palantir are actual examples. If the researchers' events seem unaffected in their work, is this a problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that it's a really hard problem, right? Because we don't have a lot of independent sources of funding. And, I do believe at some level, all money is dirty, right? So if you're looking for the cleanest money around, you're always going to be chasing the sunset. But I do think there are things that people can do to try to protect themselves and make sure that they're not vulnerable to the charge. I mean, EFF, it's really, our independence is tremendously important. Now, I have 30 years of saying, sometimes we fight with Apple. Sometimes we stand with Apple. We fight with them when they're ridiculous about their DRM and their control of their platform. But when they stand up for users encryption, we stand with them. Now, so we have a history that we can point to about standing for the principles rather than the things. But there are things that people can put in place with that. One of them, and the companies ought to start doing this, if companies want to support privacy researchers, they should develop third parties that help make those decisions for them about where the funding goes. It's imperfect, but there are, the Rose Foundation is a foundation that has done a lot of providing of Cypre money to groups that do privacy work. There are models where you create independent third parties who have transparent and open systems where, if companies are sincere about wanting to really stand up for privacy research, then they need to empower third parties to make open and transparent decisions about how to support that work. And I think, an example of it, and I wouldn't say it's perfect, but an example that's trying to do this right now is one of our very current fights, which is the Open Technology Foundation, OTF, which I think has done a really good job of trying to develop an open and transparent way to look at who they're funding and what they're funding so you can see whether there is government influence in where that money goes. But still taking advantage of getting money to projects like Tor that desperately need it. And OTF is under fight right now. The Trump administration tried to take it over. I just helped put together an amicus brief with a dozen, more than a dozen, I think 17 large organizations to say that it's tremendously important to protect the independence of organizations like this. Now, I'm not saying there's a perfect example. I'm just saying there's places to look for ways in which you can build systems where the answer to money is dirty isn't, well, we just don't get to do the research anymore, but rather create systems that can be trustworthy and transparent so that we can all look at them and say that research is independent, even if you can trace the money back because somebody in between, whether that's a federal judge or a foundation or a nonprofit, has taken the steps that you can see to make sure that that's what's going on.
Fantastic advice again. And I love the idea of having an intermediary or a third party vehicle that is the siphon for this particular type of funding. To me, it almost sounds like an alternative use case for special purpose vehicles, perhaps created out of Panama by, instead of sketchy law firms like Mossack Fonseca, perhaps we can have, special purpose vehicles designed specifically to fund privacy related projects. Wonderful idea. It's something really cool to think about, and perhaps somebody at Hope will take up the torch and make it happen. You mentioned the Van Buren case. That's, I believe the Supreme Court granted certiorari on that, and that's a Computer Fraud and Abuse Act case. So we know that's a really important case. A question from the audience is, there's so much going on. What other cases or issues should we be tracking most closely, and which are the best topics for discussions with less well-informed family members and coworkers?
Well, I would say for me, and I admit that I've got nearly 30 years in on this issue. I think that recognizing encryption, how important encryption is, where it is, I think for your uninformed, colleagues and friends and family members, they rely on encryption every single day. When we started, you couldn't buy things online because it wasn't secure enough for the credit card companies to be willing to run the risk. Now, you know, they carry the risk for you now because the risk isn't so great and they can handle it. So so many things we do rely on encryption, and the constant demonization by the U.S. Department of Justice is something that those of us who understand how important this technology are need to make sure that argument doesn't fly, right? You know, if you've got somebody who's scientific, you can talk about how encryption is just math, and the idea that the government control math is crazy. For other people, it's the idea that, you know, the answer to, you know, the fact that there might be crime isn't for everybody to leave their doors open so the cops can come in case you're a bad guy. Like, that's a bad security thing, but that's what they're trying to push. So I've got all these arguments. Depending on who you're talking to, there's ways you can do. I think encryption is tremendously important. You're right about the Van Buren case for the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. I think that, you know, oh my God, there are so many issues. You know, I think facial recognition bans, if you're in a place where you've got a reasonable local government, there are a lot of these bans that are getting adopted across the country. I think it's a great shot over the bow. And, you know, we've seen as a result of a lot of this work now, big companies like Microsoft and others say they're going to put a hiatus or a stop to their facial recognition work pending you know, for a year until we get, you know, real law protecting it. Oh my gosh, there's probably so many, you know, my colleagues at EFF do so much of this work, but it's those are three that come to my mind right away. And I think we have the urgent work right now to pay attention to what's going on in the streets and the activists and protecting the protesters. Protecting people's ability to assemble and protest is tremendously important. And so the work of, you know, EFF has its surveillance self-defense tools, watching what's going on with surveillance of the protests, whether that's ALPR data or other data, getting that information out of your local. These are things you can do locally, like what's going on with your local cops. EFF just launched the Atlas of Surveillance, where we're beginning to track what surveillance technologies are available by what things. It's a tremendous project led by my colleague, Dave Moss. Look and see, what do your local cops have? And what are the things you can do to try to inform your community? Because some of this stuff is hard to see. You know, it's really easy to see when they show up in the riot gear, but it's hard to see that they've got license plate readers information and IMSI catchers and other things where they're tracking who comes to the protests. And so that's something where this audience, in the hope, like, you understand this and you understand the dangers there, and sounding the alarm on this and getting real transparency is tremendously important.
I couldn't agree with you more on all of those issues, and especially encryption. That's a battle that just keeps on raging. I mean, I remember, was it 25, 27, maybe 28 years ago, arguing about the Clipper chip, which was, you know, essentially all about math. And here we are still arguing today about math. So, you know, I think, you know, great advice, and encryption, and especially the noises that the Department of Justice is making about encryption and lawful access for law enforcement to encrypted communications is really kind of disturbing and really critical. So we've only got a couple of minutes remaining, and I think this is a really critical question from the audience. How does the EFF decide which inquiries to respond to? I know a lot of people who tried to get EFF's help didn't get a response. So, you know, we've only got a couple of minutes, and we're hoping you could give some advice to those who need assistance.
Well, I am very sorry if people didn't get advice. We have a full-time person who responds to requests. Maybe I need to add a second one. info@EFF.org is how you reach that person, and we do try to respond to everybody. So I think that sometimes people are upset because we weren't able to take their case, and they say they didn't get a response. But if people aren't getting a response, I'm very sorry about that. And please, you know, feel free to ping me if that doesn't happen, and I will make sure that you get a response. Now, in terms of getting help from the EFF, I mean, EFF's job is to make the law better, is to set precedent. That means that we're looking for the test cases that we can use to try to make the law better. And so we're pretty picky about those because we want to win. So not every injustice is a thing that EFF can take on. We're not legal aid. We're not the free lawyers. That's a great job, and lots of people have it. It's really important, and we try to connect people who can do that. Our job is to pick the test cases and the test issues that will push things forward, that will change the law in a positive way or stop the law coming in a better way. So that means out of the hundreds of people, thousands of people who come and ask us for help every year, we're going to pick 2 or 3 that we think will really help everybody, not just the one person, and help build the law. And so often when you get a response that we can't help you, sometimes it's because we don't have the expertise, but more often it's because while your situation may be really, really hard and we will try to get you help for it, fixing your problem is not going to help push the law forward or help more people. And that's our brief. Our brief is to try to make sure that the Constitution and your rights come with you when you go online. And that means picking test cases, not taking every case.
Cindy, I think we're out of time. This has been incredible. I know the whole Hope community is grateful for you closing out the keynote slots here. This has been incredible. You've done amazing work, and it sounds like we've all got a lot of work to do ahead of us.
We do this together. I am very, very proud of the role that I play and that EFF has played with this, but this community, you guys are our core community. You know, we have lots of communities now, but the hackers on planet Earth, this is our home, and we couldn't do it without you. And we really, you know, there's a new generation of hackers coming up. And again, I'm old school. That means good things. Let's help them see that there's a movement here, there's a community here, and that they can plug into it and help us grow it and help us make it better.
Absolutely. Back to you, Greg.
Go dog. Doggo. As Sir So would say. So yeah, that was the keynote, and that got most of the bad taste out of my mouth from the last, I don't even want to call it a talk or a panel, because holy crap, that was just bad. There's actually some epic music and stuff in the background. I'm gonna tune in. So yeah, I'm glad she touched a lot of issues. That's something I'm gonna probably steal from her, is that concept of, what was it, the was it like the meeting or something of the mind, or the union of the mind or something? Because it's like, that's just like absolutely perfect right there, which is, that's how I view the internet, which is, you know, every person on the internet, that's like a machine, you know, not machine, that's like a wow, Donkey Kong Country is really pixelated. It's like you know, every person on the machine, you don't get to see them physically or class-wise most of the time until very recently. What you are seeing is their inner thoughts and desires, and because they have this false sense of privacy, they're expressing them more than a lot what they would do in direct person. So, oh, hold on. Sorry, these crackers are really dry. There's probably some people at Black Lives Matter have said, nope, that's the infamous funeral. I was there for that. You might actually be able to see me in the crowd. I think I'm on the lower left. But, my giant afro. But no, you know, and that's what it is. And so I hate when people kept saying, like, I agree with Europeans that the concept when we say in real life is stupid, because the internet is also real life. Because when you have two brains communicating between each other, that's real. That's real life. And you can argue, well, on the internet you can present a false narrative, and while I would argue it's kind of a bit easier to present a false narrative on the internet, you can also easily, as we've seen with Trump, present a false narrative in person, which is a term I hate, meat space, because that's like an old 90s internet term that needs to goddamn die. That's why I prefer the term that the Europeans use, which is, more doggos, which is away from keyboard, because it implies the separation of the person connected to the computer system that they're communicating on. But it doesn't invalidate the idea that our the communications between us as people is not there somehow. So I'm glad that phrase came up, and of course she highlighted, you know, a lot of the many issues. If you want to know more about the DMCA, oh boy, hey, this looks like the video we were gonna make with G.I. Jack. Because we didn't get a chance to do any of the bumpers, unfortunately. We're all busy and it's way too hot outside. So, you know, at least we got a couple of shots during Hope, so that's good. I don't even know if they would air our bumper because you know, there's a thing, the separation between 2600 and DEFCON 2.1. Not by us, but like by the powers that be. So who knows? I really hope that next year they bring the bumpers back for Hope. I don't know what they're going to call that Hope. It's going to be an odd year. Maybe that's what should be called, Hope the Odd Years. The awkward teenage years. Oh, shoot. That's what I forgot to do. Hang on. So we're going to overextend this. I should have been on the Instagrams. Let me get to the Instagrams here. We're going to record. Are we doing this? Oh, I was on the wrong setting. Live. Checking connection. And we are now live. Hi, everyone out there on Instagram. This is Side Pocket. I'm one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. This is the last day of Hope, day number 9. I can't believe we've been live streaming for 9 days straight. And what's worse is DEFCON is only going to be like 4 days, but I have an odd feeling we're going to be like live streaming even more than how we've been live streaming. But yeah, we're if you haven't seen our Instagram, we're a computer hacker group that meets third Friday of every month. You can find us at defcon201.org. And every day has been Hackers on Planet Earth, aka Hope 2020, and which is a hacker convention that normally happens in New York, but just because like everything else, everything's become virtualized. And so instead of a 3-day Hope conference, we had a 9-day online Hope conference. Just went. It was like Hanukkah; it never ends. And we just saw our last keynote. Our last keynote was Cindy Kao. I hope I pronounced her name correctly, but she's one of the main chair people of the EFF, and she also does a lot of stuff for the Tor Foundation. She's a major attorney and fights for a lot of our rights, and she had a lot of good things to say, including one of my favorite lines, which is the we're waiting for the lightning talks to stop. By the way, I'm gonna wave hello to Radical, where she talked about how like the internet is basically like the melding of the minds, or like the building or virtualization of the minds, which again I like a lot better because, as I was saying on air earlier, I hate this concept that Americans have about the internet where they use this term in real life or IRL, and that's, you know, just like most things with American culture, is such a myopic view of the internet. I don't know if the lightning talks just started, but no, because we have a couple more minutes. It should be it's PSA bumpers. But no, and so I prefer a lot more the European term away from keyboard, which yeah, hi there, which implies again that you're simply walking away from the technological means of communication or your work, but that doesn't invalidate, unlike in real life, the actual act that whether you are talking to someone on the internet or in person, you're still talking to other people. Like, the internet is people. Like, that's what it is. It's, yes, there's machines connected together, but the people, the only reason why those machines are connected together, the only reason why they're communicating is because of people. Like, even with the AI bots involved, that's what the internet ultimately is, and we need to be extremely mindful of that. Or Soylent Green is people, yep. Actually, no, Soylent is a terrible liquid drink that gets sent to our apartment occasionally, which causes G.I. Jack to literally destroy the toilet. At least it did early on. I think now he's used to it, and I don't know, to me Soylent seems like that. Has anyone ever seen that movie, The Stuff? Where it's like they find this weird, like, sentient white ooze, and they start selling it as a yogurt product, and it takes over people's, like, bodies and stuff and eats them alive. They later made a parody of that that's kind of famous called Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. But that's eat drink. But yeah, that's what Soylent kind of reminds me of, is it's the stuff for a new it's this little tiny bottle. And what's really weird is that because of so many gay men that I know that like do protein powders and Soylent, every time I see that stuff, the first thing I think is like, wow, that's really gay. That person must be incredibly gay. Like, not particularly to you, it's just that's ruined it for me. It's the same way.
That as a compliment.
No,
Thank you.
no, dead serious. No, it's the same way. No, it's exactly the same way as I was introduced to a bunch of Spanish terms through gay slang. So now when I hear Latin Americans use those terms in their actual proper Spanish context, it like blows my mind. Like, for example, I hope I pronounce this right, like leche. That's hopefully we won't get kicked off the internet for this, but in gay slang that means, you know, the thing that comes out of your thing if you're a male. That's the slang for it in Spanish, and that's where I first heard that term. So when I come over and it's like, you know, when they're saying things like, yeah, I know it's a good leche that we're putting in the cereal bowl, I'm like, what are you talking about? Because that term basically got ruined for me by that. So it's like the same thing where I know so many gay guys where they just have like an equal size a giant tub of lube and then a giant tub of like protein powder, that when I see protein powders I'm like, oh, that's gay, you know, like that's just the way my brain works. Hi Haas. And what we're waiting on is we're going to be seeing the rest of the lightning talks, like our scheduled days. And actually I should just go into Firefox to bring this up. Take this out full, like, keep playing, just take it out full screen mode, there we go. And actually let me put it in full screen mode because that will make things better for me. Yeah, so Cindy Cohn was our keynote speaker, and that was a great way to end. I felt like the keynotes in the beginning were and then like the one on COVID, he was good, but never mind just for the past couple of months, but his earlier, like all the earlier talks at Hope said the same information that he said. So I was kind of like half asleep. It wasn't that he was presenting bad or said anything bad, it was just literal, like, you know, you are preaching to the crowd. We've heard this 8 million times before, so why are you keynoting this? I thought we would get like new or more insightful information, especially for someone at WHO. But also I imagine the red tape at the World Health Organization, especially with the idiot orange in charge. You know, we'll do all that. But yeah, we just saw the keynote, and what we're going to watch next is the... oh, I'm on the wrong day. Sorry, not Olivia. Cindy Cohn. Yep, that's what we saw. And now we're going to watch any of the lightning talks that get submitted. I want to at least watch this whole thing. It's called ZBay. It's a communication application that has been built on Zcash and piped through Tor, which apparently just launched in beta. I'm definitely going to cover that in a future episode of Crypto Barons. We might re-air the same talk again, but I want to at least watch that. And then afterwards... there's a whole talk about running hackerspaces in Mexico, including like the digitization for COVID-19 and stuff. So let's see. So 2, 3, 4, 5. So at 6 p.m., around 6 p.m., we're gonna go offline on our DEFCON 201 streams. You can actually, because I'm gonna turn the Instagram stream off soon, you can go to DEFCON 201 live. On Twitch or DEFCON 201 on DLive or YouTube to find us and continue watching there. And then at 8, we're going to take a 2-hour break, and then at 8 p.m. is going to be my show, The Master of Unlocking, where I teach people, if I can get these, if I can get some of these tools for a second. Here we go. Where I teach people on how to pick locks. And also I got the super long guy here. Oh, that's why. Here's my favorite short guy. Short man. I teach people lockpicking and locksport because I am a registered tool member. I've been doing, I haven't been a tool member for 3 years, but I've been doing lockpicking stuff for 3 years, so I'll do this both times. And today's episode, not only will at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to go over the lockpicking village for hackers on planet Earth, but we will also be going over the main topic I was going to do anyhow, regardless of hope, which is how to create lockpicking tools, turning tools, tension wrenches, shims and bypasses for locks. And I'll do this again with the proper hand holding this time so you can see inside the clear lock. All the like how you can basically make lockpicking and bypass tools from either just objects you can find around your home, or like objects that will literally cost like only like $2 or $3 max. So you're not, you know, I always recommend like where to buy lockpicking sets and kits because I think you should always get a professional set. But if you're in an emergency situation or you want to be like totally DIY, hey Ham, we're actually about to end every time before you always end the Instagram stream. I notice this with my other friends, when you're about to end it, that's when all the people come in. But you know, I always recommend lockpicking kits and lockpicking tools, but If you're like in an emergency situation, you want to be full DIY, you want to expand your skill set, you're really broke like I am, even though I have professional tools here, or professional hobbyist tools, I should say, not professional, like they're from like a huge like locksmithing company or whatever. But basically, like if you're in those sort of situations where you're broke, want to be super elite cool, or an emergency, here's how you can make all of like these common lockpicking tools and bypasses and shibs just with stuff around the house. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to end the Instagram stream now. So if you want to see us watch more of Hope and check things out, we're also going to quickly check out the RF Village and kind of also tell my opinion at least about Hope. I don't know if G.I. Jack or Sarah's going to come out at the end to talk about that. But, you know, if you want to continue on, we are DEFCON 201 live on Twitch, and then we are just DEFCON 201 at DLive, or you type in DEFCON 201 in YouTube, and you'll be able to find the stream. There's also a way you can see us through Tor, which we have links for on our Twitter, and if you want to see more content like this, keep subscribing to Instagram, and check us out at DEFCON201.org. This is Side Pocket, Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey Represent. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of your Hope. I'll see you next at DEFCON Safe Mode. Peace. And that ended that live video. And again, if you like the content that you see here, make sure to click that bell on YouTube, or click follow or subscribe if you're on Twitch DLive. You know, and of course check our website out at DEFCON. It should be this way now because I'm all the way in the right hand corner. DEFCON201.org, or any of our social media like DEFCON201NJ on Twitter. So now that I blabbed long enough, I'm pretty sure we're already knee deep in the lightning talks, as I always overtalk. And let's watch stuff here. Okay, Weird Al, let's do this.
There's also a media watch party, so things like, you know, watching Netflix together. There's also party games, fun rating. Let's find out. So next, you might have something called Scribble.io, or Scriblio, as some people might call it. So essentially, this is an online Pictionary game. The person who is selected to draw has a prompt, and they're supposed to draw whatever the prompt is and have other people guess. There's points, and whoever has the most points at the end is the winner. Just one pro tip, don't try to draw the thing right away. Try to integrate it into a scene, you know, build it up, like, for example, Katy Perry and a photograph. There's also online board games. For example, NetGames.io and Board Game Arena. So NetGames.io is essentially board game variants that's optimized for mobile play. Granted, you can also play on your browser, on your desktop, or your tablet, or what have you. But it's optimized for mobile play. You can play games like One Night Ultimate Werewolf, Code Words, Spyfall, and more. Board Game Arena, you can play many board game versions on the interwebs as well, such as Coop, Seventh Wonder, Chess, Connect 4, and so much more. Board Game Arena is more of a freemium experience, where most games might be free, but some premium games like Coop, for example, might require a subscription.
30 seconds, please. 30 seconds.
Okay. All right, and that's pretty much it. I got a couple bonus mentions, such as Jackbox. It's like a collection of games. You got
Love Jackbox Party. We have Jackbox Party 3, and we bring them to our meetings and live streams.
Variant without mini games and a bit more. And yeah, that's it for my talk. Thank you very much, and have yourself a wonderful day 9 of Hope.
Outstanding. Thanks very much. That was Claire N. with Bridging the Isolation Gap with Social Activities in a Pandemic. Who did I say was next? I think I said Lily was next. You ready, Lily?
I'm ready. I'll start sharing my screen.
Do it.
Okay, where is the, there we go. Share button. Okay, so I've got this one going. Hope that's the right way to start. Okay. All right, so
Engineering, my
I
favorite topic.
am presenting on social engineering as an argument for positive psychology. My TLDR is that interactions via communication medium is in all ways relational. So it might sound strange that you can social engineer a computer without it being like a chatbot or something, but it goes directly to the point of associations and belonging. I look at the definitions of words. I have made other mentions on this page, which you can read for yourself at a later time if you have not read it now. So I think about how we can define belonging as being a relationship expectation between one or more living beings. So it doesn't have to be necessarily humans, could be like between cats, how they fight, or have some like kind of dominance relationships. You could have computer controls, which are modeled upon physical and social concepts of security, because we really like to enforce what we have existing already in our lives. Mary Kondo talks about building relationships with our things, calling them belongings, in my opinion. And then lastly, I want to make sure that we acknowledge our relationship to ourselves, because we aren't always awesome to ourselves. And you can have positive use cases for social engineering, such as secure attachment between a parent or guardian and their child, coaching someone to bring out their best performance, balancing power and vulnerability and equities in a relationship. For instance, if you've married into wealth and you're paying all the bills without getting any help from the wealthy party, then it's kind of unfair. Connecting across cultural differences to build trust, loyalty, and respect, which is critical for our time. And here are the embedded works that are not mine that I can point to. And so here's where I'm starting to like break things down into phases of how you would progress from phase 1, 2 to 3 to 4, and what you would call the things at those stages. I want to make a quick definition of engage, which means to occupy, attract, or involve, which engages for me, which brings to mind things like occupying attention, attracting interest, getting involved with a action or relationship. And then I think that it could be the right word to use, and social media metrics use that as a form of engagement. So step 1, which was mentioned in Sean Lawson and Rob Gell's talk here at Hope 2020, is trashing, but I would prefer to call it acquainting.
They're trashing our rights. They're trashing our rights. Hack the planet.
Get some type of information about what is happening in the subject or the target to identify how they operate, such as a need that's being requested, like a child asking for food because they're hungry. Or you're looking at some type of protocol that is used by like the telephone system, for instance. And then you want to try to either disengage attention so that you won't be observed, or you want to attract their attention in a sense like you want to give your attention to someone instead, is what I'm trying to say, so that it's getting their, they'll feel heard, basically. So, and then the next stage is pretexting, which would defeat confidentiality, potentially, if their confidentiality isn't good enough. So you want to appear authentic or be authentic. If you're trying to build a relationship, you'd want to appear and be, not just appear.
30 seconds, Lily. 30 seconds.
I've got 2 pages left after this. So then you're just trying to make sure that you can identify expectations and how they can be formed with, and you want to engage interest in something, or try to not get them to notice you. Similarly, in terms of integrity,
10 seconds.
I'm just going to show the last 2 slides, but I like to apply it to all types of things, like sports, for instance. You can condition a behavior to exploit in boxing, for example. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you. That was Lily Geiger with Social Engineering, an Argument for Positive Psychology. Kupad, you're up next. And Chad, I think we can have you on deck.
Great. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you and we see your slides. Look at that.
Great. So this talk is about using Arduinos for as an adapter for old retro controllers. I just think it's a good introductory, well, for me it was, for getting into Arduinos. It's a pretty cool project if you don't know about it. I'm not the person who originally, came up with this. I'm just talking about how I did it myself. All right, so here on the right, we see a NES USB adapter. And on the left, which is the impetus for this is the thing why I really wanted to get started with this, is actually a modded Atari 2600 paddle where I modded the inside, and inside of that is an Arduino, and instead of using the normal DB9 connector, if you've seen these before, there's usually 2 to 1 DB9 connector. And now there's just one with a USB. These are recognized as HID devices, so you can plug it into, like a Raspberry Pi.
Did you say HID devices?
Any operating system, really, and use it with an emulator. What else is there to say? The NES adapter on the right, you could get an adapter that is commercially, they make them commercially. But there's still advantages to making it on your own besides it just being fun. These have lower latency than the ones you would typically buy. And then on the left, I mean, there isn't really even a commercially available 2600, Atari paddle. All right, so let me go on and just give you resources. I want to just jump to the most important stuff. So the person who actually did this work is a guy, MacGyver, and these are called Daemon Bytes. So if you go to his GitHub, he has a whole bunch of these for different adapters. But for the paddle itself, you should check out Mr. Spinner. And I should move on to say, I actually got into this through the Mr. FPGA, which is a really cool project. I'll talk about it a little bit here. So I could probably just talk about Mr. FPGA for 5 minutes, but it's an open project for basically using FPGA, the same FPGA board I don't think you'd really call it emulation. It's more like hardware simulation. If you don't know about it and get nothing else from this talk, and you're into retro gaming, you should check out Mr. FPGA. But the promise of these implementations, in Mr. FPGA, is that not only can they be very accurate, but they can have very low latency. Like with software emulation, there can be a friction between the two, but in the case of FPGAs, there isn't really. And I'm going to say that accuracy is probably why you're interested in that self-evident, but low latency, even if you don't think you're sensitive to low latency, you might be. If you find yourself playing an emulator and you're thinking, gee, I used to be better at this game when I was a kid, it might actually just be that you're suffering from a lot of lag. So moving on, when I got into FPGA just a few months ago, I started getting into collecting controllers, because you get into this mindset of, I want to really kind of have an experience similar to the original experience when I was a kid. Or when, or even if I haven't played it before, just have something close. So here's just
30 seconds there, 30 seconds.
Oh, all right. Well, I will continue on. All right. So let me just talk about show and tell here. So here is me prototyping the paddle. Here's me putting a Arduino in the paddle. And finally, you can have a paddle. And then next here is making the adapter. You basically take an extension cord and cut it and probe it, and then solder it to the Arduino. And you can either have it on the left, like kind of ugly, or you can make it a little bit better. And all right, I guess I rushed through here. And thank you very much.
Outstanding.
Great. Let me try to get out of this talk.
Right. Hey, thanks very much. That was Kupad with Arduino USB game controller adapter. Thank you for all of that. Do we want to try to go back to Chad? Do you want to try again, Chad? Something's happening.
Hey, hackers on and off planet Earth. It is time for some woo-woo. If you want some woo-woo yourself, it is 15 milliliters peach schnapps, 30 milliliters vodka, and 60 milliliters cranberry juice. I have not had one, but it sounds delicious. I'm and the woo-woo for today's discussion is of the late Art Bell variety. He's the founder of Coast to Coast AM. For those of you who don't know, it is a late-night talk show on radio here in the States that concerns itself with everything that's woo-woo, conspiracy theories, UFOs, ghosts, numerology, tarot cards, all that fun stuff. And what I'm going to be talking about is that we may very well be in the Matrix, where Zion being the Earth itself, is destroyed every 5,000 years. I came across this 2 weeks ago. You can actually see in the last visit date was just a little while ago. 2 weeks ago. This is declassified EBE documents. This is the first thing that pops up. EBE is extraterrestrial biological entity. It is what we think the government calls the aliens, the ones that don't actually live here on Earth for the most part and just like to visit and fly around in our skies like TikToks. The declassified
aliens are on TikTok? That would explain way too much.
Sanitized copy approved for release. So this. This document concerns itself with cataclysm, and cataclysm that happens again and again and again, and at least 5 times that we know of that we can fairly accurately measure from strata data from Grand Canyon, from Diamond Head, from various places around the Earth. They all seem to match this exact same
Why is the tinfoil so far away? I don't know where my tinfoil
of the layers of the Earth where cataclysms have been cataloged, and we can see them in all over the Earth. This in the bottom right is kind of a timeline of the last 5, but it's possibly happened hundreds of times. The theory is that this is an Earth crust displacement theory, which is what the movie 2012, for those of you who saw that, concerns itself with, where the
we're not saying it's aliens, but
is separated from the inner core of the Earth, and everything just goes chaotic. There's tsunamis, there's supersonic winds, 1% of life is left at the end. The one thing that always sticks out to me is the talks in the past about how people saw the sunrise twice, or the sunset twice, or the day lasted for 24 hours. That really is what always sticks out in my head, because I've read those years and years ago, and they're mentioned in this document. He says that the process of the cataclysm is known. We still don't know the timing, what causes it, and it's been happening for a billion years. What is sanitized document? Sanitized is the process of removing sensitive information. Usually it's just magic marker, blacked out documents where the entire thing's blacked out. This document can be found on archive.org. Both versions, sanitized and the normal version, is on here. Search for Chan Thomas. He's the author of this piece. It does rewrite a Adam and Eve story of what he thinks the process of cataclysm is, the real thing is. So what's been changed? So a lot of stuff has been removed or changed. Usually it's just annoyingly small stuff.
I'm worried this is what the fourth Matrix is going to sound like.
From like Monument Valley strata, Diamond Head strata. Some cities are removed as far as what there's not a trace left of Chicago, Dallas, or Boston. Sudden revolutions in the wrong directions by the surface of the Earth is removed. The interesting part for me was India had gravity-propelled vehicles and gravity-made weaponry. That's why, boys and girls, we are not going to get any of the fun stuff. So, I gotta go.
There we go! I even said Matrix. Dear Lord.
You are here because Zion is
I'm actually going to mute this because I really do not want like our Twitter to go like crazy, even though I think you can find this clip on YouTube, but just to be safe right there, I just did the mute thing. Oh man, now I feel catfished. Like I now feel like what G.I. Jack felt with the cannabis village. Anyhow, let's go back to normal here. Woo woo indeed.
Stop sharing your screen, and we'll go on to the next one in my list is.
I will say the Matrix wasn't a movie; it was a religious
86112,
experience.
who is going to try to rename himself. Are you still there? Are you with us? Are you ready to go?
Let me send a test message to make sure we're still connected to everything.
Oh, okay. I'm not Jason
Can you
Scott.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hear me?
Your 5 minutes have begun. Please take it away.
Okay, well, let me just do this very quick. Oh, come on. You stopped my video?
Who, me? I didn't stop anything.
Somebody stopped my video. We will find you.
I meant that in an enjoyable way, not literally.
Right. Okay, is it coming on now? Are you bringing me online?
You're online, and if you want to show us something on your screen, you need to share your screen.
In terms of fun, not literally.
Okay. You cannot start your video because the host stopped it. How dare you? I protest.
I did no such thing.
Okay, somebody did. Anyhow, because when I click on the video thing, it says you cannot start your video, host stopped it. So we don't really need to see me anyhow. Let's see if we can see my screen.
Okay. Oh, you're talking about your video signal. I did. I'm guilty.
Oh.
I'm guilty. Sorry about that. I'm guilty. I apologize. It's because I thought you meant you were trying to share your video on the screen share.
No.
You should be able to do it now. Yeah,
Okay.
I did it before because you were you weren't talking, so I muted you.
Okay, so.
All right, there's a minute and a half gone, but we're doing great. And part of that was my fault, so there might be some bonus seconds.
I should hope so.
Okay. Tell us what your talk is while you're getting clicking around there.
My talk is about a idea. It's not just my idea. And did that share screen?
Not yet. I haven't seen you try to share screen yet.
Okay, let me try one more time. Share screen. And
you have to actually click. You can't. This isn't Star Wars Trek. You can't talk to
difficulties would not be a hope without them.
Okay, so session screen 1, screen 2, screen 3. So that's probably
basically turn into old men trying to figure out technology.
Screen. God, I hate Zoom. I so hate Zoom.
We all do.
At least we agree with something.
Okay. So it tells me I have 3 screens. Let's see, screen 1. Do you guys see anything on screen? Oh, I have to click the share button. God, they want so much. Okay. Terrible UI design.
This is so far. This is better than your Hackers Got Talent competition entry last night.
Oh, it hasn't been 39 minutes yet. Give me time.
Try to do this in 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Now?
See your screen.
Not only do we see your screen, we see you. So we are at a level of success which has never before been achieved.
Wow. And on my screen, does it say Planet No Money?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get over to Planet No Money, and we should be on default now. Yeah, okay, so this is a very broken website. It's a work in progress. I'd hope to have it finished by the time of this talk. But basically the whole idea, and it's not my idea, billions of people maybe have had the same idea, but the key difference is that the way that I've defined the idea, because everybody likes the idea of a great world, a perfect world where, how do I put it? No poverty, John Lennon's song, Imagine.
This is about to get weird, isn't it?
The basic premise of
Planet No Money very weird.
Is the goal is to remove money and bartering from the planet. So money.
No, so basically cryptocurrency
no longer matter. Okay. This is very complicated.
This is kind of weird. It was like I was on the previous lightning talks, and those were like super technical, and like these are all just like
there's an email
tinfoil crazy people.
at planetnomad.org.
Nice contrast.
And so how Planet Money works, you provide relevant ideas for a better place. Planet No Money takes your ideas without compensating you. And then somehow those ideas get implemented and we end up with the world being a better place for sentient creatures, and that includes all Homo sapiens. So
I was going to
animals,
say all homosexuals.
people,
That I would agree with.
and of course our beloved planet Terra, which we're destroying. So that's it in a nutshell. I will be hammering pages up here as fast as I can. The URL is planetnomoney.org, and thank you for allowing me to.
I think everyone right now is Planet No Money.
Excellent. Hey, thanks very much for
I'm
sharing.
done unless there's
This
questions.
became the History Channel really
we don't do
freaking quick.
questions and lightning talk, so that's it. But thank you so much,
okay.
and I'm really happy that you fought Zoom and you've overcome it, and it only took you a couple of sessions, which is not bad.
Yes. Well, I've won 2 skirmishes. I have not won the battle yet.
All right, go ahead and see if you can unshare your screen. That would be the next little miracle.
Oh,
in
okay,
Zoom
that's
here.
good.
Yeah.
So there's somewhere
Thanks.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can
All right.
still switch away from me while I'm doing that.
We may do that, and I might mute you again. Okay, so we have a movie from Jolie. Let me just check. Are we gonna just roll that over the live stream, or are we gonna put it into Zoom somehow? Okay, we're gonna roll a video over the live stream. People in Zoom, you can watch it on the live stream. Go ahead.
Hello, Hope. This is one of your backroom boys, Jolly, coming up with my lightning talk about the
Love
Internet
Jolly.
Society.
He's always at every
Keynote,
Hope.
which
Man,
I'm
his
around
beard is
doing.
epic.
So yes, the Internet Society and slides. Yeah, we've been streaming Hope since 2014, and we love Hope. The Internet Society was founded in 1982, which I thought was the same year the EFF were founded, but apparently they beat us, I heard just now, Cindy, by 2 years. So we'll be looking forward to celebrating our 30th at Hope in 2022. Our motto for a long time at the Internet Society is the Internet is for everyone. This has now been modified to saying that we want to build, promote, and defend the Internet. Last time when I was at Hope, I was the president of the New York chapter, which I am no longer. One of the things that I was able to do at ISOC NY was make a deal to finance the supernode of NYC Mesh, which basically got it going. I will say about NYC Mesh, it's now one of the most successful community networks in the world, and this all really got going was when they came up with us at Hope in 2016, and that's when some of the core foundation people of NYC Mesh were recruited. It's going great, and check them out and join. So I left just to focus on the live streaming, which my home for this is ISOC Live, and we've got 3 live stream channels. We also stream on, as you're seeing, on Periscope and Twitch, and we do events from all over the world. Another thing I did was I reinvigorated the Internet Society's accessibility group, which is now called AliSig, according to the mnemonic way that things go. About a year ago, or even a little over a year ago, ISOC got a new CEO, which is Andrew Sullivan. And Andrew is a very sort of unique kind of character. He's Canadian, but he's an engineer, and he's also, I think...
Only Americans would say he's unique, he's Canadian.
He's a thinker too. His claims to fame include that it was he that was sent as chair of the Internet Architecture Board to Congress to deal with Ted Cruz when Ted Cruz was opposing the IANA transition, and
Ted Cruz being Ted Cruz,
which he did successfully, and also that he was in charge at Dyn when they had the Mirai botnet attack. So he knows about DDoS for sure. As an engineer, he's basically come in and reorganized the Internet Society and cut off a lot of dead flesh and marshaled us into like projects. And so now we have a clever, action plan, which has these as its main projects. Building community networks, which is a major push around the world that, basically everybody who's going to be reached by the major ISPs and so on has been reached, and now it's up for the people at the edges to reach back in. Obviously fostering the technical communities, measuring the internet. We've just started a new joint effort with the African Union to measure the internet in Africa, which is obviously one of the great areas of growth right now. The Internet Way of Networking, which is now has the acronym IWN, is the way of like autonomous, equal way of networking, which you might take for granted, but by no means is the only way. Securing global routing, you just saw a presentation on that. Extending encryption now, this is like the major policy work. They've introduced backdoor laws in Australia and other places. Time security, which was addressed by both Dan York and Olaf in their presentations at Hope, and open standards, which is also what Dan did a presentation on before. So the Internet Society basically has three subsidiary organizations. One is the IETF, and so the IETF was just part of the Internet Society. In fact, the Internet Society was originally formed as a sort of parent for the IETF. And in the last couple of years, they've made it so that the IETF is now a sort of standalone subsidiary with its own accounts and everything. And at the same time, the money that comes into the Internet Society and was allotted in grants and this kind of thing has now been separated out into the ISOC Foundation. So that's out of there. And as you know, where most of the money comes from is the Public Interest Registry, which owns the .org. And I suspect you might have heard that later on last year there was an offer to buy, an arrangement made to buy
resident member and commander
Ethos Capital. And they offered $1.135 billion. And this was a little controversial, so just to talk about that for a bit.
Just a little.
So last year the ICANN decided to take off the price caps on .org, and this is for their own reasons that were nothing to do with us. And it didn't make a lot of difference for PIR, because PIR doesn't even meet its actual price cap that it's got. It's like $9 or something a domain right now. But this came, when we, the Internet Society, people were saying, well, you can't say anything about this because, you own a registry, and so we're in a situation where we can't even really talk about domain issues because we should be in the registry constituency, whereas in fact most of us are in the at large. And then what it came down to, and this is something that Jeremy, lady has talked about, is fiduciary duty. So it's the duty of our trustees, who are selected from the IETF, from the organizational members, from the chapters and members, to do their best for the Internet Society. And one of the problems with the Internet Society is basically all our eggs are in one basket financially, which is the PIR. So we really need to diversify our source of funding, so that rather than having it invested in one business and one organization in that business. And so I'm going to go forward a slide, and so just a minute, forward a slide. So there was opposition, and some people formed a thing from save.org. Some people decided to organize a co-op to try and suggested that I can give the thing to them. They weren't helped by Esther Dyson, who went on PBR and suggested that .org registrants were being sold into slavery, which there was some pushback. And then,
That's why you should
they
be
actually
on
went
PBR and TV at the same time.
Mallory Nodal referred to this earlier. Went to the California AG to try and get them to stop the thing, since ICANN is in California. And as I talked earlier about, Ted Cruz and everything, the whole effort has been to take the internet out of the hands of the American government and the American legal system and make it a global thing. So this was a step in the wrong direction, which could well backfire. So Ethos Capital responded by making public interest commitments, and they formed a stewardship council they would be able to veto anything, that would have control, would make sure that there was no censorship, and all this stuff. And you know, even if they'd formed a co-op, the best thing you could have hoped for was a co-op that eventually they'd make a committee that would make sure that the thing ran properly, which was essentially what Ethos was doing. And the opposition seemed to be mainly just, you know, against capital in general, which I understand some people are opposed to that. And Ethos responded that, you know, they wanted to grow the asset, and then, you know, and that's it. And they saw that it was underexploited basically in terms of .org could be sold a lot more. It doesn't, you know, it's basically an American thing. It's not a global thing. And you know, they didn't do such a good job, Ethos, and so I had a joke there which I've forgotten. But anyway, it came down to ICANN making the vote, and ICANN voted to kill the thing. And it wasn't unanimous, but as a result of this, the whole deal is now dead and it's not going to happen. But I have here the statement of Avri Doria, who's one of the directors on ISON, saying why she opposed the deal. And she says, on balance, after intense study of the proposal, I've come to the conclusion that the public interest of registrants and users is better served by the PICs, the public interest commitments by PIR, though they could be stronger than by forcing PIR to remain within ISOC without any guarantees on public interest related to data usage and freedom of expression. In other words, the deal was better for .org registrants. They got more from this. They would have got a PIR that was dedicated to their interests rather than just serving as a cash cow for the Internet Society. And at the same time, the Internet Society, the opposition, you know, their interest was in this small one group, you know, public interest, you know, .org registrants, whereas the Internet Society has the interest of the internet at large, all users, all registrants, everything. And by no means are we, you know, is the DNS, as we've seen in the arguments from Philip, the only way of addressing on the internet. So it's not a good situation really in terms of the long-term future of the internet, but it's where we are now. So that said, going back to the streams, if you see anything that's screwed up, you can always email me directly at this. And I'd like to give a shout out to my colleagues, Forrest and Corey, and especially to Greg for doing all the production work. That's it.
Hey, that was Jolie. Jolie has Internet Society in his heart and his soul, and he wanted to share that with you. Jolie is the wizard behind our streaming setup. Fantastic, amazing job. We've had we'll hear more about that during how we did it later on tonight. Right now, our last lightning talk is Scott talking all about Mandelbot project. Take it away, Scott.
Hi, hey, thank you very much for having me and letting me join. This is about the Mandelbot project, so we'll jump right into it. Mandelbot was started in 2012 as a kind of collectively run project, like all volunteer open source hardware project. We're kind of spread out all over the place. And it started off as a project, which is a design philosophy. And the whole idea was to basically create parametrically designed and programmatically creatable machines. So kind of like universal machines. Virginia Ozymandias approached me a while ago and suggested this idea that of kind of creating an application that could spit out any 3D printer of any size, so it's scalable. And so that's kind of where we started. And we decided to keep everything open source. We wanted everything to be easy to assemble, have a low part count, low power consumption, be ecologically minded, portable and easy to transport, have easily swappable print heads. So the idea is to have 3D printers that are additive, but also subtractive, ones that can print with molten plastic materials like PLA, which is a bioplastic, or print with food, which I'll show you in a second. We're inspired by the RepRap project, which is, I guess, it was a project that was created at the University of Bath in England as a kind of an engineering project to, I guess, to figure out if people could make a 3D printer using off-the-shelf parts, and so basically they made an XYZ gantry with
The ice cream truck
on it, and that wound up inspiring all of the 3D printers that you've seen since then. 3D printing had been around for quite a while. Actually, the first time I'd seen a 3D printer was in 2004 at Hope, or maybe it was 2006. But what wound up happening is that a lot of the patents that were involved with 3D printing expired, and that kind of led to the whole revolution of makers using them, and RepRap played a very big role in this. So one of the big features of the printer is low power consumption and portability. Our whole goal was to make a bicycle-powered 3D food printer that could print food.
That's awesome and nuts.
During a performance that I do called the Groucho Fractal Show, and we wound up succeeding by combining batteries and supercapacitors together. You can see in the middle was the latest version that was created, and then on the right is my design partner on this version, Lucian Chapar. I'm the one on the glasses, and that is the Goo extruder, which is an extruder that extrudes goo.
The Goo extruder.
Goo.
That's my porn name.
On the print plate. Okay, so the next phase that we're working on is 3D printed ecotexture and construction. So I've been spending a bit of time with a project called WASP, which is a kind of industrial 3D printer company based in Italy. And on the right, you actually see one of their 3D printed buildings. This building is actually called Gaia on the right. On the left is a prototype for a project called Tekla, which they're currently trying to build they're trying to build 3D printed buildings with no support structures inside. And they're using natural material, they're using a combination of clay, sand, and rice hulls. You can also use straw, you can use hemp and hempcrete. So our intention is to start experimenting in this way. And so this is the thing that we've been working on. Jake Clark and myself have been working on this for the past couple of years. It's called the Mandelbot Hab. This is the Mandelbot Hab 1. And it's basically a Cartesian gantry with a print head on it that will print using cementitious materials. So the way that the project is going to advance in the future is that we're going to put the plans out for this printer and start building a community around architecture and ecotexture, collaboration, and horizontal governance. Also, we're going to work on getting together a materials science collaborative workshop in order to come up with materials that are open source and printable in the Mandelbot Hab. We're also going to try to do it with low power consumption as possible to have autonomous energy systems. So let's say that we're going to have the printer out in the bush and there isn't an ample power supply close by, or you just kind of want to be free from the electrical grid. And finally, we have this idea about having horizontal ownership and a schema for cooperative ownership using distributed ledgers and blockchains and that type of thing.
Blockchains!
And you'll be able to find all the information at mandelbot.io. That's not Mandelbrot, but mandelbot.io. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to me. My name is Scott Bybin, and I wanted to thank Hope very much for hosting me. Hope has been the reason why I've gotten into so many of the different things that I've gotten into, whether it's 3D printing and brain-computer interface and all other types of weird hardware projects and cultural stuff. It's been a pleasure organizing the film festivals for Hope, and I just want to thank you guys again for doing a fantastic job. And yeah, thanks so much, Greg, and thank you, Hope folks. If you have any questions, you can poke me in the Riot chat.
Fantastic. Okay, thanks, Scott. And that was right on time. I appreciate you getting in under the wire there. So that is the end of Lightning Talks round 2. We have had 2 rounds of Lightning Talks. I would say that this one was smoother. Once again, learning a whole lot about Zoom interactively in our meetings here. And we really, really hope, I say this on the record, we really, really hope that we won't be using Zoom next time, or maybe Zoom will improve their situation a little bit, but it's been the right choice of technology. To find out more about our choice of technology, how the rest of the conference went, some closing remarks, all kinds of cool stuff, some of the inside information, tune in for the closing ceremonies tonight. That is the how we did it session, and you can find it here on the live stream. That's going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And most interesting, we're also going to invite everybody into a big blue button room. We're going to see how that works out. So we're done with Lightning Talks. Check back on the live stream momentarily. We're going to hear about ZBay fighting Fang and the quest for peer-to-peer messaging app that just works with Holmes Wilson at the top of the next hour. Signing out from Lightning Talks.
And that was the Lightning Talks. Wasn't expecting all those conspiracy theories, but it is Hope. I guess that's our little. Now imagine going on for like 8 hours, and when Robert Steele used to present at Hope at midnight Saturday night, that's kind of what that felt like. Yeah, I keep trying to try that Mantle.io URL, and it seems to not want to work. I do want to warn though that the heat's really getting to me right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm personally going to go on a break. I'm going to leave the feed up. I'm still watching the feed. I'm going to watch part of it on the phone. But basically, in about half an hour, I will come back on the video feed. I'm going to comment on the current talk when it ends. And then when then we'll watch the Hackerspace thing in Mexico. Then we're going to go away for 2 hours and come back. We might catch a little bit of the end, I hope, but it'll be my show Master of Unlocking, which is going to happen 8 p.m. tonight. I teach people lockpicking and lock sports. So the camera's going to go away, but I'm leaving the stream up for a bit. I just need to go to recharge my batteries. Stay tuned. I'll be back. Dirty Jersey represent. Hack the planet. See you all in a bit. Don't go anywhere. We're not killing the stream. I'm just switching the... we're just kind of getting my handsome face off the screen for now. So enjoy. I should mention next is up is that they said about the... is it Zbot or whatever, which is apparently a peer-to-peer encrypted communication network that is built using Zcash and being piped over through Tor. So I want to hear about that, especially since I own another show, which is going to happen next Saturday called Crypto Barons, where I talk about the tech on cryptocurrency. I didn't know about that. Maybe that'll be a future episode. So otherwise, enjoy the stream.
Hi everyone, how you all doing? Philip here from Portugal, watching Hope for the first time live. Always wanted to attend, never quite managed to make it beyond the Great Pond. great to be here with you guys, talking on the chat, watching a lot of great talks, a lot of great content so far, and still a lot more stuff to go. A little bit about me: I run this net label called Enough Records. If you go to enoughrecords.scene.org, we have shit tons of releases free for download. I'm a big advocate of free culture and copyright reform, and I'm also an active member of the demo scene, doing some programming code for graphics, and also digital artists of different sorts, doing noise music and that kind of stuff. So yeah, well, nice to meet you all, and hope you have a great hope.
back. You're here with us on day 9 of Hope 2020, the final day of an amazing conference. Our closing ceremonies begins at 8 p.m. Please join us until the last bite of data. Thank you to the attendees, presenters, and volunteers. Hope is helping the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Please make sure to make a donation so we can meet our goal. Our next session is Holmes Wilson discussing eBay, fighting FANG, and the quest for peer-to-peer messaging and an app that just works. Stay in the Matrix chat for questions. Holmes, let's take it away. Thanks.
My name is Holmes Wilson. I'm an activist, a software developer, and a product manager. From 2011 to 2018, I was co-founder and co-executive director of the US-based tech policy activism organization Fight for the Future, where I'm now on the board. And I previously did activism campaigns for the Free Software Foundation, co-founded a large website for US legislative transparency called Open Congress, and co-founded a free software BitTorrent-based video player and podcast directory called Miro. I should also note that I want to make this talk accessible to as many audiences as possible, so I want to give at least a quick explanation of all the terms I'm using, hopefully quick enough to not bore those of you who are more technical. My starting point for this talk is that the internet has been incredible at spotlighting unaccountable power and enabling people to fix it. There are so many concrete recent examples of this, from the Hong Kong protests last summer to this summer's global protests in response to the murder of George Floyd, to the Me Too movement, to the actual viability of the Bernie Sanders campaign this year and in 2016, and on and on and on. To me as an activist, each one of these seems to be more spectacular and surprising than the last. But increasingly, I've seen in discussions between friends, discussions online, and discussions in the popular press, a trend where people think that the internet sucks. I think it's because while the internet has been amazing for spotlighting and fighting unaccountable power, it itself is becoming an unaccountable power. The tech press have a fun new name for some of the internet's unaccountable powers: FANG. Facebook's social network monopoly, Apple's iron-fisted power over mobile apps, Amazon's looming monopoly over stuff, Netflix's addictive television, and Google's search monopoly. I like the name FANG because it sounds like an 80s cartoon nemesis or a giant spider monster. I also like it because it can be a kind of shorthand for this kind of power. Because really, it's not just about these companies. So many startups aspire to wield this kind of power someday in one domain or another. So if FANG represents unaccountable power on the internet, and the internet is so great at fighting unaccountable power, how do we use the internet to fight FANG? Well, these are ultimately software makers we're talking about, and historically, free or sometimes open source software that gives users the freedom to use it however they wish, understand it, change it, and redistribute their changes, has been the best tool we've had for holding software makers accountable. Free software has a strong accountability mechanism. Having the freedom to understand, change, and redistribute a piece of software lets stakeholders fork the software and take it in a new direction. Even if they don't do that, the credible threat of a ruthlessly cheap competitor creates a check on the unaccountable power of the software maker. Free software doesn't bring the downsides or clumsiness of government intervention either. The finance industry, the energy industry, and telecom industry show that regulation might address specific harms, but it only strengthens unaccountable power. ExxonMobil and Bank of America are subject to much more regulation than most tech companies are, but they've probably done much more harm to the planet than any of the FANG companies, even. Established companies can usually get leverage over the regulatory process, and even if they fail to do that, they have vastly more resources for working around regulation than their smaller competitors do. Free software also doesn't bring the snake eating its tail problem of nationalization and public companies. Ultimately, we want tech that lets us hold governments accountable, so we don't want our tech to be controlled by governments to the point where they could undermine that. And not too many people are talking about nationalization of tech companies, but in conversations among friends, I hear it, and so it seems worth responding to. Free software also fits well with both boycotts and anti-corporate activism campaigns, which are both pretty effective to begin with. It's a lot easier to get people to boycott a company or to get the company to change its behavior with an activism campaign or some kind of public shaming campaign when there's a viable ethical alternative to it. Most of all, free software has a strong track record in other eras of tech monopoly. Looking back through history, from browsers and web standards to the Microsoft desktop monopoly of the 90s, to the power of the entertainment companies, and to Apple's seemingly inevitable smartphone OS monopoly, free software has helped unseat, or so to speak, defang unaccountable power time and time again. But in this era of monopoly, free software's victory has been limited. And that's because it's been at the edges and not in the middle. To see what I mean, think about how users often view the online world through free software browsers, OSs, or media players. And on the other hand, developers often build the online world with free software dev tools. But in the middle of everything, where all the important human interaction is happening, is the opposite of free software. There's nearly zero user freedom, and the difficulty of forking the software we use is at its most extreme. Free software has not thrived in this crucially important middle space the way it thrived at the edges. For a clue about why that hasn't happened, let's look at some very popular software right in the middle of everything that was, until recently, free software. The front page of the internet, Reddit. Reddit is right in the middle of anything and everything by any standard. Hollywood actors and presidential candidates go there to be interviewed by unpredictable crowds. It was briefly the third most popular website in the US, ahead of Facebook.com, and now it's number 6. And Reddit may be a good company, but its status until just 2 years ago as a free software project has not given its users meaningful freedom or created meaningful accountability. Because forking Reddit would leave you with an empty website. When Reddit announced that it was giving up being free software, they gave a pretty convincing explanation why this wasn't really that big a deal. We are actively moving away from the monolithic version of Reddit that works using only the original repository. As we move towards a more service-oriented architecture, Reddit is being divided into many smaller repositories that are under active development, which means that a third party trying to run a functional Reddit install is finding it more and more difficult to do so. The post continued. In fact, we're going through some growing pains where it can be difficult for our own development team to have a consistent local Reddit build to develop against. We're doing heavy work on Kubernetes and will likely be open sourcing a lot of tooling later this year. In layperson's terms, they were pretty much saying, our site's popularity has made it so complex that anyone forking it will have a really, really bad time. Unlike browsers, OSs, and dev tools, when free software is in this middle, you have to be able to fork its content too. Otherwise, forking becomes impractical, and the threat of forking becomes really weak. There are a few examples of free software in the middle that are forkable in this way. Back in the day, we had peer-to-peer file sharing apps like LimeWire. They were often free software and fully forkable. If you forked the LimeWire app, or even if you built your own compatible app from scratch, all the music was still there. Bitcoin works like this too. A forked Bitcoin app can have all the same transactions as the original, and it's easy to move your account, that is your addresses and money, from one to the other. You can even fork the network if you want to. Bitcoin and the projects it inspired were so easy to fork that people even forked them to make silly statements, like Dogecoin or Kanye West. Peer-to-peer apps are fully forkable and create accountability in a way that Reddit never was, or did. So if Spotify or Apple Music is the FANG version, LimeWire and its cousins are the peer-to-peer free software version. If PayPal, Venmo, or Apple Pay are the FANG version, Bitcoin and its cousins are the peer-to-peer free software version. Filling in this middle space, where all the important human interaction is happening, with fully forkable peer-to-peer free software, seems extremely important to me. Does something have to be peer-to-peer like LimeWire and Bitcoin to be fully forkable in this way? Not really. Ultimately, free software itself depends on a legal contract between software makers, and you can imagine a similar legal contract where Reddit promises to make forking its code easy, and to make data forkable too, within the limits of user consent. Or, if that seems unworkable, and it would be really tricky, you can imagine a hosting platform that enforces these guarantees on apps that use it. And there are projects like Blockstack and 3box that partially achieve this right now. But just as making a Rails hosting platform like Heroku is a lot harder than building one Rails website, and Heroku came years after Rails, my guess is that solving this forkability problem in the general case will be a lot harder than solving it in a specific case. And you won't see a general solution until we've had a generation of successful decentralized apps built from simpler building blocks. To me, messaging apps seem like a great place to start, for a few reasons. First, messaging apps are really popular and people use them all the time. Second, their core functionality to a wide set of products, like social networks, obviously, but also marketplaces, dating apps, Airbnb, Lyft, etc. So figuring out peer-to-peer messaging is a pathway to building other apps in this important middle where all human interaction is happening. Third, messaging apps impact people's privacy. Even if some FANG apps like iMessages and WhatsApp offer privacy, it's really bad to depend on them for that, for obvious reasons. See the Edward Snowden revelations. So free peer-to-peer software can give you more meaningful privacy guarantees. Even if there are non-FANG private messaging apps like Signal, it's probably better to have fully forkable peer-to-peer ones for accountability, autonomy, censorship resistance, or just in case. Messaging apps are also a very interesting way to wield power, and this comes up again and again. I mean, for me, most of the collaborative work I've ever done in my life, especially the activist work, depended on messaging apps. Telegram and Signal downloads spiked during the Hong Kong protests and the George Floyd protests, respectively. That's been widely reported. So making these messaging apps that are giving people ways to wield power together more accountable and more censorship resistant seems like it will make them even more powerful, and that's great. Finally, recent developments in peer-to-peer tech have made the essential set of messaging app features pretty easy to build, especially, say, compared to building a search engine. So let's look at what is easy or what might be easy to do when it comes to building a free software peer-to-peer messaging app. Specifically, to start, peer-to-peer apps do well at real-time communication. Even sending images in larger files is easy enough if both parties are online and can connect. There's another cool thing where the notifications and quick reply features of phones create a single unified interface for interacting with all installed messaging apps. That's a huge help when you think about it. It's almost like phones give users a basic multi-protocol messaging app, and then the apps they install become plugins for that. Even on desktop, people will tolerate or at least try several messaging apps, if each one is uniquely useful in some way. My desktop, for example, is often a collage of messaging apps. And I can complain about it, but it makes sense and there's utility there. It feels harder to split time between 5 different search engines or even 5 different social networks than it does to split time between 5 different messaging apps. Privacy in messaging apps is doable also. Encryption for individual and group chat is an area where there's been a ton of work and active research, and there are models working at scale, like WhatsApp. There's been some good work on how to keep user IP addresses and metadata private in peer-to-peer messaging apps as well. And a feature that exists in only the most fangy of all messaging apps, Facebook Messenger, that is sending funds, is really doable with cryptocurrencies. And privacy-focused cryptocurrencies like Zcash and Monero let you do this privately and perhaps even anonymously. Blockchain networks also make possible another key feature, secure, decentralized, human-readable identifiers for usernames, communities, posts, etc. For example, if you want to invite a friend to send you a message, it's a lot easier to give them a username than it is to give them a long series of random letters and numbers or a QR code. Moderation can be solved too. A funny irony is that as soon as you make a censorship-resistant group chat, moderation becomes quite easy as long as it's consensual. Users can pick the moderators they trust, and special moderation messages from these moderators can tell each user's app which people and which messages to ignore. So, if all of those are the easy parts, what are the hard parts? Well, connecting two peers in 100% of situations is still actually pretty hard. It often requires some help from a server to get past the protections that Wi-Fi routers routinely put up. Peer-to-peer networks like LimeWire and Bitcoin didn't have this problem because you just had to connect to some large set of peers, not every peer, for the experience to work. Scaling messaging networks is pretty hard too. Even some solved problems like payments and identity become very challenging when you have tens of thousands of users, or millions of users, or hundreds of millions of users. One specific hard thing, even at a small scale, is what happens when users aren't online. If I send a message to a friend who's not online, where does the message go? Somebody needs to be staying online a lot, holding on to messages, and waiting online for the recipient to appear. Who is going to do that? Will it be one of my friends? Will it be a helpful stranger? Will it be some role built into the network? This all gets tricky. The problem gets even trickier when you go from text, which isn't that much data, to images and video, which can be a ton of data. How long can you store things for? How much can you send and receive? If there's a cost involved, what's the incentive for people to store images and videos for others and stay online until they're delivered? It gets really complicated. On mobile, it's even trickier. Our phones seem like our most always-on devices, but in practice they're not. If two users both have the same app open, they're probably both online and able to reach each other. But once an app is in the background, the OS on your phone will often kill it to save memory and battery, and iOS is very rigid and aggressive about this. Spam on an open, free, peer-to-peer network is an issue too. That's ultimately what brought down LimeWire, a ton of fake songs put up there by the music companies. Another hard thing is account recovery. I mean, it's not technically hard. All you have to do really is back up your device. But given that most people don't regularly back up their devices, especially on their phone, or at least that they don't do it without giving some FANG company access to their data, making good UX for getting back into your account after your phone falls in the toilet without sacrificing privacy and autonomy is actually still pretty hard. A baseline approach for this used by crypto wallets is paper backups of random words, but as anyone who's lost Bitcoin knows, a years-old piece of paper is actually pretty easy to lose. And unless all those messages you sent and received are still stored in the network somewhere, you'll lose them no matter what, even if you get your old account back. Some apps encourage users to sync keys and data across as many of their devices as possible, but that doesn't help people who just have a phone. On mobile, there are some unavoidable and odious centralized choke points, namely Apple's App Store, where on iOS your app requires Apple's permission to be distributed. That's one area where activism, legislation, and antitrust action by the US or EU could help a ton. Apple simply shouldn't be allowed to wield that kind of power, and everybody knows it. There's also push notifications. If you want your phone to notify you quickly and reliably of a new message, you'll need a push notification server. And on iOS, that too requires Apple's permission. Let's look at some real peer-to-peer messaging apps, including the one I'm working on, to see how they address these problems. Ricochet starts a Tor hidden service, the same system used by sites like the Silk Road on the infamous dark web, for every user. And then people connect to each other over that. In exchange for depending on infrastructure run by Tor, Ricochet gets to run on a kind of magical, ideal internet where everyone's computer has a stable address and can connect to each other pretty anonymously with strong end-to-end encryption, building on the guarantees of a well-tested privacy and anonymity tool. On Ricochet, instead of usernames, you get a public key. This is a pattern in peer-to-peer messaging apps, and the UX for it isn't great, but it's where most approaches start. This means you have to communicate your key to someone out of band, that is, through some other communication channel. But once you do, they can connect to your little hidden service on this magical, ideal internet that people for some reason call the dark web, and they can send you a message. If they also communicate their key to you, you can know it's them. Once you two are both connected, you can send messages and everything feels pretty normal. But if one of you goes offline, the message sits in limbo until you're both online again at the same time, which might almost never happen. You might think that Tor would make it slow, but in practice, messaging in Ricochet is snappy. Tor is pretty fast these days. Computers are always getting faster, so what's slow today might be totally fine in just a few years, and we have to keep updating our sense of what's possible. For sending files, Ricochet just doesn't support that now, but the project intended to before it was abandoned, and as long as you and your friend are online long enough to transfer the file, it should be straightforward. Ricochet is abandoned now, and the existing release has known security issues, but privacy activists at a Canadian NGO called Open Privacy are developing a successor to Ricochet called Cwtch, named after a Welsh word for cuddling. So to look at Cwtch, where Ricochet doesn't have group chats, Cwtch adds them. It also adds some ability for users to see messages sent to the group while they were offline, with the aid of ephemeral servers that are interchangeable and can do very little harm if malicious. These ephemeral servers receive no compensation, anyone can run one, and users can choose which one they connect to, and switch servers at any time. Another cool approach to peer-to-peer messaging, and one that's a lot more whimsical, but is totally worth mentioning, is a proof of concept called bug out. Most peer-to-peer apps are not designed to run in the browser, but it has been possible ever since back in 2013 when browsers added support for a standard called WebRTC to make peer-to-peer video conferencing possible. You could use WebRTC for things other than video conferencing too, and people did. One notable project, WebTorrent, built a fork of BitTorrent that worked right in a web browser. Bugout uses infrastructure used by the WebTorrent project to find and connect to peers, and sort of miraculously, it totally works. One amazing thing about this is that you get the full forkability of a peer-to-peer app without having to download any software. Whenever you download an app, the app developer could run malicious code on your device. Or, if the app has a serious security flaw, especially if it's a peer-to-peer app, other attackers could too. But with bug out, you can rely on your browser to prevent attackers or the software maker themselves from running malicious code on your computer. Now, the software maker could still serve you a malicious version of their code anytime you load the web page. I don't think bug out implements any kind of end-to-end encryption for privacy protection, but if it did, you'd be trusting whoever controls the website not to invisibly turn off that privacy protection or secretly send themselves your private keys. This is why doing end-to-end encryption on the web is generally considered a bad idea. That said, every modern desktop or mobile app developer is pushing updates quite frequently, with security fixes that users have to install in order to stay safe. So they could pull the same dirty trick too. When you download Signal on an iPhone, you're trusting both Signal and Apple to give you an unsabotaged version of Signal. And if you want to prevent the creators of bug out from pushing you a malicious update, all you have to do is save an archive of the page to your desktop, and everything still works. Because bug out is peer-to-peer, it's fully forkable and any user can decouple it from its creator's control without losing its functionality just by clicking save. Possibly the biggest security downside of in-browser peer-to-peer apps using WebRTC is that they don't work with Tor yet. So almost any attacker could get your IP address, and from that, your location, maybe your employer, maybe your school, and link it to behavior across the web or other peer-to-peer networks. Since WebRTC can work over TCP, it could in theory work in Tor someday. And the Tor project actually has an open ticket for this. In the meantime, you could build onion routing protocols like Tor over WebRTC, and there has been some work on this. But anonymity tools require large anonymity sets, and it's hard to compete with Tor's nearly 3 million users. Another problem with WebRTC is that Apple doesn't let you use it on iOS. So if you take this approach, you'll have to make an iPhone app if you want it to work on iPhones. This could change in the future, and activist pressure campaigns and possibly antitrust action could be super helpful here. There are some more established foundations for in-browser peer-to-peer applications than the one bug out uses, but I chose bug out for my example because it's so charmingly simple. Next, we'll look at something that's a bit closer to an app you could picture yourself using every day, peer-to-peer Matrix. Matrix is an open standard for secure, decentralized, real-time communication that lets you deploy free software substitutes for team chat solutions like Slack or Discord. Matrix has some funding, has at least one polished messaging app built on it, and it seems to have found some product market fit. The big difference between Matrix and Slack or Discord is that Matrix is federated. This means it works a bit like email does. Anyone can run their own server, and the servers can connect and relay messages to each other. Peer-to-peer Matrix is their effort to graft a purely peer-to-peer solution onto their existing federated one. They're exploring a few different approaches. One of them uses WebRTC and runs in the browser, and the other runs over a peer-to-peer overlay network called Yggdrasil and requires that you run a special peer-to-peer enabled Matrix server locally. The peer-to-peer piece of all this is experimental, so it's not very polished yet. Just like in Ricochet, your address is a series of letters and numbers, though you can also choose a display name. There are no trusted usernames. You can choose any name you want, even a name that's already being used. For account recovery, I think they'll use the same system they use for managing keys right now, which is to let users make paper backups and sync keys to as many devices as possible. There's no solution yet for offline storage of messages, though I think their plan is to fall back to the federated system in that case, or at least that's one option. There's also no plan to protect the privacy of IP addresses, which is a pretty serious issue. Again, even FANG products keep the person you're talking to from knowing your IP address. So not having IP address protection is a step backward from FANG. And we've learned from Bitcoin that if you don't design these systems from the ground up to protect user IP addresses, just connecting to the peer-to-peer network through Tor doesn't necessarily help, and it might even make things worse. As demonstrated in the paper, Bitcoin over Tor isn't a good idea. While peer-to-peer Matrix is experimental, the leading Matrix app, Element, formerly called Riot, is extremely polished. I could picture using the federated version right now with my team, and many large organizations already do use it. So when the peer-to-peer version is finished and integrated, that'll be really exciting. But not having a clear plan for protecting user IP addresses is a real issue, and having your username be a cryptographic key still feels like it will be confusing to most users. The next app I'll look at, Status, comes out of the Ethereum community. Ethereum dramatically accelerated interest in peer-to-peer tech by showing the early glimmers of a world where everything on the internet can be free peer-to-peer software, and by unleashing a speculative bubble. Status is a messaging app built by a team that is psyched about Ethereum. Ethereum's original plan was to include a peer-to-peer messaging protocol called Whisper. Status picked up the Whisper idea and ran with it, and ended up making their own protocol called Waku. In Status, your name is a key. Actually, it's a series of random words in English, but unlike Kutch, Ricochet, or Matrix, Status lets you pay some cryptocurrency to register a secure, human-readable username. This is a really big deal, since from Twitter to Instagram, users are really used to having their own usernames. You can also use usernames registered on Ethereum's naming system, ENS. Status also lets you send money, and since it's an Ethereum app, you can even send stablecoins like DAI, which are proven to stress people out a lot less than the roller coaster ride that has been Bitcoin and Ether. Status is fairly polished, like Matrix, but peer-to-peer chat is their main focus, and it's working right now. There's no desktop version yet, which means you can't really use it to work with your team. But this makes sense since most of the technical challenges one will run into when building a peer-to-peer messaging app will be on mobile, not on desktop. So it reduces uncertainty to tackle the hard part first. Status is open about their scalability limits that prevent them from serving large numbers of users, but they have plans to address these limits. This characterization oversimplifies things, but Status's basic scaling approach is moving from a starting point where every user receives every message and then decrypts the ones relevant to them, to an extreme endpoint where every user receives their own messages and a few others for decoy traffic. The limit you hit with the first approach is bandwidth. And the trade-off is that you can bring bandwidth usage down by revealing more metadata about who users are speaking to and sending them less irrelevant messages. Right now, there is no incentive to run a node, and presumably most nodes are run by Status themselves. But one can imagine micropayments of some kind or some reward in Status's own token addressing this. In terms of protecting the privacy of your IP address, Status is better than Matrix because you rarely connect directly to other users, instead connecting through dedicated nodes. But it's not nearly as good as Ricochet or Kutch, which are built on Tor and can leverage the leading anonymity tool and its large anonymity set of 3 million users. The next project we'll look at is my own project, Zbay, which is built on Zcash. Zcash is a fork of Bitcoin, and as a peer-to-peer network, it's similar to Bitcoin in many ways. The big difference between Zcash and Bitcoin is that on the Zcash blockchain, the sender, the recipient, and the value of each transaction is encrypted using zero-knowledge proofs. Zcash also lets any transaction include a 512-character message encrypted to the recipient. These messages are stored on the Zcash blockchain. What Zbay does is build a familiar-looking messaging app onto this basic messaging functionality in Zcash. So Zbay can rely on Zcash to securely encrypt a message and its metadata, broadcast it to the network, store it indefinitely, and let the recipient receive it. There are ways to store data semi-publicly on the Zcash blockchain too, by sending to an address and sharing the key for that address with others. This lets Zbay have group chats and, like Status, Zbay can give people secure, unique usernames. Also like Status, Zbay can send money. And unlike Status, the sender, recipient, and value of the transaction are not visible on the blockchain. Zbay even lets you post an item for sale, and makes it really easy for users to buy it with Zcash and provide their shipping information to the seller for physical goods that must be shipped. Zbay also supports basic moderation. When a user publishes a group chat to the blockchain, they become its owner, and can send special messages that will cause the Zbay app to hide a message or silence a user. The hidden messages are still permanently visible on the blockchain to anyone who really wants to see them, but Zbay will hide them, giving communities a powerful way to protect themselves from trolls. Zcash is built by a well-funded, world-class team, and while it still has some significant privacy weaknesses, it seems reasonable to expect that these will be fixed. The Zcash team is also focused on scaling their network through an approach called sharding, and their goal is to be able to serve billions of users someday. Reaching this goal will take years, and maybe decades, but as the Zcash team makes progress in privacy and scalability, Zbay will benefit from that. There are some privacy downsides in Zcash and Zbay right now. First, encrypted messages are stored in a public blockchain, so if Zcash encryption fails, they'll be revealed to everyone. In terms of the spy agencies of large countries, all encrypted internet has the same problem because they capture all interesting internet traffic and can decrypt it as soon as they figure out how. But for every other attacker, blockchains do all the hard work of full-take surveillance for them by saving all transactions in a public record. So if the encryption is ever broken, it won't just be the NSA who can read everyone's messages, anyone who can use Google will be able to. That's not so great. Another privacy downside comes from the fact that currently Zcash does not protect a user's IP address. This is a gaping hole in the Zcash privacy model, because it means that once an attacker controls enough nodes, they can determine the IP address that created each new transaction, link transactions to each other, and link them to transactions with cryptocurrency exchanges like Coinbase, where users have probably revealed their identity. Zcash supports connecting to the network via Tor, and this should make it harder for an attacker to learn a real IP address. The problem is, according to attacks published in the paper Bitcoin over Tor Isn't a Good Idea, many of which also apply to Zcash, using Zcash over Tor may make surrounding a target with malicious nodes and linking the target's transactions even cheaper and easier, because Tor makes it cheaper for attackers to spin up new nodes and to trick peers into connecting only to malicious nodes. The Zcash team intends to address IP address privacy, and in the meantime, I think we, the ZBay team, have a way to address it on our end by using Tor, connecting to a single light wallet server, and using a different Tor circuit for each transaction. But this will need review. Another less serious but very important drawback of ZBay is that it's still pretty clunky. It's less clunky than you might expect if you've tried Zcash before or used other blockchain tech, but it's vastly more clunky than any normal messaging app, including the others mentioned here. For one thing, ZBay currently uses a full Zcash node. This will change soon, but for now it requires about 25 gigabytes of disk space and about 2 hours to sync on a fast home internet connection the first time a user runs it. Message delivery takes about 6 seconds, 3 of which happens locally preparing the zero-knowledge proof, and that's on a modern fast computer. A significant amount of CPU use happens when you receive and decrypt messages too. Right now, sending messages is very low cost, about 1/100th of a cent, but that could change quickly as traffic on the Zcash network increases. For now, we send every user a few cents of Zcash to get started, but that's not sustainable as we grow, and eventually they'll have to spend some money. ZBay is switching to a light wallet model, and this will improve some of these resource requirement issues. But the real solutions to these problems can only come from a robust scaling strategy, either in ZBay, Zcash, or both. For Zcash, scaling means figuring out how sharding will work, and perhaps many smaller optimizations along the way. For ZBay, I think the solution is to move more and more messaging off-chain, which also has the privacy benefit of not storing messages on a public ledger. One way to do that is to send messages directly over Tor like Ricochet does when users are online, and use the Zcash network as a fallback for guaranteed message delivery when a user isn't online. Another way to do it is to use special servers like Cohn or Status. Working mobile wallets for Zcash were just released, so while it would be possible to build for mobile soon, it makes sense to find product market fit or interest from other developers before tackling mobile apps, I think. The last messaging app we'll look at is Session, which is perhaps the farthest along. Session, the messaging app of the blockchain network Loki, is actually really awesome, and I didn't appreciate how awesome it was until I researched it for this talk. Like ZBay, it builds on a privacy-focused cryptocurrency similar to Monero. Like Status and Cohn, Session uses special servers called service nodes to make group messaging fast and scalable. Unlike Status and Cohn, these nodes are incentivized, and node operators can stake funds to run a server, which they lose if their server doesn't operate correctly, and then earn funds from block rewards. Loki can do this because unlike Status or ZBay, it's their own custom cryptocurrency, so they write the rules. These incentivized servers also support Session's own Tor-like onion routing scheme, so users receive some IP address protection, provided that everything is working correctly. Session has desktop and mobile apps for each platform, and all are fairly polished, though they don't seem adapted to any specific use case yet beyond private communication. Session gains a lot from being its own cryptocurrency in terms of the incentives it can offer node operators, and in terms of how they gain control over the privacy properties of the network. But using its own cryptocurrency also brings disadvantages. Session's token has a pretty small market cap, and small support from exchanges, so it's going to be harder to buy than Zcash, ETH, or Monero. That said, moving money between blockchains without centralized exchanges is becoming an understood problem. The building blocks are in place for Session to let you deposit Bitcoin straight into their app and exchange it for their own token on their peer-to-peer network. The Ren project exists right now and supports this for Ether, Bitcoin, and Zcash. Since the Session team is building their own cross-chain exchange now, they might just have this part covered. The bigger disadvantage from being its own cryptocurrency and rolling its own solutions to everything is that it seems really hard to compete with Tor on anonymity or Zcash and Monero on financial privacy. There's also a chicken and egg problem where a privacy tool has to attract enough users to merit scrutiny from security researchers, but needs at least some scrutiny to make any claims at all about their security and privacy. What Session is trying to do here is really, really hard. But if they feel sure they can pull it off, it's definitely the way to go. I spent a lot of time talking about privacy, security, and Tor. You might be thinking, I don't need Tor-level anonymity. I just don't want a FANG company controlling my entire experience of the internet. I have a few thoughts about that. First, if the privacy characteristics in these fully forkable peer-to-peer messaging apps are much worse than their FANG alternatives, this will drive users away sooner or later, just as it did with LimeWire, when robo-lawyers began suing the parents of teenage LimeWire users for more than the value of their homes. And it can be really hard to add privacy to an existing peer-to-peer network once it already has many users. Second, due to the openness that makes peer-to-peer networks so forkable, privacy on these networks will tend towards extremes of very strong or none, even more than with the FANG model. There might be some middle ground between Tor or something like it and handing your metadata to every shady data mining business in the world, but there probably isn't, especially if the app gets popular enough. Third, peer-to-peer substitutes for FANG apps need to be better in some way for people to switch to them. The conventional wisdom is that any new tech product has to be 10 times better at something to get traction, and I don't think free software is any exception to this. Privacy, security, trust, and anti-censorship are one place where they can be a lot better, so it's a missed opportunity not to use that advantage, and I wonder whether peer-to-peer messaging apps that don't focus on privacy can be successful in the near term. I've spoken about privacy, I should address scalability too. One pattern that emerges in all of the currently working approaches is that they all use untrusted servers in some way. ZBay relies on Zcash nodes and miners. Ricochet and Kuch use Tor servers. Kuch and Status use their own servers too. Even Bugout relies on WebTorrent trackers. In all of these cases, the networks can use different approaches to limit the power of server operators to spy and censor users, but they kind of need those servers there. Ricochet, Kuch, Bugout, and ZBay use servers from existing networks that will reliably provide some capacity. This limits them to the scaling constraints of those networks. Then, up to some scale, each project can offer direct incentives for people to run servers, or simply operate them itself. As long as the server isn't trusted and there's a plausible plan to decentralize further, that seems fine. At some point, any network will probably need an intrinsic economic incentive to run servers, just like Session has right now. But they don't need it until that point, and they have time, and there aren't really any insurmountable technical barriers to adding incentivized servers in any of these approaches. There's a tension here. An approach like Session that controls every aspect of its network can create cleaner incentives and pursue every feature it needs directly, but that also spreads a team thin. On the other hand, building on more established networks like Zcash, Tor, or Ethereum can simplify your project and provide stronger security guarantees, but things will get messy wherever the design of the network you're building on lacks something you need. This matters a lot for scaling, offline storage, and sending images and video. Ultimately, a team taking any of these approaches could compensate for its shortcomings and make it to the end goal. The main factor is how much time, experience, and creativity they can dedicate to getting there. All of these questions about privacy and scalability lead to an even bigger question. Why will people switch from existing FANG messaging apps to fully forkable peer-to-peer alternatives? What will these new apps be 10 times better at in a way that outweighs the clunkiness? What initial use cases should developers of these apps focus on? Discord is now a general-purpose messaging app that excels for all kinds of uses. But it blew up because they built it specifically for gamers, who care a ton about software and didn't have a great solution. I'm not sure if any of the projects I discussed today has been rigorously tailored to meet the needs of a specific kind of user, the way Discord was. My project ZBay certainly hasn't yet, though I'm searching for a niche to focus on, and I'm optimistic about addressing the needs of journalists and activists, since that's a space I've been in myself and care a lot about. If you have an existing use case you think a peer-to-peer messaging app could excel at serving, and you want months of free software development dedicated to meeting your needs, please contact me. I'm going to end my talk here, and I'm really excited about discussing this more in the Q&A. I've put up a website for this talk at fightfang.org, where you can find the talk slides and any accompanying links and sources I've used. Thanks again, and I'll see you in the Q&A.
Hi, we're back with Holmes. Thank you very much. That was an excellent discussion about ZBay and the whole show with Fighting Fang and a great peer messaging app. That looks like amazing stuff, Holmes.
Thanks. I also wanted to quickly thank a couple of friends who helped me prepare the talk. Guillaume Marceau and Lisa La Rochelle both helped with feedback. And yeah, I'm seeing some of the questions come in through Riot. I'd love to jump into them.
Yeah, sure. Okay, we've got some questions lined up for you. We'll get right into them. Our first question is, how do you contrast ZBay from other projects like OpenBazaar or Particle?
Cool. So just for folks who don't know, OpenBazaar is a peer-to-peer e-commerce app that's basically trying to look like the sort of standard e-commerce site and use all those patterns. It's built on a peer-to-peer network, their own network, and it works with both Bitcoin and I believe Zcash as well, maybe a couple other cryptocurrencies. Particle is a e-commerce oriented app that does some other stuff. It's built on their own token. I'm not sure, but I believe the token might be based on CryptoNote. I'm not positive, but it's built on their own token. In both cases, they're desktop apps that are trying to create one of these peer-to-peer apps that sits in the middle. And as such, they're both amazing projects. ZBay is different because we focus first and foremost on messaging. And because this difference exists more with Particle, we build on a Zcash, which is easier for people to acquire and to use to some degree than Particle, which uses its own token. Particle has a lot of the ups and downs that Session has, the app I mentioned in the talk, where they control their own network, so they get more flexibility over what trade-offs they make, but they also have to do all that heavy lifting themselves. And with ZBay, we're able to build on Zcash and innovate with a really small team and rely on a very well-regarded and well-vetted privacy project to make privacy guarantees and to make the network work.
Excellent. Sounds incredible with all that work. Let's go on to the next question. How do you deal with the inherent environmental externalities of using cryptocurrency in a messaging app? It goes on and says, doesn't that create its own ethical quandary and raise the barrier of entry to interoperable P2P chat to those with the proper infrastructure?
This is a really important question. Right now, as it happens, Zcash, including many other cryptocurrencies with smaller market caps, do not have an impact on climate more than the impact of a few US households. I think an October 2019 estimated that Zcash's impact was about 7.1 American households per year in climate. That could change, obviously, if the market cap goes up. It's going up a little bit now. But right now, just to put that number in context, purchasing carbon offsets for the amount of carbon the entire Zcash network burns would cost about $5,000 a year. That's certainly something I would propose that the Zcash, the entities that are involved in Zcash, Zcash Foundation and ECC, address. I think they should, and I'd be interested in working with anyone to try to convince them to do that. And I think in the long term, where this could scale out of control to be very high impact, I think the solutions are potentially proof of stake and obviously renewable energy. And yeah, in terms of the hurdle it creates, we give every user a tiny amount of Zcash to get started. That's not sustainable. Right now, you can actually send zero fee transactions on the Zcash network, and we're dabbling with that. But that obviously won't continue forever. We can try to take as much stuff off chain as possible. And then as far as resource use goes, I mentioned that we're working on a light wallet version of ZBay. So in a couple weeks, there will be a version of ZBay that, at least for testing, that doesn't require that you download 25 gigs of blockchain. It'll just start up and work. So I'm not too concerned about that, and I see it as more of a series of steps towards the end goal of making something that works out of the box, as people would expect.
That sounds like some very nice progress on your project. Our next question is, what are the privacy trade-offs between Zcash and Monero? And would something like ZBay be possible with Monero as well? And there's a follow-up question. We can get to that. Let's do the first one.
Yeah, Zcash, something like ZBay would be possible with Monero. Everything is possible with everything in this sort of peer-to-peer world, which is amazing because all the building blocks are very possible to recombine. There's no total dead ends. if we had started with Monero, we would have had to build our messaging stack we would have had to build our messaging stack from scratch. By starting with ZBay, we got some limited messaging capability from scratch. I'm not sure, I believe Monero has a system for identity and secure human readable naming. I am not familiar with it enough to give a comparison in terms of how hard it would be to do that stuff with Monero. And in terms of the privacy differences between Zcash and Monero, I think people are a bit more excited about the underlying tech in Zcash because it uses zero knowledge proofs, which are theoretically more solid. And that Monero supporters or Monero users are disappointed with the fact that in Zcash, not every transaction is private by default, as it should be. Zcash sort of Zcash gets a lot of exchange support by allowing for public transactions, much like Bitcoin on the Zcash blockchain. And any exchange that joins really just has to reuse their Bitcoin stack and they can interoperate with Zcash quite easily. So there's an advantage there, but the disadvantage is that a user could accidentally do a transaction that wasn't private using Zcash, which isn't possible in Monero. However, ZBay itself, in almost all cases, will guide you to using the private transaction functionality in Zcash, the shielded transactions. And it's all of the messages we send and money we send between users in ZBay is shielded. I've lost your audio. I think you're muted.
You're muted, JP.
Yes, got it. All right, so we have a few minutes left. And our next question is, what are the privacy trade-offs between Zcash? I'm sorry, I gave that to you. We followed up with the last question. What factors led you to choose Zcash over Monero? I think you explained that in the follow-up to your question. So our next question is, if every project creates their own P2P protocols and tokens, does that defeat the purpose of interoperability of peer-to-peer net protocols in the first place?
Yeah, I kind of touched on this in my talk, right? That's the tension and trade-off between something like Session and something like ZBay, where in the case of ZBay, we're using a peer-to-peer layer and the token that is not ours. And so, for example, right now, you could get your ZBay messages or your ZBay transactions on Zcash mobile apps that happen to support messaging, like Zec Wallet for mobile, for example, supports messaging. We didn't have to build that, so we benefit from it. And there's a potential for the protocol to be something that many different apps interact with and can interoperate more or less. With Session or Particle, many different apps could build on top of the tokens and protocols they've created, but there's less incentive for them to do that. And there's something kind of cool when the network becomes a Schelling point where it's like, okay, this is the choice that probably everybody's going to make, so let's do that. It would be great to see a peer-to-peer messaging stack emerge that could be that for many projects. But there are so many trade-offs involved, and ultimately you have to pick the approach and stack that fits the use cases and threat models that you're concerned about.
Or gateways or clearinghouses that might be useful in that scenario. So there's one last question that we have. With concerns about traffic correlation attacks in Tor, example, deep core, does the architecture of ZBay potentially allow for using a different overlay network such as I2P?
I haven't looked into I2P. I know that network layer privacy is a huge thing for Zcash, though. I mentioned that in the talk slides that right now, and for most cryptocurrencies, that even if a cryptocurrency keeps your metadata off the blockchain or hides it by using zero knowledge proofs, you still have the problem of someone has to post a transaction, and if the transaction comes from an IP address or the transaction comes from a node in the Tor network, you can start to link transactions together. And as soon as you link a transaction to the transaction that went out to Coinbase or Binance, then you can probably get to the point where you know who the person is, and you might be able to do a lot of harm even before that point. So that's already a huge issue. I think we're not even at the point of what happens if you can de-anonymize Tor being a problem with Zcash, because there isn't even fully thought through Tor integration in a way that would consistently guarantee Zcash's privacy properties in Zcash. So I think getting to the point where a Zcash transaction is as anonymous as visiting a Tor hidden service would be, that's already, that's milestone number one. After that, I think maybe what this looks like, and I know the Zcash team is thinking about this in their scaling work, is that you can use mixnets. So mixnets don't have the same, mixnets have theoretically better properties against a network, an all-knowing network layer adversary like the NSA, because they can use, they are not subject to the attack where the attacker can sort of see traffic coming in and see traffic going out and figure out who's talking to who. And so the Lupix paper, I know, is one that gets talked about a lot. And the exciting thing is that if that kind of work becomes, another project in the space is NIM, NYM. If that kind of work becomes the basis for how the network layer works in Zcash, we could actually in a few years have a messaging and financial platform that's more anonymous than Tor is today.
All right. All right. Well, thank you very much, Holmes. We really appreciate you coming in today and sharing with us your project.
Thank you so much. It was great. I really enjoyed it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, our next talk, experiences in sharing digital security workshops in an autonomous and open hackerspace in Mexico with Carlos Martinez. Fresh bumps and fresh tracks coming right up. Ground control, take it away. Hi, welcome back. Day 9 of Hope 2020, the final day of our amazing conference. Our closing ceremonies begin at 8 p.m. Please join us for the last bite of data. And we want to thank all the attendees, the presenters, and the volunteers. We're all here to support 2600.com. Please check out the store and show your support. Our next session is with Carlos Martinez, who is a member of HackLag Autonomo, Hackerspace Rancho Electronico, and Tierra Commune Tech Cooperative. He's here to present experiences in sharing digital security workshops in an autonomous and open hackerspace in Mexico. We've got our questions coming up in Matrix, so please participate. Carlos, let's take it away.
Hi, hola. I'm gonna tell some experiences in sharing digital security workshops in an autonomous and open hackerspace in Mexico. I'm gonna talk about a hackerspace called Rancho Electronico, the things we've done, our challenges, how we're facing COVID, specifically on digital security also. I am Carlos Martinez, but I also use these identities. It's Carlos M2 or Kaku. So, hi, this is me. And part of free software movement since almost 10 years ago in formal projects. I'm part or member of a hack lab, a hackerspace, and a tech cooperative. This is Hack Lab Autonomo, Rancho Electronico, and Tierra Commune. All these projects are Mexico City based. So, Rancho Electronico. We were looking for a place in 2013, and we have been in 3 different places on the same neighborhood. This neighborhood is called Colonia Obrera. This neighborhood is very central, it's very near from the main square, it's Zócalo. It's a little bit dangerous, but it's cheaper than fancy hoods, and we can pay this. So, and it's very well communicated. There are subway stations near and bus station near, and easy to get on bike also. So we like there. All the members of the hackerspace, we live in different places on the city, but not only the city. Mainly the people in the hackerspace, we are from Mexico City, but there are people from Colombia, from other cities in the country like Chiapas and Colima that are helping the project, helping this hackerspace. And as an example, I do 1 hour and a half on bike from my home to the hackerspace, and another hour and a half to return to my place. So that's the way we move here in the city. We call Monster City, Ciudad Monstruo, this strange city. So the first one was a cellar, and we shared this place with 2 other collectives, and because this was a new project, we didn't know how much time we will hold this project, so we start in collaboration with 2 other groups, and we couldn't afford to pay this space alone. And this was this cellar. You can see here with a lot of people in an event. You can see here on a workshop. This is a small room, and as you can see, the maximum capacity are only 5 people. But there, in this small place, we can do workshops, we can do events, we can do simultaneous event. Also, on this bigger space, of course, we have parties. the parties and celebration and dance is important for us. The second one was a bigger space. This second space, we were alone. We were not with another collective. We have more independence and we can decide on this space. In this space we have 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, a small laboratory, and you can see here a workshop happening or event. And this place has a roof, and there were projects with plants, there were parties, there were space to be more comfortable. And in this space we also have this small room that we used as a laboratory, and in this small room we can have 2 simultaneous activities on this hackerspace. And you can see here another picture of people doing things, and there we have kitchen, and because we have kitchen we can have more fun, we have more parties, we have fun, vegan workshops, and of course parties, not only for fun, also for the economic situation. In these parties we can raise some money for the project. And the third one, the current one, is used to be a show fabric, and it's well illuminated, and we have, you can see here in an event, another event. I have to mention something. Almost everything in the space have been donated, and we don't have it. We don't have much money to buy things. We just use the money to pay the rent and the electricity and internet. So as you can see, this table, you can see these chairs, you can see some paper, you can see some bench, and this microwave oven. All of these have been donated by someone, and someone of the community, someone of the hackerspace. I can see this space a mutual aid example. In this hackerspace we also have another room where we can have a simultaneous activities, and we share also this space with Tierra Común Cooperative. You can see another event happening there, presentation. Okay, the organization, I think is the central thing of our project. I think this is more political than technical. I have to say that I'm not the voice of Rancho Electrónico. I'm not a representative of Rancho Electrónico. I am part of Rancho Electrónico since the beginning, since a lot of time ago. But I'm just someone talking about Rancho Electrónico. I will explain. Because we don't have a CEO, we don't have a boss, we don't have a manager. All of our direction we do through assemblies, and we try to be independent, horizontal, and plural. We are a self-managed community, and all our assemblies are open to public. I mean, if you want to know how we organize, you can arrive every Tuesday at 7 p.m. and you can see, you can see how we decide what to do, what not to do, how we organize our events, how we arrange our things. I mean, it's an open process, and we try to be horizontal. We try to do things in this way. And this part is important because being autonomous, we don't have a fund, and we don't have direct donation from a government or institution or a financier. And so we don't follow a market logic or a thematic axis or a financier. We are deciding what to do. When we have time, we decide to share on a topic. We decide to invest time on a project. I mean, we do all on this assembly process. And here's in Spanish, you can read this: free technology for collective work. I put this image because all our processes we try to do on free software. Some events and our assemblies we are doing on Mumble. We use Etherpads. We don't use Google Docs. We don't use Zoom. We don't use Google Meet or something like this. We try to use free software, and we try to use all the software on autonomous servers or servers from friends. And we have things hosted in an autonomous server and also on Mayfirst Cooperative. And we are also members of Mayfirst. And now on COVID times, we use Jitsi and Big Blue Button. What we do? We do a lot of things. We do not only on free software and free culture. We do debates, we do yoga, we do meetings, we do some ceramic workshops, vegan food, dance, plant care, cooperativism, a lot of different things. It's important to say that we are all of the members of the project. We are not just on TI or engineers. There are sociologists, there are biologists, there are artists, there are ceramists, architects. There are people, different people that they have different approaches to what to share, to what to learn, to what to create. So the main axis is hacktivism, digital security, and free software. But we do other things on other lines. I'm gonna show you an example of a schedule and a monthly schedule. You can see here a digital defense working group, the digital library, capoeira, drone lab, and things on electronics, things on maps, on SIG, a study group of sysadmin, these things on music, these things on dance, these things on web design, and some graphic design, and vegan food. I'm showing you some examples of the flyers of things that are happening on the Hackerspace. I really like the diversity on our space, and you can see this vegan stuff, this cooperative meeting, this dance class. It's like food not bombs, but GNU not bombs, install fest, maintenance for computers against electronic obsolescence, And there have been events for kids. There are events for social movements. And many events happen because in different times. I mean, we have 7 years doing things, and you can showing you 4 different flyers of sysadmin group, because sometimes we have an idea to have a working group on sysadmin, and it works for a month, it works for 2 months, and then everybody's tired or everybody is busy, and so a year later again we try to do a working group on sysadmin, and that's why there are different flyers and different dates on this topic. There's a big project or a big working group on digital culture, on free culture, and they have a do-it-yourself scanner, book scanner, and they have events related on these topics. There are also biologists or people that like the plants, and they have these workshops, these events. Of course, graphic design, of course, artistic stuff. You can see here some GIMP, Inkscape, Krita, Blender, Audacity, all the things on free software that are related to audiovisual. And things on electronics, this is a lab for a Raspberry Pi, and some book presentations related to free software. This is an event called Latin American Festival on free software installation, and this is a big event. It happens in Latin America, and every year we are part of this festival, and this is a big event. Always, every year is a big event. A lot of people came to the Hackerspace, and we try to share workshops and to help people install free software. This is a big event. You can see this webpage, and we are also related to some distribution. I can say most of us, we are Debian users, so we have done a lot of things related to Debian, like the Debian Day, the release party, and also distribution arc of Fedora have done things with us. But there are also big events where we can share workshops and talks. How we finance ourselves, this is important. As I say, we are autonomous. We don't have a fund or aid of an institution. So the way we do is we say cooperación colaborativa or collaborative cooperation. All the activities, all the workshops are free entrance. There is nothing like a membership or paid membership. All the activities are open to everybody, and so that's the way we manage. We have a piggy bank or some tins or some places to put money. And so on the events, we pass this piggy bank, say, okay, maybe you have money, maybe you can collaborate with money. So put there some if you want. And if you don't have or you don't want to give, okay, so it's an open space, it's a free space. If you have money, you can also give us some coffee, or give us some paper for the bathroom, or give us some cookies, or give us some material for the workshops. And you can give us also work. I mean, you can give in exchange of the workshops, you can give us flyers, help us with the flyers, we can help us cleaning the space, we can help us with organizing a thing. And I'm proud to say that we also, the members of the Hackerspace, we also clean the space, we also clean the bathroom, we also do all the things, we also paint the space, we all do everything. I mean, we don't pay anybody to do other stuff. Other way to collaborate is on knowledge. This have been great because someone go to space to learn on how to program on Python, and then these people know how to use well Audacity, and then they exchange this. They first learn, and then he share or she share this topic. Another way to collaborate is also on donation. As mentioned before, there mostly all of our furniture, all of our equipment has been donated, and this is the main way to pay for the space, to pay the rent, to pay the electricity, to pay the internet connection is on with these piggy banks. I think we belong to the community. Many of us, we are related from some social movements. We are related from other collectives. So I think that we are our community. Yeah, that's we are. Now we have this Vaca Rancho Electrónico is our donation platform. I invite you to visit and donate to us, please, if you want, if you can. And I'm gonna talk about digital security. That's the main thing I collaborate on this hackerspace. They have been 7 years doing this. And we like to say autodefensa digital, autocuidado colectivo. I mean, digital self-defense or collective self-care. We like to say in these words, and there are some topics that we cover on these workshops. Open workshops for activists, journalists, or people in general that arrive to the place, and of course with free software, and that's we try to do. And some tools and some topics like VPN, some tools like Tor, like Tails, like KeePass, KeePassX, like Key9, like Tails. I mean, all Signal, all the software that maybe you know that is related to free software and digital security. And this browsing in a safer way or in a more private way. Some things related to Tor, of course, and digital defense or digital security on mobile phones. You will see different flyers with different dates. Also, have been 7 years, so sometimes you can imagine on February some people have time to share these workshops, and then again a year later or again a month later, we or I have time to share something. or I learn something new, or I do some tests on some new things and I want to share this, or I made some slides or new things so that I want to share, and then I by myself I do these flyers and I try to to share, and people arrive and we do things together. And these are some flyers on this topic, and you can see here on GPG also many different flyers and also many different also approaches, because sometimes it's beginner level, sometimes it's more like a lab, sometimes we cover more topics. You will see here like RCA, Mood, Thunderbird, Enigmail, GPG. Some examples of flyers. This Peña Nieto and Trump. On Tails, I collaborate a little with Tails with some things, so I like also to share on Tails, share workshops with Tails. You can see one here, and of course in Tails I try to cover Tor, OnShare, Math, some intermediate level or advanced level using Tails. In something that I like also that are not only workshops, I put this example because I collaborate on translation to Spanish on Tails. This workshop was how to collaborate to translate to Spanish, how to collaborate to this on this. And this other flyer is on testing. This was in this event we bring beta Tails, and we try to do the test and report to Tails. I mean, it was not just share a workshop, it was a way to help the project, the way to help Tails on something. So there are different approaches to digital security, and this because it's an open space. I work, as I said, on a cooperative, and we do digital security for NGOs and journalists, but it's different because there are people that they have to take these courses, and in this open hackerspace, the people just came. They don't need. It's not. They don't came by the work. They just came. They are interested in whatever topic we are sharing. And the activity depends on. There are different activities: are talk, workshop, or laboratory, and it depends on the public. If we are just colleagues, or if we are just people that have been seeing each other a long time on different workshops, or we are more intermediate users, and then can be a laboratory. So in this laboratory we can test a tool or a software, and we can do some tests. We can do some documentation, we can do some in another level, not a beginner level. It depends also on the amount of people. If there is few people, we can use this small workshop and this small space, and we can do a different workshops. It depends also on the emotional state. Why I say that? Because people knows that this is an open space on digital security. So sometimes I have people looking for help. Sometimes we can help, sometimes maybe no. And so when I write people, sometimes I ask for someone so he can be with him or her to try to help. Or maybe when the workshops is over, I can go with these people and try to help in digital security. Also depends on gender, of course. If it's a woman, I try to ask for help for another woman, so maybe they can feel more confidence. And I have to say also in digital security, not only in digital security, but that we have received a lot of local and international solidarity on events, on exchange of knowledge, on many things. And I have to mention some of these collectives in Mexico or in Latin America that have done things with us, that have helped our project. And also it's important to say that some international projects like EFF, Mayfair's Project Tales, Bitmask, some people like Renata Avila, some other projects like Creative Commons, Wikimedia, they have done things with us, and when they do things with us, there are a lot of people and if there are a lot of people, they can also leave some cooperation to the project, and if there's a lot of people, things can happen. I mean, relations, alliances, I mean, together we can do things. And I put this flyer and this other flyer because I have received also help from people from Tor Project or Guardian Project or events with EFF people, Bill at the Hackerspace, Eva, Katitza, Seth, Kurt, many people of some projects have been in our Hackerspace sharing with our community. Bitmask, this project from Argentina, some other local groups, Mayfirst. Mayfirst have done some big events in our Hackerspace. Some other projects in our space, Tor, some projects with Tor. Some of us have done also some documentation or slides of the workshops have been done in Rancho Electrónico, and some of these are hosted in this GitLab instance. And there are also other approaches to security, not only digital, also on legal or also on physical security. That's are the flyers of and other things related to digital security. And of course the feminist perspective. I'm not the only one who do things on digital security. There are also many friends. There also have been other friends that are not anymore in the space, and there are also other friends that are doing these activities on feminism and on digital security, and showing you some examples of these other activities of friends. Sometimes we do things together, sometimes someone have more time and can do another thing. Of course, crypto parties. Crypto Rally was an event on digital security and was an open event. You can read in English about this on this webpage. There were a lot of workshops and a rally on digital security. This was what funded where we went, and was a great way to learn and share things with our community. Okay, before COVID and after COVID. Before COVID, we used to have a space. We used to do things together. You used to use the space that we're paying, and now we are using Jitsi, Big Blue Button, and another friend is using PeerTube. So that's the new way we moved to these platforms. So that's how we are continuing this project. So I have to talk about this frame on this economic and social reality related to COVID and related to us in Mexico. I have to say that 56% of the people is in informality. So right now they are facing big troubles. A lot of people here in Mexico. And related to this new online reality, it's important to say that less than a half of Mexicans have a computer in home, so it's a big disadvantage. And many projects are disappearing, especially the alternative ones. And I understand that people in Mexico can't help our space. I think and I believe there are more important priorities right now on health, on economics, on political, and maybe our project is not so important right now, and we are surviving on this COVID thing, COVID reality. Some good things. There are more people on these online workshops. We used to do most of our activity was on the physical space, and now there are more people on the workshops. I think that's my perception. I think there are more people concerned about online safety. So there are more people on the workshops. People can participate almost anonymously. I have to say all the instance that we are using, they don't have Google Analytics. We try to use things on autonomous servers, and we don't use Google Forms or Zoom or things like this. Another good thing, we don't have to travel long distance to share or attend to a workshop or activity. Bad things. A few people have good internet connection or a decent computer. And many of us, we are tired of online meetings, and there are a lot of meetings or events happening at the same time. Other bad things, the increase of global mass surveillance and less human warmth, less hugs, less contact. I see as a bad thing. For me. Now that I'm talking about contact, I have to say on these digital security workshops, sometimes you need confidence, sometimes you need trust, sometimes you need to see face-to-face people, and maybe you can inspire some confidence, and maybe people can say, I have this problem, and hopefully you can help someone. And with this distance, sometimes I think it's more difficult to help. We have to pay also. That's the bad thing. we still have to pay the rent, the internet, electricity. For our landlord, we are just someone who pay. They don't care if it's a political project or if it's an important project. They this landlord just see us as someone if pay or not pay. So maybe this is our last months of the hackerspace. Finally, the COVID is kicking us, and I take these words that I recently listened of a friend called Fumiko, and I like these words. And this space, not also physical, also virtual, can be a space can be a place to communicate, can be a place to create. And if we communicate, maybe we can organize. And if we organize, maybe we can seek for a better world. If we organize, we maybe can create better worlds. So thanks for your time, attention. Thanks Hope. Thanks people behind this. Thanks for your time. These are some people have been in this hackerspace. And this is our webpage, the webpage for donation, the Twitter account, diaspora account, and here 2 pesos, my Twitter account and my Mastodon account. So thanks, and I hope you have questions. I would like to answer your doubts on this. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, we're back with you here at Hope 2020. Buenos venudos, and thank you, Carlos.
Hola. Hi.
Hola. That was an excellent discussion about your experiences presenting those digital workshops in those makerspaces. Thank you for helping all of those makerspaces. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Hope, for inviting me, for let me talk with you.
Awesome. We're glad to have you here. We're going to get right into some questions here. And our first one was, are there any particular security concerns that hackers in Mexico have because of the political and cartels situation?
That's a good question. And it depends on the things you're doing, and it depends on also on the region. I mean, there are many regions in Mexico. There are far more violent, far more dangerous. And Mexico City is not right now. Is not so bad. I mean, we can feel better. I mean, we can feel a little bit safer. In fact, we don't have relation with some hacker spaces or hack labs on the north or in dangerous locations, because it's really hard to have communication with them. It's dangerous. So
sure.
I can say that at least in Mexico City, right now we don't have these concerns, these security concerns.
Right. Thank you very much for that answer. Let's go on to the next question. If you were to have people donate money to help your hackerspace keep operating, how would they send that money to you?
There is a web page. It's called vaca.ranchoelectronico.org, and it's linked also in our main website. As I mentioned on the talk, we used to receive the money and directly, but now that we are not allowed to go to the space, it's really hard to get money. And I also think that it's hard for our colleagues in the city or in the country, because our colleagues are also with these autonomous or alternative projects, and they are also on a bad situation. So there is a PayPal account.
Link, yep.
And but also there is the contact in the site. You can search for us and we can answer. Oh, maybe we can find another way. Like,
all right, sounds good. Thank you very much. Our next question is, what's next on your plan?
Well, right now we don't have many plans because we are almost closing the space given this crisis, COVID crisis. We used to be a place to work together, not only for us, also for our friends. And our short-term plans are to survive this year. I mean, to keep the space, keep the physical space, because this group of people, we can keep doing workshops, we can online, we can still do what we used to do. But I think we really like our space, and hopefully when this COVID thing happen, when this COVID thing ends, maybe we can go back and do these things.
Sure. I was wondering, are the schools open in Mexico now?
What again?
The schools, have the schools reopened in Mexico, or is everybody off for the summer?
No, they won't open this year.
Oh, really? Wow.
No, that's what they say.
I see.
Maybe some universities in some way, but the majority, no. There will be no classes this year.
All right. Well, I want to thank you very much on behalf of all the Hope 2020 attendees, the presenters, and all the volunteers. We thank you very much, Carlos, for sharing your presentation with us today.
Thank you. Thank everybody that's doing things around the world. We are doing the same, no? In different ways.
Thank you very much for being here. At the top of the hour, our next talk, but before that, I'm going to take a grateful moment because our next talk is actually discussing secrets with real hardware with Zach Friedman. But if you have a beverage, especially of the adult kind, please help me toast 2 VIPs and the team here at Hope. This is my last sign off. I'm humbled and grateful that I had the opportunity to spend the last 9 days with all of you, the volunteers, the presenters, and especially all the attendees. A big shout out to Emmanuel, whose strength and tenacity has been an inspiration to all of us. To me, his work inspired me to join lawsuits to outlaw electronic voting and to force the government to respond to citizen petitions. A shout out to Greg, who's been in the catbird seat every day, all day long. He's another amazing person that was a key orchestrator of the show. Thank you, and thanks to your wife too. So please raise your glass. And here's to Emmanuel Goldstein and Greg Newby and the entire cast of volunteers. All right, we'll see you with the next double X Next Hope. I don't know what the name is yet, but let's make it double XL sized together. Stay fresh, stay safe. Peace out. Great love to all of you, and thank you. At the top of the hour, our next talk, Discussing Secrets of Real Hardware with Zach Friedman. Fresh bumps and fresh tracks coming up right now. Ground control one last time. Take it away.
that, as I mute this stream, was first of all, I want to apologize. The reason why I've been away is because I haven't been feeling well and I'm all like tensed up and stuff. So basically, I had to take a rain check for essentially 2 hours. I'm trying to save. Wow, that was a fast animal. I'm trying to save all my energy for 8 p.m. tonight. But yeah, that was so we had 2 talks. The first talk that we saw was about that new, I think it was called like Z app or something. It was a sort of D app that the guy was building and promoting here. Let's see, ZBay, which is, I remember, is based off of Zcash, and it pipes its stuff through Tor. And I will say, it kind of sounded like a project pitch, but you could tell that this guy is an open source person with a lot of passion, because not only did he list the pros and cons of other messaging projects, including peer-to-peer projects and other blockchain projects, but he willfully, especially since it's in beta, talked about his own flaws in the project, whether it's inherited to the platforms that he built it on or just stuff that he hasn't fixed yet. So that's the real difference between a vendor pitch and someone who has a legitimate thing that they've built that they want help to work, but they're excited to show off. So I very much appreciate that he actually went over the pros and cons of his own project. And if you are on Twitch and you scroll down underneath our live stream, or you go in the About section, if this is pre-recorded, for the rest of the day, the actual section where we normally have our GitHub, I actually have the GitHub. I have the GitHub link to his GitHub, where you can find the D app in beta code form and check out and audit the source code and build it, make it, patch it, download it, and try it out, all that stuff. And then the talk afterwards, which was a nice perspective, a little dry, but very nice perspective on, the thing about Americans is that we like to think everything's America. That Rammstein song, "We are living in America," and especially with our country falling apart right now, where everyone's definitely not America. Everyone's dropping us like a hot rock. I've actually heard from Swedish friends of mine that have gone through or work at customs there, that their nickname for Americans in Sweden is plague rats, which they either send back to our country or detain for more than 14 days. And that's our current situation. So of course it's not. And we constantly talk about, it's like with video games, we constantly talk about, when we talk about hacking, we talk about AT&T Bell Labs and Kevin Mitnick and the Y2K hack, and this is all fine, but this all takes place in America. And while America definitely has its history in hacking, we have all these different countries, some of them who have formed, not only are just new countries, but new communities that are rapidly growing and doing stuff that, us old big America could never achieve, as well as other countries that have even more of a hacking legacy, such as most of Western and Eastern Europe. Hacking is a global thing, and I love looking at different spaces, even if it's another state, and especially if it's another country. And you should do this too, and try to look up what the hacker scene is there. There's a huge hacker scene in France. There's a huge hacker scene in the UK. There's a bunch of African nations there like this. Of course, there's CCC in Germany. There's positive days, PH days in Russia. There's there's DEFCON China. That's expand China. I think Hong Kong also has its own convention. That's truly independent. We'll see how long Hong Kong lasts after that, because mainland China is woof. It's like us and China are competing in the a-hole department, as we always have been. But Japan has one with Code Blue. It's just, there's so many different nations and countries, and they have their own, we all deal with code and security and thinking outside the box and stuff, but because of everyone's background, our cultural backgrounds, and also our political parties and what we've grown up on and our entertainment we've consumed and not consumed, all of us have completely different values. And with that, that's been Hope. It's been 9 days. I cannot believe it's been 9 days. I don't want to know what core staff feels like. I hope. I don't want to know. You don't want to know what staff is like right now at DEFCON. DEFCON Safe Mode's going to be amazing, but it's just putting it together. Hope is a huge undertaking, although, again, I'm impressed. Shout out to whatever the heck, maybe they call it the knock, I don't know, but whoever did the infrastructure, because outside of a few issues, mainly on the first day, everything just ran beautifully. And again, we're going to be shutting off the stream shortly, which will be the end of our Hope coverage. And but in 2 hours, and I'm going to repeat this again, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the usual, because we don't stop our shows for anything, Masters of Unlocking, where that's one of my shows, where at 8 p.m. tonight, I teach people lockpicking and lock sport and how to open locks. And what we're going to be covering is we're going to be covering the Hope Lockpicking Village, as well as we're going to cover, let's get a wafer lock here. We are also going to cover the main topic I was going to do regardless of Hope, especially with everyone asking me like, oh, where can you buy lockpicking kits? And I always do offer, like, you know, my places of like where to save, you know, get lockpicks if you're on a budget, good things to have, good learner stuff, especially as an individual, as opposed to a lot of my stuff, which are teaching aids for groups. But I'm going to teach you how you can use your common household objects that are lying around your house, or stuff you can buy at like Walgreens that for $2 or $3, where you can make your own lock picks, your own shims. Oh, almost. There's that extra latch. Where sorry, your own lock picking tools, your own shims, your own tension wrenches, and bypass tools, just common household objects. So if you're broke like me and you want things cheap as free, I'm going to teach you how to replicate these professional, or basically more competent tools that come in actual kits you can buy online, with stuff that are around the house. Because again, while good tools are nice to have and are good to have, the key is, as long as you know which tool does what and your skill, you can almost use anything. Just don't try your genitals. I haven't tried that yet. Maybe that'll be a future episode, but still, you can use a lot of common things just to pick open locks. So that was Hope. Outside of the exhaustion of streaming all of this, and let me make my let's make the video capture bigger. Boop. And here we go. Hit me. I had a really good time. This is ironically, if I compared this to the physical Hopes, this was one of the best Hopes. This is not the best Hope, but this was pretty there. Having 9 keynotes is insane, and I would say over two-thirds of them were amazing. I felt like, you know, Cory Doctorow did what he could the first day, and the second one was, and then there was the COVID one, who was a good speaker, and he had a lot of good information. It was just information that was already covered before. But as it went on, especially when we got to the Data for Black Lives and some of the people from the EFF and you know, more of the activist stuff who were involved with tech, things got really great. And besides that, which again, I was here for tractors and figuring out how farmers hack stuff and the legal stuff, and I didn't get that. I got 20 minutes of half butt stuff and then just like a black hat sponsorship talk. That's not what I wanted. That was the worst. I've seen other talks that I haven't streamed on here, and all of them seemed to be great. There was a lot of surprises for me of what was good, but yeah, that was the worst one. I can't even think of like what would be like the best one. Data for Black Lives is definitely up there. I also like the EFF keynote. Let me think back. Let's actually, I'm gonna go, even though you can't see this, I'm gonna look at the I'm gonna set the menu like I'm at a restaurant. I'm gonna look at the schedule. The sad part was there was a workshop on Sunday that I wanted to do, which was securing web apps. I think, yeah, it was securing web apps, and I think there might have been one on Saturday. No, it was just that one on Sunday, and I missed that because of stupid calamity in this apartment. And of course, I believe it was it Wednesday? Let's look. It was one of these. Not Wednesday. I think it was Tuesday. No, not Tuesday. Thursday. Was it Thursday? No, not Thursday. I think it was actually Wednesday. It might have been. It was one of these days. There was a day early on where, or maybe it was Monday. I think it was actually Monday. Yeah, but maybe. Well, it was one of the days. I have to look back because everything's just been a blur for Hope. Where we were supposed to stream from. Let's see. We were supposed to stream from like 12 to 7, and we didn't get on the stream until 3 p.m. So we ended up streaming from 3 p.m. to midnight, and I had to miss the last stuff during that night, and that was really exhausting. I will say probably even better than the talks, the things that really impressed me, there was just amazing workshops. That's why I brought up there was that one workshop that I missed, and if there's one thing I want to go back and watch, because I love that all the main video content are not just archived, but archived literally a few minutes after they happen, is there was one that I missed, which was an updated version of Project MF. I unfortunately missed that talk, but I want to go back. But yeah, especially since a lot of the workshops weren't recorded, a lot of the best stuff was all the stuff involving workshops, whether you're in the lockpicking village. I mean, we made a whole list for our blog guide. I love the K2 electronics stuff. So I like that there was a lot of hands-on stuff. There was weaving and sewing and non-high edibles that glow in the dark, and all sorts of stuff. The Tech Learning Collective knocked out of the park with all of their classes of like cracking passwords and phishing and how to build ventilators, and there was just really, I think in the COBOL CTF, how can I forget that? That was awesome, insane. I wish we could have streamed that, but I think they recorded those on YouTube, so you can go back and see that later. We'll try to put links online for like our Twitter and stuff, but yeah. The CentOS one I unfortunately missed. I have no idea if that was a recording or not, but I'll have to find out later. But yeah, it was an experience that like this whole thing went like way better than I expected. To note, the Matrix will begin shutting down actually, let me change back to the freaking Firefox thing. There we go. Yeah, it says here, thank you so much for putting everything together. Hope 2020 has come to an end, but of course hope continues. Note, the Matrix will begin shutting down tonight with post-hope discussion moving to after 2020.hope. Registration will close and official Hope rooms will be set to read-only. The HopeNet Matrix servers will then be removed from service over the next day. So I guess someone needs to go back and kind of archive this whole thing. But even though we're turning off this stream and I'm going to be setting up for Masters of Unlocking, you're going to still find me in the live streams for some of the talks that are still coming up. I'm going to be there during the closing ceremonies. I'm actually going to be doing that and watching my fireworks show in Animal Crossing. You'll find me in hallway conversations, the water cooler, in the riot.hope.net chat. So that looked like tampons right there. I got confused. That shows you where my mind is at. And yeah, for the future stuff, obviously we're going to be doing some sort of streaming coverage for DEFCON. I don't know what form it's going to take. We're probably going to announce that on Tuesday, because we're also, our group with a bunch of other groups is setting up the first ever DEFCON Groups Village, and as I say, it takes a village to raise a child, and this child weighs 20 pounds and is like premature being born and just destroying our vaginal interfaces. It's that level of like type of birth, and this is only virtual. We're trying to make this go physical next year, and the virtual will be the proof of concept, and I'm going insane and everyone else is going insane, but we're putting a lot of work into this. But yeah, we had an entire guide for Hope. A lot of people were thanking us for that. We also had RightsCon. Black Hat USA actually started yesterday. It won't really kick off until tomorrow on Monday. And the key about this is, why are we advertising Black Hat? Isn't that the thing where it's cost thousands of dollars? Well, yes, the briefing still costs thousands of dollars, and the workshop still costs a couple of $1,000s, but everything else is free. You get a business pass, the business networking, the whole arsenal of like talks showing off like tools, and then you can like clone them and test them out. There's actually really good sponsor talks this year, and the actual main briefings that unfortunately are paid are really good this year because they finally opened everything up. But most of the convention, the contests and stuff, and the vendor booth, they're all free. So if you sign up for a business pass, it's completely free. Just enter your information. You can enter burner information if you want to. And yeah, you'll probably see me around the Black Hat USA thing. And we made a giant. It's going to probably take a while to load beefy guide. I think it's like a 57-minute read of like all the highlights and everything that's happening at Black Hat. Yeah, see, 59-minute read. One of these days we'll make a 69-minute read, so we're like ha 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 ha. But what's Black Hat using? Yeah, you will see me. You'll see our group not only posting stuff on Twitter about Black Hat, but you will see me on where is this? The what's the platform? You'll see me on, this is such a weird platform, the Swap Card Virtual Event Platform, whatever the heck that means. So you'll see me on there in like the business hall and in some of the Arsenal workshops and stuff. And like if you want to know more about Black Hat this year, including the Arsenal and like, where is this? And like some of the speaker stuff, if you actually paid the couple of $1,000s to get the actuals, like watching the speakers pass or some stuff. We also made notes, like for example, some of the talks are also available on DEFCON next weekend. So there's not many, but we do make notes of the one we highlights that in the past they usually cross over. So if you see something on this list and it says it's also at DEFCON safe mode, and you can't afford the briefing pass, you can watch those particular talks on DEFCON safe mode. I'm trying to figure out where I put the contest in this, because unfortunately Medium doesn't let you skip. Yeah, there's contests. There's going to be 2 CTFs going on. One's done by a company, one's done by Black Hat itself. And then there's like a defense challenge thing where you have to basically simulate cyber attacks in real time. It's going to be pretty neat. And all of that is free. The briefings aren't free, and half the workshops aren't free, but everything else is free. So that's why we wrote a guide. And also what's going on is so speaking about money, if you're like an intermediary hacker, like, yeah, I've popped shells before, I work an infosec job or whatever, but you really want to go from intermediate to super elite advanced, one of the newest things in Hacker Summer Camp called Ring Zero, virtualized. They've been around for 2 years, and what they do is they have teachers that take one, and it is expensive, but they take one particular subject, like 64-bit Linux encryption and nice mohawk. What's there? Advanced browser exploitation, IPv6 network security. Where's the Amazon one? I know there's around here. Introduction to red teaming. They take like specific topics, and they have classes. In this case, they're like 2 to 4 days long. So you go in, work a couple of hours, and next time, and you have basically it's like being in a college lecture, except you can also directly ask the teacher questions and hands-on stuff. So if you have some money to expend, we made a guide for that, and we're going to still be making guides probably between Tuesday and Wednesday. The DEFCON safe mode guide will show up, and by the time the DEFCON 201 meeting will happen, which if I can double check here on the calendar, that will be August 21st. By the time that happens, we will have written 6 guides for 6 different convention stuff, because this is Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp. Thanks to COVID, instead of it being a week and a half, it's now an entire month. So that's kind of the hell going on now. So definitely check out our guides. You can find our guides by clicking on the news section when you go to the DEFCON 201 website here. And yeah, that's all I really have to say for Hope. I really, despite, again, the exhaustion of streaming all of this stuff, because it is exhausting, I do it. This is not, we don't get monetized for this, although in the future we're going to try to set up something that's not Twitch related, where you can, if you want to give us money in order to like get better advanced lock picking gear or get an actual like circle light, so we don't look like, amateur, like, hey, we're on Justin TV from 8 billion years ago, better computer hardware, fancy new shirts, things like that. We'll have something set up, but I do this, and we all do this because we love all of you guys and gals out there. We love all of you packets and hackers. So thank you for sticking with us for the multiple days of this streaming. Again, we're going to do something, I won't say exactly like this because I don't want to do something exactly like this for DEFCON. I can't even do something like this exactly for DEFCON safe mode, because again, how I'm going to be like balls deep into doing the DEFCON groups, which I have to work on tonight, not only a little bit, but after the Master of Unlocking show. So that was Hope. It was Hope 2020. It was really freaking awesome. To me, it's like, if I had to rank it with other Hopes, it'd be like the third best Hope, maybe. Like, there's like, to me, 2 Hopes above that. I'm trying to remember which ones. I think it's literally Hope X, and I think honestly Hope X and Hope 11, ironically enough, are probably interchangeable at 1 and 2, but this is a solid third, and this is light years ahead of Circle of Hope, which sucked because there was a lot of amazing, awesome things at Circle of Hope. I had a great time. It was like 97% awesome. The problem was the 3%, which is really run by the 1%. That was really awful. You know, like the alt-right invading in and our security pooping their pants and crying, and then the this is all statutes of limitations now. The PR department rage quitting, and then someone forgetting to remove a battery from a Segway, and then the drunk people that rode it directly into a wall where this guy nearly died. I'm not exaggerating. He had no back of his head when he went 60 miles per hour, 4 feet directly into a wall. Yeah, this was way better. Like, even if this wasn't digitized, this, the whole way this was run and everything, this was just, and the type of content, especially, not only just talks, but especially the workshops, which are usually super ignored at Hope, because they're on a weird floor. You have to go like to the 6th or 8th floor. If this was the Hotel Penn, I don't know how. I'm assuming they're going to go back to the college campus they originally did, but we'll see how it goes apparently next year. I don't know how that's going to work because I'm not part of core staff, and I don't even think core staff knows yet, but whatever. But this was really awesome, and I can't wait to, tomorrow I'm probably going to sit down and comb through the internet archives and find every single thing that I lost. Plus, I didn't get to see, like, I normally volunteer for Radio Statler. Like, if you go to a physical Hope, I kid you not, basically, I sometimes get in for free, but basically, I usually get a badge, because everyone on Radio Statler is usually doing some sort of speaking panel, except for this year, because it's DEFCON Safe Mode. Is that DEFCON Safe Mode? That's how insidious they are with marketing. Hope 2020, because it's Hope 2020 virtualized, they didn't have to do badge, but we usually speak. So we all have speaker badges, so we get in, and my exchange is that I do literally as much as I can. I won't say everything, but a lot for Radio Statler in exchange, because I don't have a room. I literally live in Radio Statler. Like, when people were like, yeah, no, just, they're like, where's that pocket? Oh, he's at the Radio Statler booth, but it's 3 a.m. Yeah, no, is he running it? No, he lives in the booth. And they're like, haha, yeah, I know, you work so much. And then they show up and they see the air mattress and, like, my visor thing on and earplugs, and I'm, like, dead asleep with, like, electric barbed wire around it and stuff to make sure people don't bother me. So I literally live at, that's the exchange. I live, eat, breathe, and sleep at the booth in exchange for doing all sorts of stuff. And I've met, you know, Johnny Xmas is amazing. Beaches is, like, I don't know who's not going to be involved in the future for Radio Statler, but, like, everyone puts in work for Radio Statler, but, like, literally, like, Beaches needs to, like, get a trophy from core staff for coordinating and just doing so much for it. So, like, that guy is truly awesome. And, of course, Stop Hay is the only reason why Radio Statler has a website, as well as just, he's also the only one besides me who's usually there in the morning, which I'm very thankful for. And, you know, Bunny, enough said, Bunny is amazing. We want Bunny, but she's like our moral support / mascot, but she also just does a lot, gets a really good programming, and people, again, Johnny Xmas is a really great personality. He's sort of like the other person besides me that interviews people and comes up with topics, and of course the amazing people that submit to Radio Statler. And because of, there was personal things in my life, like job-related things that are good, but I can't say on air due to NDAs, plus I don't want to dox myself, that got in the way. But what I literally lost like a month and a half because of, like, hey, what are we doing for DEF CON with the DEF CON groups? And they're like, we're going to have a village in VR. Cool, who's running it? You're going to do most of it. And it's like, that's kind of what happened. Not that I do, because there's a lot of people doing a lot of work right now for it. There's multiple groups involved. And of course, we're going to get a ton of groups in order to do content and talks and all space VR. But that just ate everything. So, like, I was only able to submit, like, I got some of our group members to send in stuff. I reached out to a couple of people. And then, of course, I got N Commander, which I'm so happy he's back for, with the Master of Unlocking this week that he did just for Radio Statler. But basically, I promised, I guess I can't really do much this year for Radio Statler because for once, when it's all online, I'm super busy. Like, I could barely just do this Hope stuff as it is. And basically, if we are having Hope next year, I'm hauling butt at Radio Statler to make up for all of that. And that's a promise. That's a hope. That's a Hope promise. Hackers on Planet Earth, run by 2600 and a bunch of people. Stay around for Hope. Watch the live stream. We're still going to rebroadcast the live stream. And then at like 7:50, 7:55, which is leading to 8 p.m. tonight. So 8 p.m. tonight, Master of Unlocking, where I teach you guys lockpicking stuff. We're going to go over Hope's Lockpicking Village and how to pick locks and make lockpicking tools, shims, and bypasses, which is everyday, really cheap objects. Some of these things might even surprise you. So that was Hope. Thank you for everyone out there, even if you're watching this pre-recorded later, for this 9 days. Hope 2020 was a ton of fun. I hope they keep a lot of the virtual stuff for next year. If next year is physical, the Riot chat was great. Just I think they learned so much this year, and for the first time ever. I mean, Hope has a long thing on like DEFCON of live broadcasting, and actually this year for physical Hope, they were going to originally try to broadcast like a half of the workshops. But they've been really good for the past 3 or 4 Hopes, like using the Internet Society's stuff to broadcast like talks. And so they've always had the bit of infrastructure because of the AV people, which we used to always make fun of, that didn't work. But for this year, the AV people were freaking amazing. Maybe they're new people, I don't know. But yeah, it was. I think we're gonna carry a lot from this. I'm pretty sure DEFCON Safe Mode is also gonna learn a lot and implement a lot of some of its features that they're doing for virtualization for physical next year. I know at least for the DEFCON groups, and this is why I might be in charge of, I want to do more like getting everyone involved, virtualization, different time zones, even when we're meeting physical next year. So that's that. So anyhow, to recap, that was Hope 2020. It was freaking awesome. I had so much fun with you guys, especially over the chat and some of the comments of all this stuff. I'm going to stop blabbing. Check it out. Still be on there, hope.net. And if stay on, we're going to raid a different stream, but stay on because we're going to raid a different stream, probably Project Melody, but then we're going to also host the Hope stream until literally Masters of Unlocking starts at 8 p.m. I will see you at the Master of Unlocking. I can't wait to show you all this stuff and educate and teach you guys on the subjects we're going to do. If you want to know more about us, you can go to defcon201.org. We're a computer hacker group in Jersey City that meets there every month. If you like the content that you see, please hit that bell if you're on YouTube, or like, follow, or subscribe on Facebook or DLive. If you're on DLive, send us lemons. We have the Crypto Barons next Saturday. We love distributing lemons. And if you're on Twitch, we have the GitHub there. We also read the alerts, so it's a lot of fun. But yeah, just follow, like, and subscribe us no matter where you can get to. And if you want to know more, you want to know where all these live streams on our social media, just go to defcon201.org. I'm Side Pocket, one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. Hack the planet, Dirty Jerseys represent, and enjoy the rest of your Hope. I will see you guys all on the Master of Unlocking. Peace. 8 p.m. tonight. Peace.